This is going to be a deep dive like no other. We are going to take a deep dive into a murder that happened almost 50 years ago, in December of 1976. A cold case unit reviewed that case, conducted new interviews, and came to a conclusion about who killed Richard Moore on December 29th of 1976. The work of the cold case unit culminated in the indictment of James Dudley for the 1976 murder of Richard Moore. This is James Dudley, who is now in his mid-60s. A man with a long criminal history, James Dudley Jr. was only 15 years old when the murder of Richard Moore occurred. And this is Richard Moore, who was shot and killed on December 29th, 1976, at the now-closed Sasser's Beer City on Basin Street, where he worked as a clerk. In this deep dive, we will take you to the new interviews from the cases that culminated in this indictment, and then we will take you to the trial itself, which we will publish in full right here on Deep Dive True Crime.
And at this time,
Very young.
you may proceed.
May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry. This Christmas will be 50 years. December 29th, 1976. Richard Dick Moore went to work the last time. You're going to hear a lot about Mr. Moore. He had a family business. He was in the sales business. He eventually opened up a pizza parlor. And then after finishing running a family restaurant, he decided to work as a clerk at a place called Sasser's Beer. Sasser's was a really small shop right on the edge of what we now know as Frenchtown. That's what we knew it then. Basically where Momo's Pizza is on Tennessee Street and Basin Street. Folks who remember the old Krispy Kreme that was there, those stores have been there for 50 years now, but the owners and what's in those stores have evolved. Back in 1976, Sasser's was a small, probably not much bigger than the jury box, store that was adjacent to what they call a wash house, laundry. Small laundry was stuck, they actually shared the same structural building, and a small gas station that you're going to see, and didn't even sell gas. They would sell candy, chips, pop to this area, and it was more pedestrian time. You're going to hear that 1010 Basin Street was a housing project just down the hill, running towards the north, away from Tennessee Street. So that in 1010 had lots of children, lots of families living in subsidized housing. On the morning of December 29th, you're going to hear that Mr. Moore was doing his normal thing and that he was pretty famous with the kids of the neighborhood because he's the guy who's got the candy. That lots of kids would walk there, and that Mr. Moore was kind of known as a charitable soul. This is back when you used to be able to get a piece of bubble gum for 2 or 3 cents, and that when the kids didn't have exactly the right amount, he would sit there and do it. He might give you an extra bubble gum. He might help you if you don't exactly have the exact change. And on this morning, you're going to hear that that was what was going on, midday, late morning, when Veronica Gay, a 14-year-old freshman at Godby High School, went to do what she likes to do, try to get some candy. Veronica was living with her mom. She's going to tell you she has multiple older brothers, 1 sister, and that they lived, some of them were out of the house, but that she lived in 1010 Basin, and that her mom would allow her to walk down Basin Street to go to Sasser's to get candy when she had pocket change. You're going to hear at the same time that the Rileys were next door. You're going to meet, once again, a mother and a daughter there. Mom was doing the laundry. Little girl boards her out of here. She's actually on roller skates, skating around the ring. And of course, she goes to the adjacent store and tries to buy candy and the like. Good news, Mr. Moore, don't bring roller skates into the store. You got to take your roller skates if you come to the store. But what brings us here today is the tragedy. You're going to hear that on that day, the defendant and another young black male come into the store. Veronica happens to come in about that same time and notices, and she recognized he's only a little older than she is, but she recognizes because she's seen him multiple times in the neighborhood playing basketball with her big brother, hanging out. So she knows exactly who he is. Doesn't really know who the other guy is, but she finds him. And what she tells us back in 1976 is that Mr. Moore's acting weird. He's shifting his eyes. He's kind of cutting. He's, hey, you sure you don't want something else? And just, she gets a bad vibe. She gets scared. She wheels and runs out the door all the way down. Shortly later, law enforcement, other people start showing up, and law enforcement finds Vic Moore has been shot in the back of the head and he's bleeding in the beer cooler of that store. You're going to hear that he has seen his red car, the kind of maroon and white two-tone that they had back in those days, is seen riding down Basin Street with, once again, the defendant driving. This is 1970s, and so when law enforcement comes out, it's a very different time. Think Dragnet. Law enforcement starts coming out and starts working it. This is before the time of cellular technology and body camera, but they do what they did back then. They start. You're going to hear that there are only 2 officers that are still competent of coming to testify. Many of them have passed on or have gotten to the point where the rages this time have taken their goal to run on. But you're going to hear that 2 of them, one of them is Tom Coe. Tom Coe is a young detective, and that he comes there, and the lead detective is a man named Don Patchen. This Patchen now has gotten to the point that Alzheimer's was taking his ability to think. But that Tom Coe is working under Patchen, and he says, hey, I need you to go try to find the car. And they do find it. And the other officer you're going to hear from is a guy named Oscar Brannon. He also is retired at this point, but Oscar Brannon is out there, and that they find Mr. Moore's car. You're going to see that they take pictures, but it's not digital photographs, it's real film. And that compared to today's, where we take hundreds, if not thousands of photographs, I think the total is 25. You're going to hear that they go in there and they do 1976, they fingerprint the area, and then they go and start walking the neighborhood, because at this time in the world, neighborhoods would watch out. And as they walk through there, they're just walking up. Hey, did you see what happened at Sasser? You know what happened at Sasser? And this isn't a time in racial stress was probably a little bit more attuned than it was then. They start walking through the housing project, and then they find Veronica Gay, and she absolutely, yes, I was there. And she gives an account for us, unfolding. They take her to the Tallahassee Police Department. They show her a photographic lineup, once again, not on a computer, but with real pieces of film on a piece of paper. And she picks out, yeah, that's the guy that I saw in there shortly before. Well, they know that he was there. We don't really know what happened inside the store. And so for the next 50 years, despite TPD wanting to understand what happened, the case goes unsolved. You hear that they find some fingerprints in there, but they're never able to match it to anybody. Don't know if it's a child, don't know if it's some other customer who may, but it continued on and on and on until 2024. 2024, the Tallahassee Police Department, Leon County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, office set up what's called a cold case unit. And they did some press. The evidence is going to be that there was a press conference. Hey, we have some cases that we haven't solved. We're going to dedicate officers to start working old unsolved. You're going to hear from a guy named Mark Ray, who is the original CPD designate on that unit. And that a woman named Michelle Drake comes to see. Michelle Drake's going to tell you that she is the granddaughter of Richard Dickens. She still remembers going to the pizza parlor with her grandfather. She still remembers his car because she ended up getting it as her first car when she turned 16. And she remembers the day that they came and told her that he had been. You're going to hear that for 50 years, she and her mother have waited and wanted to know what happened. And when she saw on the news that this cold case, she ran out and said, "Hey, I want my granddad's date to be at the front of the line." So she went out and she went to Mark Ray and said, "Hey, this is a case. We've never solved it. Can you look and see what we've done?" Mark Ray goes through it and he sees all of these. He goes and starts looking at these officers, finds out which ones are still alive and which ones are dead. He opens up the box. By this time, many iterations. When they hear we're building a new police station, the old police station literally has water leaks in over 50 years. So he looks and starts saying, what kind of scientific testing can I do? What can I do? He goes back to 1976. So what he does, he goes and finds some living witnesses. He's called the re-entering. And that takes him to the one when he's brought and says, not to this. And that's why. Because her reaction is immediate. She says that I've been hearing this my whole life. I was so scared when I was a little girl. I didn't tell you what I really saw. You're going to hear that when she walked in there to buy that candy, not only did she see Mr. Dick, sitting there after the 50, she saw the defendant with the gun to the side. It wasn't just intuition that she literally saw him holding that gun to his side. And that's while she's trying the 14-year-old mind to figure out how to get out and run away, she turns the wheel and run back home. And here is on the wall. She goes, that's what brings us here today. A woman who has held a dark secret for her whole life. She was ready to tell the truth. Once again, she was still seen running by her brother. We have that itself. The defendant was still seen riding away in the car. We have that one. But that is the evidence that the state is going to bring to you today. It's not going to be techno. It's not going to be, once again, laser and 3D controlling telemetry. Those things didn't exist. So, but as we talked about yesterday, it's never too late to do the right thing. Justice never goes out of style. The murder of Richard Moore, though it's been 49 and a little better years since it happened, still deserves to be solved. You all will be speaking the truth about who killed him, and that truth will be James Dudley is guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Friends, prepare to give its opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Counsel. Good morning. There's a lot of mention, or at least one mention in the state's opening about Christmas. I think that's apt for this case today. This case is a lot like a disappointing Christmas gift. We all know what these are. We've all seen these at some point in our life, right? We get this nice gift. It's packaged perfectly. It's packaged beautifully. You're excited about what's going to be inside this gift, right? And then you open this gift only to find a bunch of broken pieces. Not only broken pieces, but a bunch of missing pieces. And that's a lot like this case. I know a lot of you guys came in here yesterday and heard 1976 cold case and brought some inquisitiveness about what was to come. It's 1976 cold case. Mr. Dudley was 15 years old at the time. What kind of new evidence has emerged? There's got to be something, right? There's got to be a lot. They got new fingerprints. They got new DNA. There's got to be something really good to bring a 65-year-old in here for a crime he allegedly committed when he was 15. But I hate to disappoint you, there is absolutely nothing new you're going to hear today. The state today throughout this case is going to be reliant essentially on the same poor identification that was made to law enforcement in 1976, the identification of Veronica Hill's Knight. Sure, the circumstances have changed since then. The eyewitnesses in this case have gotten 50 years older. The lead detective in this case that knows more about this case than anybody, he has dementia. He can't be consulted about this case. Memories have faded. Memories have been altered. And this really begs the question, a question I want to be in the back of your minds throughout this entire trial today. Is why was Mr. Dudley not charged in 1976? And unfortunately, you guys aren't going to get the answer to that question. As I just said, the lead investigator in that case has dementia. The other investigator that did a lot of work and a lot of help in that case is dead. No surprise, this was a 50-year-old case. But when you hear the evidence today, it is going to be clear that Mr. Dudley was not charged in 1976 because they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. They didn't charge him because Mr. Dudley is innocent. When it all comes down to it, this case is really about poor identification, fragile, and altered memories. We anticipate that the state today is going to show that Mr. Moore was shot in the head in a cooler, inside a cooler at Sasser's Beer City on the morning of December 29th, 1976. We anticipate the state will show that this driver, whoever committed this crime, drove off in Mr. Moore's car and abandoned it, where it's going to be found a few blocks away at Birmingham, at the intersection of Birmingham Street and Alabama Street. And for purposes of for today and right now, it's just, you need to know it's a few blocks away from Sasser's Beer City. But they're not going to be able to prove to you who did it. They're going to present to you several witnesses today. The state talked about how they're going to call David Dewberry, one of Miss Veronica Hill's brothers. He's likely going to testify that he saw his sister scared running down the street that morning, and he saw Mr. James Dudley driving a vehicle, driving Mr. Moore's vehicle. Sounds like he is going to have a lot to bring to the table. You're going to find him pretty lackluster at the end of the day. And in fact, you're likely going to find that he wasn't even at the scene that day at all. His other brothers who were at the scene are going to be called by the defense. It's Veronica Hill's other brothers, Mr. Dewberry's other brothers are going to be called by the defense. They're the ones who discovered Mr. Moore's body at Sasser's Beer City. They're the ones who ran into Miss Veronica Hills that afternoon. You're going to hear them testify about how she wasn't acting strange at all. You're also going to hear them testify about how they never heard anything about Mr. James Dudley being involved in this case for 40 or 50 years until this case was brought back up. You're also going to hear them talk about they didn't even hear about the fact that she observed the shooting for another 40 or 50 years until this case was brought up. Where you're going to direct most of your attention today, though, where I'm going to ask you to direct most of your attention today, is Veronica Hill's Knight, right? This case largely succeeds and fails with her. She's kind of the engine that powers this vehicle, right? Starting when she was first questioned on the day of this incident, you're going to hear 4, 5, maybe even 6 different recantations or 6 different stories about what she observed that day. You're not going to only hear different accounts about who she sees, but you're going to hear different accounts about what she sees, what she observes, and what she's doing. You're going to find out that every time she is questioned in this case, she is given a different story of the last 50 years. I'm going to outline some of these narratives you're likely going to hear today. She's questioned on December 29th, 1976, the day this incident happens. She's going to say, I assume you're going to hear something to this extent. She walks into Sasser's around 10:45 to purchase potato chips for Mr. Moore. Leaves for 5 minutes, comes back. She observes an unknown black male inside on the telephone. She observes him from the outside of the store. Another unknown black male walks inside and tells law enforcement she doesn't think these two individuals know each other. Because Mr. Moore is not visible in the store, she decides to go back home. The first narrative she's going to give to law enforcement on December 29th, 1976. The next day, she's going to be questioned by law enforcement again, and they're going to show her a mug book. State talked about Deputy Coe showing a mug book to Miss Andrea Miss Veronica Hills Knight, who was, I think, 13 at the time. You're likely going to find that Mr. James Dudley was in that exact model, and she doesn't pick anybody out of that. James Dudley becomes a suspect with law enforcement on January 6, 1976. The day he becomes a suspect, I anticipate that you'll hear how he becomes a suspect. A lineup is put together and law enforcement goes over to Veronica Hill's house. She makes an identification in this lineup. You're not going to hear how this lineup was conducted. You're never really going to know how this lineup is conducted today, because again, law enforcement officers who conducted this lineup are not present today in this court. But they do come back to her house again on the 7th. That's the next day. And you're probably not going to get to see an entire transcript or anything like that. So there is a transcript of this conversation that is had. You can hear content about this conversation that's had. She gives a different narrative this time. She's going to say she walked to Sasser's to buy potato chips and cigarettes. She's accompanied by a baby this time. She says she's babysitting. While purchasing items, she sees James Dudley talking on the telephone. She leaves momentarily. She comes back to the store. And this time she sees another black male in the store. She can't identify this other black individual, but she says this time she thinks they know each other. She's not going to testify to seeing any firearms, any gunshots, anything like that. She's going to say she leaves and goes home. And today you're going to get a brand new narrative 50 years later. She's going to testify likely today that she saw Mr. James Dudley, my client, 15 years old, holding up a gun beside Mr. Moore. She's going to likely testify that she turned around, and right when she turned around, she heard a gunshot. She's also going to testify that she now knows the identity of the second person. I anticipate she's going to give you a name of Tom. Now, I know some of you may be getting confused because of all these different narratives. But rest assured, you're not going to be any less confused as this case goes on. We're going to try to add some order to the chaos. We're going to call a doctor in this case, an expert in memory and eyewitness identification. She's not going to really discuss the facts in detail. She's not going to be allowed to do that. Ultimately, it's going to be up for you guys to determine the credibility of witnesses. But she's going to be a good guy, right? She's going to suggest how lineups affect memory and perception. She's going to explain how memory works and how memory is fallible and corruptible. And she's going to explain, at least indirectly, how and why Veronica Hills Knight believes what she's saying. The defense today is not coming in here and suggesting to you that Ms. Veronica Hills Knight is lying or has some sort of beef against my client, Mr. Dudley. I want to be very clear about that. What we're saying today in this trial is she just made a wrong identification. Now, again, like I said, I'm not here to tell you guys how to evaluate the person's credibility. I'm not here to tell you how to evaluate a person's reliability. But that said, the state of Florida, through jury instructions, does give you some guidance, things to look for. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which they testified? Something to keep in mind as you're going through this trial. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony she gave? These are things I want you to keep in mind as you're going through this trial, because these are things at the end of this trial you're going to have to apply in terms of credibility. You're going to hear evidence in this case that contradicts Veronica Hills Knight's narrative within the state's own case, within their own witnesses, within Veronica Hills Knight's own statements herself. But you're also going to hear it with the witnesses we're going to call as well. We've already mentioned we're going to call two of her brothers in this trial. They're going to contradict a lot of what she says. I've already discussed that a little bit, but again, they're going to discuss the fact that they saw her that morning on Basin Street. She didn't seem like she had any problems at all. She did not seem nervous. We're also going to call Daryl Harris in this case. He was 11 years old at the time. And at the time of the shooting, he was very familiar with Mr. Moore. He went and also frequented this location. He's going to testify that he observed a 30 to 35-year-old male driving Mr. Moore's vehicle. You can be very certain about that identification, or you can't make the identification in person. So this about the fact that they were 30 or 35 years old. He's going to testify that this individual was wearing a military-style jacket. The state talked a lot about faith, or a little bit about faith, yesterday in jury selection. And that's essentially what the state's asking you to do here today. They're asking you to take a gigantic leap of faith in this Veronica Hills night. Essentially, what they're going to be asking you to do at the end of the day is to look at her testimony in a vacuum and ignore everybody else's statements. So when this case is done, you're literally going to have to find that every single person who's testifying here today is wrong, and that one of her statements is correct. But leaps of faith does not apply in the criminal justice system, and that does not result in a conviction of a criminal defendant. Leaps of faith do not equal reasonable doubt. Mr. James Dudley comes in this forum today. He's cloaked in the presumption of innocence. And we talked a little bit about this yesterday. That presumption sticks with him through every stage of this trial until the state proves their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You might have a lot of questions in this case. One might be obvious what we're doing here, but the other one, how are the lineups conducted, right? That might be a question you have. You're going to get a jury instruction that talks about how to evaluate identifications and lineups, but it really is going to be it's going to be dependent upon like how it was even conducted. So here's one basic question: how are these lineups conducted? There's no. The evidence, and at the end of this day, the end of this trial tomorrow, you're going to find that reasonable doubt in each and every one of those places. And I have confidence you're going to find Mr. James Dudley, my client, not guilty.
State, please call your first witness.
Michelle Bray. Right up there by the deputy. Thanks, Phil.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Michelle Drake. I am the granddaughter of the victim, Richard Moore.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry to ask this of you. How old are you?
62,
Okay. So what year were you born?
1963.
And do you remember your grandfather?
Very well.
What did your grandfather do for a living?
When I was growing up with him, he was the owner of the Tempo, which was a pizza, sandwich, salad tavern on Tennessee Street.
You want my correct?
Please show the defense what you're approaching with.
Sure, all my evidence has already been provided to the defense.
Good.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you have been pre-marked by the defense counsel state. Do you recognize that man?
That Jim,
Okay, who is that?
that is my granddaddy, as I called him.
I introduced states one into evidence at this point.
Is there any objection?
Objection.
States one is admitted.
All right, so he was running a restaurant called the Tavern.
Tempo.
Tempo, pardon me, the Tempo. And at some point, did he retire from running the restaurant?
He did. I don't recall when that was.
Do you remember him starting to work as a clerk at another store?
Yes, I remember hearing that.
Okay. Did you ever get to go there?
I did not.
All right. Do you remember him having a particular car?
Yes, I do.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
what's been shown to defense counsel as stakes 3, A, B, C, D. Showing you what's been pre-marked, shown to defense counsel as stakes 3, A, B, C, and D. You recognize that car?
Okay,
Whose car is that?
that was my granddaddy's car.
Okay. And did you end up getting that car at some point?
Yes, when I was 16 years old, it became my car, my first car.
At this time, I introduced states 3A through D into evidence.
Are there any objections?
No objection.
States 3, you may, states 3A through D are admitted.
What kind of car is this?
A 1965 Ford Galaxy.
Okay. What color was it?
It was a very faded maroon with a white top.
So it's kind of a two-tone, the white, was it like fabric? Was it
It was hard top.
a hard top? So it wasn't a convertible, but there was a different color on the roof versus on the paint.
Yes,
And was this the car that he was driving at the point that he was killed?
yes.
Do you remember being notified about something bad happened?
I do remember.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I was visiting with my father because of Christmas break. We were at my great-grandparents' house over in West Florida. We received a phone call from my father stating he needed to get me home as soon as possible. Something had happened in Tallahassee. And I got to my grandparents' house. There were numerous police vehicles in the driveway. Other vehicles, I'm not sure who they belonged to. My mother was there. My next door neighbor to my grandparents were there. A lot of police officers and my stepfather. And that at that point, I believe, was all that was there.
Did you eventually learn that your grandfather had been shot?
Objection leading.
Sustained, please rephrase the question.
What happened to your grandfather?
I was told by my mother that he,
Hearsay.
Overruled. Ma'am, do not discuss what anyone told you out of court, but if you have knowledge, you may testify.
yes, I was told he was killed.
Same
Have
objection,
you-
Judge. And move to
Overruled. Please do not say what anyone else has said out of court, ma'am. Please ask her questions that will not elicit hearsay.
Yes. Since that day, have you
Not right now. Please continue.
wondered what happened?
Yes, just about every single day it crosses my mind.
And has it been something as a family y'all have struggled with since then?
Yes, we always have wondered. It's been like a shadow, per se, in the back of our minds of who, what, why.
I understand you were a child at a time. To your knowledge, did he have any enemies or anybody else who would want to hurt him?
Objection, could we please approach, Your Honor?
Please approach. The witness is permitted to testify as to any personal knowledge. Please approach. Go ahead, Ms. Lou.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we're getting into the territory where the state is evoking or attempting to evoke sympathy from the jury. We're getting past what established who he was and his car. I don't know that anything else beyond her knowledge of the death is relevant at this point.
Mr. Campbell.
Your Honor, I understand the defense would like to do my case, but I believe it's relevant that, once again, that he was well liked, and there was no evidence of any malice. This isn't a domestic. This isn't a. They're going to come in and try to suggest that the defense has already argued in opening that we didn't solve it back 50 years ago. I'll address that when we get to a later point, but I think it's appropriate to be able to say that she's wondered and that there was never any suspect or other theory on someone else known causing this murder.
Concerning that, she needs to testify as to her knowledge on this subject. No testimony as to what she's been told out of court. Go ahead.
Any character, Judge, we would object to any characterization that she's testifying about or the state is trying to have her testify about with regard to Mr. Moore.
Yes, I don't believe we've gotten any character evidence yet. However, Mr. Campbell, you need to lay the foundation if you intend to go into a permittable area as it relates to character that is relevant.
I don't plan on going into character, only the fact that they never had any idea who would want to kill him.
Very well. This does need to remain focused with the witness. The objection is overruled. If you need to raise it, you may.
Thank you.
Objection is overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you. So Jill ever had an idea, did you ever have an idea who would wanted to kill him?
I did not.
And jumping forward to 2024, did you see something on the news about us opening up a cold case unit?
I did see on the news a brief report about Tallahassee cold case task force. My husband suggested maybe you should contact them and see if something can be done about your grandfather. I took a couple of days and then I called the number that I Googled and Detective Mark Ray answered and took all the information. I told him what I was looking into and he took it from there.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination for the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Strait. We are so sorry for your loss and the fact that you didn't have a further relationship with your grandfather past 1976. We don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, once again, I'm releasing her completely so she can stay in the courtroom for the rest of the proceedings.
Very well. You may be seated in the gallery if you desire to do so. Please call your next witness.
So the state will call Mark Ray.
Yes.
Those are non-evident.
We'll just have them on the table.
You want me to move them all off?
No, if you want to move them that way and just put mine over here.
Sure.
And that way we keep them so.
Okay.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you.
Detective, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. I'm Detective Mark Ray with the Tallahassee Police Department.
And can you give us a little bit of your professional training and education that allows you to do your work?
Yes, sir. I've been a police officer with the police department for 15 years. Worked patrol for 5, been a detective for the remaining time. For about the last 3 years, I've done cold case investigations solely. And in that, I've gone to several schools involving homicide investigations and cold case investigations.
What is a cold case?
For us, a cold case is any case that doesn't have any further viable investigative leads. In this case, it was a case from 50 years ago that hadn't been looked at much since then.
About how many cold cases are currently pending in our area?
Circuit-wide, there's about 150, give or take a few.
Okay, so 150 murders that are unsolved.
Yes, sir.
Do y'all only do this on murders?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And who all is on the cold case task force?
It is a member from each partner agency. So there's myself, LCSO detective, FDLE special agent, and a member from Mr. Campbell's office.
And I understand what you mean by that. The state attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do y'all figure out which ones to work on?
Each agency has their own cases. TPD, we have approximately 75 unsolved homicides that I have the purview to go look at if I want to. In this case, we had a family member that called and asked that I specifically look at her grandfather's case.
And 75 murders, is that far beyond what you can do by yourself at one time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what's the oldest case you have?
When I first began, the oldest case was from 1957. I think currently somewhere in the 70s.
Okay. Do you do it by age? How do you decide what to work on?
The best practice is finding ones with DNA evidence that we can submit. And so I start looking through cases one at a time as I have time. It takes about a month and a half to 2 months to review a case thoroughly. If I find evidence that I can submit for DNA, then we go through that process. In the meantime, there are occasions such as this where family members will call and say, hey, can you take a moment and review our family member's case, which I do.
Okay. And you said that you were contacted by family members. That woman, Michelle Drake?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that case from 1976, I'd like to start, what did you do once you decided that you were going to look into that for her?
I went and pulled her case file and just began reading. That was 10 years before I was born, so I had no clue who this man was, who Mr. Moore was, or even, what Tallahassee was like back then. And even if we had a viable case file. And so, with age, stuff degrades, paper degrades. Luckily for this case, everything was intact.
Okay. So a little bit about Tallahassee Police Department structurally. How's the building at TPD?
Our current building was a elementary school built in, I think, the 30s. And so we have, with that, mold issues. We have rats. We have, other animals that live in the basement. And so, we try our best to protect the evidence. But when you look at cases that are from the 50s and 60s and 70s, and it's having to been repackaged because different people look at it, and just the quality of paper in general will degrade. So,
okay. And have there been prior efforts at TPD to try to organize and make sure that we protect these case files despite the passing of time?
Yes, sir. I think it was in the 2000s we created a major case assessment team that went and pulled all our cold cases at the time. And there was 2 detectives assigned to that. They went ahead and basically created all the case files that I have now, and put them all in binders and try to make sure if they came across evidence that wasn't packaged correctly or the packaging was deteriorating, that they repackaged it. And so thankfully, because they did that, we're able to move forward today with what we can.
Okay. And in this case, I'd like to kind of go and, did you organize your case actually in like a spreadsheet?
I did.
Okay. All right. So when you first looked at this, who was the victim?
The victim was Mr. Moore.
Okay. And how old was he at the time he was killed?
In his early 70s, I believe.
Okay. And were there some suspects back historically?
There were.
Okay. And who were they?
Do you have my spreadsheet that I can refer to?
Matt, do you want it in front of you?
Yes, sir. That would help.
Okay. Matt, approach, Your Honor.
Please show the defense what you're approaching with.
This is the spreadsheet providing discovery.
You may approach.
I'm going to give you my computer, so I'm going to be flying live. But that's your spreadsheet.
Thank you. Mr. Dudley was listed in the original case file as one of the suspects. There was also Wesley Branton and Eddie Lee Davis Jr.
Okay. Now, so we talk about the victim, then we do suspects. What's the next column?
Witnesses.
Okay. So let's go through the witnesses. Who are the witnesses?
Yes, sir. Miss Letty Riley, she was a witness that was on scene that was interviewed. She was, I think, in her 30s at the time, was doing some laundry. You had Miss...
Okay, let's stop. Is she still alive?
She is.
Okay. You said that there were 3 possible suspects. Are the other 2 suspects dead?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. If you solve on a cold case, if you solve it and realize that the person you think did it was dead, do you put more effort into that, or do you just move on to a case where there's actually somebody capable of being caught?
By our criteria and the FBI criteria, if a suspect is deceased, we can close the case. So at that point, I would write a memo to your office asking to exceptionally clear it, or to the state attorney's office asking to exceptionally clear the case. And then on our side, that homicide would be closed, and we would notify the family of that.
So historically, Dudley was a suspect, but that never got to the point of an arrest.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, going to Miss Riley, with when you find these witnesses, do you find out whether they're still alive or not?
I do.
Okay. And is Miss Riley alive?
She is.
Okay. All right. Next.
The next witness was her daughter, Miss Andrea Riley at the time, now Miss Stokes.
And is she currently alive?
She is.
All right. Next.
The third witness was Veronica Gay Hills Knight.
Okay. And is she still alive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next.
The next witness, the fourth witness was Alfred Robinson, and he is deceased.
Okay. Next.
And then the next two weren't listed in the case file originally, but they came up as I was doing my investigation. Laurie Madison, and he is alive.
Okay. Next.
And then David Dewberry, who is Miss Veronica Hills Knight's brother.
Is he alive?
He is alive.
Okay. Next.
The next witness is Daryl Harris,
Okay.
and he is alive. And then the final witness is Lester Madison, and he's alive.
Okay. All right. So those are the witnesses that when you went through, you're just looking for names and then figuring out who's still alive and dead.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've mentioned something about, hey, the easiest thing is to do DNA testing. Do you know what year DNA testing was invented?
I do not, but it definitely was not around the 70s.
Okay. Sometimes did we collect items that were good for DNA testing?
We may have, particularly clothing. It would have been done by the detectives back then, not necessarily looking for DNA, because I don't think at that point they knew DNA was even a possibility coming in the future. But, being in hindsight what it is, we may get lucky. In this case, we didn't have any of those type of items, though.
Okay. So were there some physical items that were collected?
Yes, sir, there was.
Okay. What were the physical items that you had?
There was some clothing collected from the victim, his dentures, his jewelry, and then there was some clothing, I believe a couple of hats collected from Mr. Dudley's residence during a search warrant.
Okay. Now, based on the case, testing Mr. Dudley's clothing, would you expect to find Dudley on Dudley?
I would.
Okay. So is that going to help move the ball forward at all?
No, sir.
Same thing with the victim, or you're going to expect to find the victim's DNA on the victim's clothing?
Yes, sir.
Is there any allegation in this case of the two of them, other than the shooting, rubbing on each other, where there would be, like on a sex case, where there might be a pass of DNA?
No, sir.
So at that point, did you not send each of their clothing to DNA because it wouldn't move the ball forward?
That is correct.
All right. What other physical items did you have?
And then there were some crime scene photos and a bunch of paperwork that to me appeared came from the case file. It was, I think, just loose clothing that was just impounded during the early 2000s when they were trying to organize stuff.
Okay. You're on there, Dave.
You may.
Thank you. Now, was there actually film, like undeveloped film in the case file?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there some photos that had been developed?
There were.
Okay. I'm showing you with the three marks, I'm showing defense counsel state divided 2A through 2G. Am I correct, Colonel?
You may.
You recognize those? Sir?
I do.
What are they?
They are photos of the crime scene.
Yeah. And once again, these A through G, okay, we've got 7. How many, can you count this one? Trying to remember how many letters G is.
Yes, sir. 7.
Okay. That's all the crime scene photos we have of what Saxons look like.
Yes, sir.
I interview states 2A through G in evidence at this time.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor, if I could just double check on what the pictures are.
Okay, once again, all my evidence is on that table.
Please take a look.
I believe I know what these are, Your Honor, sure, double check. No objection, Your Honor.
States 2A through G are admitted.
All right. Similarly, did we find some autopsy photographs?
We did.
Okay. I'm showing you what been pre-marked check defense counsel. Do you want to see these?
No objection.
All right. Showing you what been pre-marked check defense counsel states composite 6A through 6E. You recognize those?
I do.
Okay. And are those the autopsy photos of the killer?
They are.
And is the first one actually a face shot of the victim?
Yes, sir.
Interview states 6A through E in evidence at this time?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 6A through E are admitted.
Did we have some photographic lineups in the file?
We did.
Showing you what's been pre-marked showing defense counsel states 7, 8.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
We're going to review all previously made objections as it pertains to any lineups being introduced. However, I don't think the lineups can be introduced to him. He's not the one who showed the lineup. You're going to have to get somebody in here. I would have to go into Veronica Hill's night who made the actual identification of the lineup, if that's the lineup he's bringing in.
Mr. Campbell.
There are two lineups. I'm going to have, there's one that Ms. Riley did and who's now married. There are two. Both of them, I'll have the witnesses come and authenticate their initials when we get there, but I have to show where they came from, and they were in the case file, so I'm just laying the foundation. I will eventually, before I enter them into evidence, have the witnesses say, yeah, that's my initial on the back of it.
I have no preference with him laying down the foundation, Your Honor. I just need a
Foundation for any matter can be laid through multiple witnesses as it pertains to any objection being raised on the lineups themselves. Provided the foundation is completed, the ruling will be the same. Let's move on.
We're getting that again, Your Honor.
You may continue with your examination.
Sure. Do we have two photographic lineups that were in the file?
We did.
And one we showed to Veronica Gay and one to Ms. Stokes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 7 and 8. Madam Clerk, Your Honor.
You may.
And the packaging, have we had to package and repackage as we've messed with these?
We have.
Are those now the current packaging of from 2025 probably when we last opened them? But when you first had them, we had something from the 70s.
Yes, sir.
All right, once again, I'll enter those later for another witness. Finally, I want to show you, did we have some some prints from the crime scene that had been collected around the store?
We did.
My first Chairman,
You may.
showing where pre-marked defense counsel states 4. So those the prints, once again, that have been packaged and repackaged since they were collected originally from that crime scene.
Yes, sir.
I already states 4 in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 4 is admitted.
All right. So we talked about DNA
Investigatively, do we have any indication that there would have been transfer DNA between these parts?
No, sir.
Okay. Once again, you said you've been working and been to these homicide schools. Do we sometimes, like in a sexual battery or in a fight, will have people touching each other and leaving DNA on each other?
Yes, sir.
In this case, was it a gunshot to the back of the head that we were dealing with?
It is.
Okay. Was there anything physically to do down that line that you could think of?
No, sir.
However, we had these latent prints. Did you follow up on the latent prints?
I did.
Okay. Did we end up doing what's called case prints?
We did.
Okay. Can you explain what that means to the jury?
Yes, sir. So there's several types of fingerprinting that's done. Whenever someone gets booked into jail currently, they get their fingerprints done electronically, and those are submitted to the FDLE for analysis. In this case, we submitted major case prints, so we actually went to the jail, met with Mr. Dudley, and for about an hour, one of our forensic techs went old school and actually used ink and paper and printed not just the palms and the fingerprints, but the sides of the fingers and the tips and everything. And those were submitted to FDLE for analysis.
Okay. So while what most of us have seen as fingerprints, or if we've been fingerprinted, it just shows the tip. With Mr. Dudley, did we go and cover the various sides in the all the way up to the nail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And may I approach, Your Honor?
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked in defense counsel. It states 5. Are those the standards that you took from the defendant, James Dudley? I don't think I've identified. Do you see Mr. Dudley in the courtroom today?
I do.
Where's he seated and what's he wearing?
He's seated at the defense table wearing a black jacket.
And the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Okay. So you went and did old school ink so that you get the tips, the sides, every part, not just the fingertips themselves, but all the way down the knuckles and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what we have in that package.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you do that fingerprints analysis yourself, or do you send that somewhere else?
We send that to FDLE.
Right. Maybe publish it this time.
Is there any objection to states 5 being admitted?
No, Your Honor, no objection from the defense.
States 5 is admitted.
Okay. Did we also have 4 photographs of the car as it was covered in Frenchtown?
We did.
And where was the car recovered?
Off Alabama Street.
Everything we're going to talk about today, did this happen in the city of Tallahassee?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Can you kind of orient the jury on where this is all happening in our community?
Yes, sir. If you go to Tennessee and Basin Street or Tennessee and Stadium near FSU's campus, currently there should be a Taco Bell there. I think a Moe's taco place. Back in the 70s, that was a Krispy Kreme and a laundromat and a beer store that was connected to each other. And then for the vehicle itself, that would have been, I think, near Alabama and Birmingham Street, which is near Griffin Middle School.
All right. I'm showing 2A with crime scene. What is this?
That is the front of the beer store.
All right. 2B.
The interior of the beer store.
Sorry, I'm blocking it. 2C.
Again, the interior of the beer store.
2D.
The inside the beer store.
Once again, this was destroyed before you were born, right?
Yes, sir.
So you've never been there, but this is just what we had in the cold file.
Yes, sir.
2E,
The counter at the beer store,
2F.
the beer cooler where Mr. Moore was located.
Was he actually transported to the hospital before he expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are any of these photos show his body on scene?
No, sir.
The-
Not that I think.
And 2G.
Again, just a close up of the beer cooler.
In this case, during the prosecution, have we tried to figure out who the second person in the store may have been?
We have.
Okay. And where you provided the name Tonk Lamb as a possible someone who's been named?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you request the fingerprints of Tonk Lamb to be compared with states for that we brought in the latents that were left in the store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And once again, that would be done by FDLE, but that's where we are on that part.
Yes, sir.
Once again, at this point, this is obviously we're here for the trial of Mr. Dudley. Would you like to try to solve the other half of this if you can?
I would.
Let the vote this time, guys.
Cause of determination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whatever you.
I'm not coming after your crown, I'm afraid. I'm just trying to get to the Mr. Campbell.
Let's not make the lectern dance too much. It's in a good spot.
Good right here, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So you are the lead detective in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was your first case, when you got this case, this was your first case as a lead detective in a homicide case, is that correct?
It's the first one that I've closed, yes.
And that means you're in charge of this entire investigation whenever you're the lead investigator. Right?
Yes, sir.
And so you interview witnesses, right?
Yes.
You determined who is to be interviewed and who is not to be interviewed, right?
Yes.
If you want somebody interviewed, you could get another law enforcement officer to go do it, but you're the one in charge of who essentially gets interviewed, correct?
It is my case.
And you determine which, well, in part, you determine which evidence is to be tested. Is that correct?
Correct.
And importantly, you also recommend to the state attorney's office to file charges or not to file charges.
May we get a sidebar again?
Please approach.
What is the issue? Your Honor, I'm going to object to commenting on charging decisions. That's my decision or the grand jury's. It was brought up during opening, but now it's been brought up on charging decisions, just like it would be inappropriate for me to ask an officer whether he thinks somebody's guilty or why he arrested, or the fact that the judge and the grand jury found probable cause. I would suggest otherwise. It's a province, and it's not something I can't be asked to testify in the case of. I object to the question as invading the province of the state, and have a continuing objection to it.
Mr. Harper, what is the relevance?
I think generally speaking, what his duties are is relevant to the case. I'm not going to go into great detail about it. I'm essentially going to ask who's making the charging decisions, and that's really moving on. If Mr. Campbell wants to redirect, they're allowed to, but I can ask him to specify that ultimately he's not the one that determines it. However, a jury's going to think, though, that when an officer comes forward and a person is charged, then he's making the full decisions to charge the case. And so to some extent, his feelings are relevant because the jury automatically puts a little bit of support.
His feelings aren't relevant. It's the investigation.
Yeah, this investigation. I'm not going to go into great detail about this.
As to the passage of time and how a suspect was developed, you certainly may inquire on those subject matters. As far as when or why the charging decision was made or when it was made, that is where we run into the issue that's being objected to. I'm going to overrule this line of questioning for now. Again, beyond the passage of time as it relates to the investigation, that's where we're getting into when it's charged and why.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with examination.
Now, as it's really your main objective, right, at the end of the day, to find the truth and find the perpetrator of the case, correct?
That is correct.
And that really depends upon you completing a complete investigation.
Yes, sir.
That would mean following up on all leads, right?
Yes.
Not only getting evidence that incriminates your suspect, but sometimes maybe getting evidence that may exclude your potential suspect.
Yes, sir.
Because at the end of the day, sometimes we all get it wrong, right?
Correct.
And to some degree, you make sure, again, what all evidence is preserved and tested, right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a fairly obvious question here, but this case predates your life, right?
Yes.
And it stands to reason that you obviously did not participate in the initial investigation of this case.
I did not.
The lead detective in this case was Don Patchen, is that correct?
Yes.
And he currently has dementia.
That is correct.
So you were never able to meaningfully consult with him about this case.
I was not.
Detective Ash, he is also another main detective in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what happened to him?
He's deceased.
So I'm going to ask again a fairly obvious question here. You obviously couldn't consult with him, is that correct?
I could not.
So by and large, wouldn't it be fair to say that this case kind of required a complete reboot, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Not necessarily. And that would be because essentially what all you did was you just went through and interviewed the same witnesses that were already interviewed previously.
I can't create witnesses, so yes.
Okay. I think and David Dewberry was the name that was mentioned. Is that correct? Just now?
That is correct.
He is nowhere mentioned in the initial case file, is he?
No, sir. He reached out to me after I interviewed, I think, his sister.
And that was in April of 2024, right?
I don't know the exact date, no.
Would you disagree if I said it was around April 2024?
I wouldn't.
Okay. Now, up to this point, Mr. Dudley's never been charged in association with this crime. Is that correct?
He had not been, no.
And again, the main investigators are not available to talk to, right?
Correct.
Because of that, you can never really get a good reason as to why he was never charged in this crime. Is that correct?
Your Honor, objection. Same is raised, sidebar.
Sustained. Please move on.
In a cold case, right, one of the first things you're going to do is you're going to open up that file and look through it. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was obviously a pretty thick case file in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And the first thing you did was read the police reports associated with this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in viewing these reports, it was of your view that Mr. Dudley should have been charged back in 1976.
Objection.
Sidebar, Your Honor.
Please approach.
Charging decisions by prior state attorney, I think it would have been, so Mr. Megg, maybe Mr. Modis said, Mr. Pajowski was the assistant state attorney that worked at, or the grand jury, totally outside the province. It's an appropriate line of question.
We're not asking that. I'm asking him if he felt he should have been charged because it goes to his bias and it's going to go to his failure to investigate. And that is something we absolutely can't get into.
As to his feelings of who should have been charged,
I looked at this report and I knew it was James Dudley when I looked at this investigation, and because of that, that's what.
The form of your question is the issue. Did you believe sufficient evidence existed to present this?
Is that how you want me to ask that?
I'm not telling you how to do it exactly, but asking him what his assessment of the evidence is versus why was this not charged are two different things.
I didn't ask him why he wasn't charged.
If need be, we can get the court reporter to read it back, but going into charging decisions specifically with the detective is not a relevant topic.
I asked him if
not permitted.
I know. The question I asked was if he felt that Mr. Dudley was the one who committed this crime by looking at reports. That's what I asked. It's the same thing you just said I should ask.
Concerning that,
Yeah.
you may stay on the line of questioning that deals with his assessment of the evidence, but not who was charged or when they were charged.
Yeah, that's all I was doing.
Thank you.
Please ask the question again to the detective so he can give a proper answer after hearing it.
In viewing these reports, right, you felt that Mr. Dudley should have been charged back in 1976. Is that correct?
After reviewing the entire case file, yes.
Yes. You disagreed with the charging decision that was made 50 years ago. Is that correct?
I couldn't determine based on the case file why charges weren't filed.
And I'm not asking you that anymore, but I'm just asking you about your view and your view specifically. You thought there should have been a charge in 1976.
Yes, I couldn't understand why there wasn't.
Gotcha. And before you interviewed any witnesses in this case, you'd already kind of made up a determination that Mr. Dudley was the person that committed this crime. Isn't that correct?
I don't know at what point I made that decision, if it was after reviewing just the case file or, interviewing the witnesses.
And you reopened this case in March 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at the request of Mr. Moore's granddaughter.
Yes,
And up to this point, you knew nothing about this case.
I did not.
You've done zero investigatory work in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your investigation started in March 2024 then, right?
Yes, sir.
I think you interviewed your first witness in April 2024. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Dudley was charged in this case in May 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So your entire investigation in this cold case, pre-charging documents, was just less than 2 months. Is that fair to say?
That seems accurate.
And because you had made a decision regarding Mr. Dudley, you did not pursue certain leads in this case. Would that be fair to say?
No, sir.
There was a case file. There was a case file titled Suspect List. You know what I'm referring to?
Objection, Your Honor.
What is the
There's
objection?
motion, we raise this in a motion limiting. Can we go to sidebar?
We don't need to do so. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. Detective, you can step down from the witness stand for right now. Campbell, during the direct, the suspects and witnesses that were contained within the investigation file were discussed. Specifically, what is the objection that's being raised?
Your Honor, I raised yesterday that there was a piece of paper in the investigative file called Suspect List, which I assume was written by Detective Patchen, but it doesn't, and I've raised repeatedly the fact that before we start getting into other people, that the satisfaction of a clear link needs to be done. It's the report is hearsay. There's some names under the word suspect list. That's an out-of-court statement that's being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted to suggest that these were other suspects.
And before we continue down this path, the existence of the piece of paper in the investigative file is a factual matter. What it states is something different.
Right, sir. But I have not introduced it. There was not a hearsay objection to what I introduced just for what they found, they came in. We're now attempting to bring in, I assume the next question is, there was a list of suspects and there were a bunch of names on there, which once again goes into the clear link. Before we start alleging that these other people, it's suggesting that these were actually suspects and that these suspects were either investigated or not investigated. Once again, the state's, that foundation is hearsay and they cannot suggest or point to someone else without establishing a clear link pursuant to the case law. So the state's position is that any line of questioning on that, the fact that there was a piece of paper in there, fine. But once he starts talking about what it says, that's an out-of-court statement being introduced for the truth of the matter asserted, and I'm objecting to that.
Mr. Harper.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. Hearsay has to be, an out-of-court statement is the first part, but I think sometimes we forget that it's an out-of-court statement that's used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. We're just bringing in a list of names, and it goes to the fact that he did not look up or investigate any of these people. Whether or not they are actually suspects or not actually suspects is irrelevant. I mean, it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted.
I believe writings are considered statements for the purpose of hearsay.
They are, but it has to be to the truth of the matter asserted. We're just showing the fact that it was said, not the fact that they are in fact suspects. We don't care if they are in fact suspects. There's a list of names. It's a suspect list. He has not looked at any of those. We know that because that's how he's entered in a deposition. That's certainly relevant. Now, if we start going into, obviously, we start really digging down the road of people, that's different. There are two people we'd like to discuss because there's notes on them. We might want to proffer detective.
As to the existence of the suspect list within the investigative file, again, this is a fact. Specifically getting into the names on the list, there must be an exception to hearsay or a proper basis to offer it. Concerning whether you may ask the detective, did he personally investigate the suspect list? That is a permissible question. Beyond that, you're going to need to proffer all the matters.
Can we go ahead and do that proffer right now while the jury's out, Your Honor?
Detective Ray, please take the stand. Please begin with the proffer.
In this case file, there was a form that was titled suspect list. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were at least 35 names in this list. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as of July 25th, 2025, when we discussed this case via deposition, you'd not followed up on any of these names.
I did not.
And I assume you still have not?
Yes, sir.
There's also another list in here of 39 names. It's on a yellow piece of paper. It's red writing. It doesn't say what it is, but do you know what I'm referring to?
Not off the top of my head, no.
To refresh your recollection, if you could see just a copy.
Yes, sir.
Please approach.
That is from the case file, yes.
As far as you know, did you go through this list and follow up on any of these individuals?
I did not.
Okay. Now, it's not like all of these individuals were just hunches, right?
I don't know what they are.
Like, for example, there's one case note in here about an individual named Author James who's on the list. Does that name sound familiar to you?
May I see the...
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Yes, sir. That appears to, I guess, be a tip.
And I think in here somewhere it states that. Just give me 1 second. It says that he shot the man at Sasser's. Isn't that what it says on here?
If that's the quote you're reading, yes.
And did you follow up on this tip at all?
I did not.
And there's another note in here about a Drew where it says Drew shot him. Do you know what I'm referring to?
No, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
Yes, that is what it says.
Did you follow up on who this Drew was?
I did not, but that also doesn't give any indication as to date of birth or sex, race, anything like that.
Well, on that initial list, there was a name of Andrew on there, was it not?
I'm not sure.
Andrew Henderson?
I don't know the names on the list.
Would you disagree with me if I told you that there was an Andrew Henderson on this list?
No, sir.
Yeah, and Drew is short for Andrew, right?
It could be.
Okay. But again, you didn't do any follow-up on it.
No, sir.
That's the end of the property.
Mr. Campbell, with regard to the proffer, do you have any examination for the witness?
Sure.
Oh. Choice.
No, I'm okay. Do you have any idea what Detective Patchen did on this?
Oh, as far as the list,
Yeah, do you know who wrote that list?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know if that related to this case alone?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you know who would have given these tips?
I would assume people from the community, but that would be an assumption.
Okay. So, as a detective, does your case file often have false leads that come up without any merit at all?
Correct.
Once again, do you use shorthand in your case file?
Yes, sir.
The things that he's been shown by defense counsel, are these actually often handwritten notes by someone? Do you recognize Don Patchen's handwriting?
No, sir. Most of the reports were typed, not handwritten. So Don was retired way before I became a detective or officer, so I never read any of his work.
Right. The list of the suspect list, is that handwritten or is that typed?
It's handwritten.
Okay. Do you have any idea who wrote that?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea who told him those names?
I do not.
Do you have any idea whether they were found to be credible or not?
No, sir.
Do you have any reliability at all on whether or not that aspect has anything behind it, any truth that is relevant to this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's very for the property, Your Honor. The state's position is that, once again, it's the only reason it's relevant is because they are introducing it to suggest that these are suspects. The case law is one, it's an out-of-court statement being introduced to the truth of the matter asserted that these were leads and things. Otherwise, it's totally irrelevant, and I would make a 404 objection that it's irrelevant. However, if we are introducing it, then it's hearsay and we cannot introduce it. The state would suggest that all we're doing here is trying to confuse, and not only that, under the clear link language, before we can say that the defense starts accusing these other people, they need to establish a clear link. What they want to do is come in here and say, hey, in the case file, here's 40 names that were in there without any foundation at all. And so we have to disprove that any of these people had anything, and that's not what the law requires, Your Honor. So the state's position is that it's fine if they want to cross-examine on specifically, did you follow up on every name that was in the case file? They can ask him that. But to start listing them and to put those papers before the jury in ways it's irrelevant or it's inadmissible hearsay.
Mr. Harper, very briefly, and then I'm going to word.
As to everyone's report on the first part, as to the specific names of those people, Your Honor, it's not going to the truth of the matter asserted again. It's not whether or not author James actually shot him. We're not trying to actually prove that. We don't care if that's actually what happened. The fact of the matter is it was in there and he didn't do any follow-up. At no point in this trial are we arguing that this individual committed this crime. We have no idea, and it's really irrelevant for purposes of what I'm trying to make and the point I'm trying to make. I'll leave it there, Your Honor.
As to the issue of lack of investigation, specifically contained within the investigative file, any tips, leads, or suspects that were not pursued, is proper to be placed before the jury. As far as the specific names and details, that is what is the hearsay that is lacking. indicia of reliability to be presented as evidence. As far as any redirect on why they were not pursued, that certainly can be pursued by the state, by the detective concerning his investigation. But the existence of the tips, the leads, or known suspects at the time, and what was done with them when the cold case was picked up, that can be inquired into. Specifics may not.
Fine.
As far as the proffer is concerned, again, the existence of these things in the file and what he did with them. As to specifics of names, what did the tip say? Why did you not do something with this? That is where we're getting into both the hearsay issue and also issues of clear link.
So starting out there, I just need some clarity because I'm going to start asking questions. At the author,
Was there a suspect list? Were there tips? Were there leads? Did you pursue these? The answer is the answer.
And Your Honor, again, we'd also just like to renew our motion to dismiss based off these same reasons. It seems like a lot of this has to do with not being able to get the people in here who wrote this particular list. We would argue that that is extremely prejudicial. I know the court has already ruled on the prejudice issue. We just want to renew that
The court's ruling remains the same as the prior order on the subject matter. We will resume in 5 minutes with the detective's testimony.
Your Honor. Yeah, and I hear your ruling. After this witness is when I was going to have my conversation with Ms. Hills Knight. Do you want me to do that now, or do you want me to continue?
Go ahead and do it now.
Okay, so it's probably going to take more than 5 minutes. That's the reason I got to go up. She's here. She's in my office. I just got to find out what she's going to say.
Make it 10.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. How long? Do you need anything?
I don't need no. Come on, go.
Everyone, we're in recess for the next 10 minutes. Please exit.
Yeah, it's a little heavy.
I tried to there to slow down a little bit for you.
2 times too fast.
I went down a few times during when I was arguing.
You need anything? Yeah, she do like scrub it. And then we're not no.
I thought we did.
Yeah.
That's why I get mushy. I get Do we need to get out of here?
No, we don't want to stay on you. Lawyers only. But everybody else had to go because I got to go.
I do too. My question is the next court. Is that door gonna be?
Yes, this is the only one.
Oh, I need to first.
Well, that way, that knock on it.
Okay.
And if you can let me.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Looks scary this way. I was bored. I'm not coughing.
Shit.
She's the engineer.
I was like, can't stay home. All right, see where we're right now.
He's not gonna tell me. He's not gonna.
He did, but I gave him a thumbs up, but I didn't know he was gonna take an extended break. I thought we were fixing to go right back into it. I thought we were going to.
Yeah, I had no.
I've got help. I don't. Fucker come in and sit down and the first thing he did was like.
Are you ready? Oh, yeah.
That's fan back here.
It's a big recording here. Kind of like a word I do. You get this. Now, them are fresh clothes. You never wore them.
You didn't want
Right?
to look today.
That's the way you get those.
No kidding.
Yep.
Is that for the?
Come on, man. I'm going Stevens.
Don't put her name on that.
I'll be right back.
Hey, you're good.
The lawyers was told to knock on the back door, so if they knock, let it in. I'll be right back.
Good, how are you?
Doing the best I can.
We're here.
Look at Sean, you're going here. Look at that. Mason Jones, right?
Oh.
Easy when you gotta shake it up. It's got a rich feel.
You all right? I'm feeling good?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm glad you're feeling good. You're not upset because, you know, it's bad when clients are upset during the middle of trial. Yeah. So what? I'm gonna ask him the same thing I just asked him. As long as it's out there, that's all that matters. You don't want to ask for the voice. You're just not gonna let us get into James or Drew.
Yeah. Yeah.
The names is he's not gonna stay sensitive. Totally. That's not the name. I was gonna ask you, Steve, the one that notes that said somebody, like the guy said, Arthur shot me. Why would you follow that? Why would you at least look at that? This is a homicide case, not a battery. Okay.
I ran violent rounds for young gentleman for years. I was in charge of that court case.
Good hard.
It's a nightmare.
I know. But it's. I better get him right. You never get him right. You're gonna do it.
It's not that, it's just so much has changed since then. It's just, it makes it.
People change. People naturally remember change. I mean, they just do. So all of ours do. Sure. Yes, you know, this trial, 10 years from now, I'm probably gonna get the detail if it didn't happen.
That plus case law. It's just everything has changed. When I came back, that's the first thing they asked me to do. They said, they want me to do this with this team. And I'm like, no, no.
You know, should be doing cold case investigations. Jacob.
Yeah, we thank you. Yeah. Think so, huh?
Great.
Jacob.
He bought guy. He's a.
Sit there.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is really good.
nice guy. Yeah, I don't know him.
Guy has no real investigative experience either. Just here's some people just get documented. Just
I always told my folks, I said, when you get to a point where you're feeling like you're at a stalemate, it's not. Hand it off, go around, table a stack, so their eyes.
just miss it.
Yeah.
You talk to him. And this is that's what you need. Just what's his drink?
I'm sure.
Saves us the help on.
I miss it and I don't.
What's up, sellers?
What's happening?
String cheese.
Your back, so I'm not watching this anymore.
No, I appreciate it. I had to. Thank you for it. I won't have him. He said it was fine. And then he needs you.
No, well, we did.
No, I know. I was just joking. I said, he says it's okay, and then he moves and makes you do it. So did he tell you what happened?
You know what?
Did he tell you what happened?
Yeah.
Do you remember when we did that trial with the 2 juries in one trial? Do you remember we got we were referring that there was something that was wrong with the meat bridge? It was broke, it was stinky, and all this kind of stuff. Then they took it. Remember they took away everything? They never told what happened. So they never replaced it. Oh, they
Myself. I wait till a month and a half.
see things were like we don't know that.
Because the guy came in and he started to look like because I have a hitch in my back. And he says, "Where's the margin here?" And you guys said, "I'm in the name." We moved him around. We had a clean level. We got used to saying,
No, babe, just so I had to do.
"Put somebody to do it wrong."
Yeah. No, he just came in. He said,
Somebody's knocking on the back door. Can they come in?
Yeah.
It's so sweet. No, Robin told her.
They don't have the secret lock.
No, it's okay. I'm talking.
Tell her a little texture needs in there.
Not gonna do too much on it. I paid the PowerPoint.
I think so.
Are you there?
Game on.
He doesn't even know.
Well,
So that's the only 2 things that I did not enter. These 2.
I have them as ID only. 4 and 5 are available.
That's why I just want to make sure that you and I are the same. The person.
Just, for the jury, if you're gonna open it, the only thing I can do is, we don't reclose it, so we're gonna have to definitely have Jason or someone come down from the office and reseal it.
Whatever you like.
Or you, as long as you don't
I
touch
don't have
it.
any crime sheet paper.
We don't.
I'm gonna try
just. Try not to do bets. We try to make sure that it's like just. Let's go. Yeah. Wrong, down to. Yeah. I try to make it as easy as possible.
You do a good job.
Oh, thank you. Make sure we're all on the same page and just run it easy. Oh my, I try that better. Yes. 4 and 5 are the only 2 that are not. 4 and 5 were just ID.
7 and 8 should not be in.
That is what you did. Hold on.
No, you have 4's in. 7 and 8 are.
Yeah, backwards.
That's what I'm.
Yeah, you're right. 7 and 8 are not, 4 and 5 are. I went backwards and back. My list is correct. Hold on.
Yeah.
My list is correct. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just like to mark them off. I don't really need to know.
No, it's okay. Oh, here. There you go.
One's there. This is there.
Yes, I got 1, 3, 2, 6, 4, and 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And no 7 and 8. Yeah, sorry. Mine lists the way you enter it.
Okay, it's all good. I just
That's
I
all
went
right.
through numeric.
All right, let's call this back in session.
What is on there?
Everyone can be seated. Ready to move on?
Ready, Arthur?
Please bring in the jurors.
Ready to close?
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. On this case file, there was a form that included a suspect list. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there are at least 35 names on this list. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as of July 25th, 2025, when we discussed this case, you not followed up on any of these names. Is that correct?
I did not.
Up to this date, you still haven't followed up on any of those names. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think there was another list in the case file. It was a yellow form and it had about 39 names on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's no indication of what these names mean, right? It's just a list of names.
Just a list of names.
And you didn't follow up on any of these names.
I did not.
You didn't try to look these individuals up.
No, sir.
You didn't try to call any of the family members, obviously.
No, sir.
Make an effort to call these people. The people on the list.
No, sir.
And the reason you didn't go through any of these names and call these people or follow up is because you'd already made the determination that James Dudley committed this crime. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
And Mr. Dudley's charged with first-degree murder in this case, right?
Yes, he is.
Faced a very long time in prison. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection, relevant. Sustained. There is not to be any further examination on the subject of the penalty.
You don't think with that in mind, you deserve just maybe looking up a few of those names on that list?
I did a thorough investigation.
And we talked a little bit about DNA testing, or I think the state did on their direct. Did you request anything to be DNA tested in this case?
There was no evidence to be DNA tested.
There were Mr. Moore's pants, though, correct?
His pants, yes.
Yes. And you know what touch DNA is?
I do.
The individual could touch his pants, and they could have touch DNA on the pants.
There was no indication that a suspect touched the pants. I can't just submit pants to FDLE and say, swab the entire pant, like leg or the waist. I have to give them a specific location on the pants for them to test. And I had no indication in the case file where that would have been on the pants.
Somebody in theory could have drugged him through the store to the cooler, correct?
I had no witness information that said that happened.
Is Veronica Hills Knight saying that he was shot at the cash register, right?
No, sir. That is not what she said.
She said she was at the cash register, and when she turned around, he was shot. Isn't that what she's going to say? Or isn't that what she told you?
No, sir, it's not.
But again, these pants, you did not request to send them out for DNA testing.
It wasn't prudent.
And there were certain latent prints taken in this case, right?
Yes.
And you'd indicated on direct that you took a bunch of prints from Mr. Dudley in this case. Is that correct?
We did.
And do you remember what date it was when you came in and took those prints?
Sometime, I think, in 2025.
It was September 2025, around that time, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was charged in this case in April or May 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
We waited, what, about a year and a half to get these prints from him?
It was suggested from the, I think, forensic tech that maybe if they had better prints, they may be able to move forward with further examination. But I did request originally during the original investigation that I did for the prints that we had to be compared to the prints that we had on file for Mr. Dudley.
And Mr. Andre Brown's another individual that came up in this case, right?
After the fact, yes.
You said after the fact?
Yes, sir. I was presented with his name by Mr. Campbell during sometime in 2025, I believe.
I think it was me, right, that brought his name up to you during a deposition in 2025?
It may have been.
And when did you decide to run the prints on Mr. Andre Brown?
About a month ago.
I think we just
Maybe December.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Maybe in December.
I think we got those back this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I know at some point, like we talked about, you essentially just talked to the same witnesses that were initially interviewed in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Veronica Hills Knight was one of those. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At any point during the conversation you had with her, did she talk to you, those initial conversations you had with her, did she talk to you about another suspect in this case?
She did not.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about lineups. I'm not going to talk to you specifically about this lineup, at least not now in my briefing. I know I've asked you this multiple times. Again, you were not alive when this happened, right?
I was not.
So the initial lineups were shown in this case. You weren't there for those lineups. Is that correct?
I was not.
And particularly for Veronica Hills Knight, there was no audio recording, video recording, or transcript of the exact point in time in which they made their photo lineup ID. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the officers in this case that committed the lineups, as far as you know, or that conducted the lineups, was Detective Patchen and Detective Ash. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, these two individuals are no longer with us, right? Well,
Correct. Detective Patchen is, but he can't testify.
so assuming that the girls don't remember the photo lineup identification, we really have no way of knowing how these lineups were conducted. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
It's quite possible that the law enforcement officers were suggestive in their photo lineup.
I wasn't there. I can't answer that.
Now, at some point, you learned how to conduct a proper photo lineup identification, right?
Yes, sir.
You've obviously received training on how to put together a photo lineup.
I have.
You learned all, I guess we'll say, for purposes of us, the do's and don'ts in putting together photo lineups.
Yes.
And you yourself have probably put together a significant amount of photo lineups.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, you just want to avoid suggestive lineup, right?
Correct.
One in which a witness is nudged or influenced to pick a particular person, right?
Yes.
Yes, a suggestive lineup can permanently taint an identification. Would you say that's true?
It could.
It could, in some cases, lead to the wrong person being identified.
It could.
As a general matter, right, you want to make sure that the person administering the lineup does not know who the suspect is.
In today's standards, yes.
That's today's standards.
Yes.
You'd say that's the correct standard, right?
That is currently the best practices, but not in 1976.
We determined that the best practices weren't 1976, so we got better, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so maybe what they were doing in the 1970s was just wrong, right?
Not necessarily. I wasn't in the 70s. I wasn't around. I can't testify to that.
Okay. And the reason we do this is to ensure that the witness is not influenced in any way by a biased police officer, right?
Correct.
If a police officer knows who the suspect is, he may intentionally or even inadvertently tip off who the suspect is when he's conducting the lineup, right?
It could be possible.
And you don't want any one person to stick out of that lineup, is that correct?
Correct.
All the individuals should look similar, right?
Yes, sir.
And if a witness provides a description of a suspect, all the individuals in that lineup should kind of match that description, right?
Yes, sir.
One way to create a suggestive lineup is to create a lineup where one person matches the description of the witness, right?
Yes, sir.
So, like, for example, she says, I see a guy with facial hair. And you make a photo lineup, and there's only one guy with facial hair, right? So that'd be a good example.
That would be problematic.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
At some point, you did speak to a Daryl Harris, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to go into you about all the content that was said, and we're allowed to do that. He did, in general, give you a narrative of what he saw after the Saxon shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think at one point, when you talked to him present day, he offered to pick out an individual of a photo lineup, right?
He did.
And you never actually conducted one with him.
I did not.
And the reason you didn't is because he didn't match the description that Veronica Hills gave.
Not necessarily, no. I didn't have a suspect that fit the description that he gave me, so I didn't have a photo lineup to give him. His description was vastly different than every other witness that I interviewed.
So it wouldn't have done any good for you just to maybe show him a lineup just to see who he picked out?
Possibly.
And he could have picked out somebody on the suspect list, right?
I didn't have any photos from that suspect list, no.
At the end of the day, you didn't ask him to do so because it wouldn't have fit the narrative that you created, right?
I didn't create a narrative, no.
Your Honor, we are finished with this witness. We'd ask that when this is done, that he stay for the subpoena.
Very well, redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I had to go through when we still got my laptop. The officers involved in this case, did we also go through all of them?
We didn't go through the officers, no.
Okay, all right. But did you go through that with part of your analysis?
I did.
Okay. All right, so defense counsel asked you a lot about Don Patchen. Right?
Yes, sir.
Once again, was he the lead detective?
He was.
Okay. Do you have any idea how long he worked on this case?
At least 2 to 3 years, and then it was passed on to other detectives once he got promoted.
Okay. But Mr. Patchen is now got dementia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's a K-9 officer on that. Remember that? There was K-9?
Yes, sir.
You remember his name?
Not off the top of my head, but I believe he's deceased.
Okay. So the K-9 that worked this case, he's passed on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We talked about the Leon County deputy,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ash.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? He's deceased, right?
Correct.
K-9 Pickle, sound right? Dwayne Pickle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he's dead, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who else? And I can log on to that computer again. Did your spreadsheet go through which officers still got?
I think so, yes.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Other involved people. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first officer on scene was who?
Gwen Carroll,
Okay, living or dead?
dead.
Okay. Next person.
Officer Oscar Brandon, he's
Right,
alive.
he's standing out in the hallway. He's going to testify in a few minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about the next one?
Dunn Patchen.
Okay. Once again, we've talked about lead detective Patrick. Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Tom Coe, and he's currently in the hallway.
too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who else?
Charlie Ash, and he's deceased. He was an investigator with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. Charlie Brooks, he's deceased. I believe he worked for TPD. And then the final person that we spoke with was attorney Anthony Bajowski. And at the time, he worked for the state attorney's office, and he's alive.
Okay. All right. So defense counsel has asked you a lot of questions about work that was done. All those deputies and officers, they did a lot of work, didn't they?
They did.
Okay. He's brought up some names of other suspects. The suspect list, I think is the term he used, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that all work by Patchen, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
And Ash and Brooks and the people who did it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once again, in 2022, you have no idea what came before you.
I do not.
Okay. But you went to the living eyewitness. Was there any indication that an officer was an eyewitness to this crime?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Okay. So the eyewitness in this case was who?
Miss Veronica Hills Knight.
And who did she identify as being the person who had the gun?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, this was inquired into on cross-examination.
And who did she identify as the person who was holding the gun?
Mr. Dudley.
Okay. All right. Now, the defense has asked you about photographic lineups. All right. What's the purpose of a photographic lineup?
To get a positive ID.
Okay. And when you do a lineup, do you just show them every picture that's on the internet?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have to have somebody in there as a potential person to have them compare?
Yes, sir.
And do we do this generally as a 6-pack? 5 people who were not involved and the one person who may have been involved?
Correct.
And is that what they did in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And now today, do you all use the David driver's license system?
Yes, sir.
Is that a computer system?
It is.
Okay. Did they have that in 1976?
They did not.
If a murder happens today in Tallahassee, does FDLE require a certain amount of information before they'll do DNA testing?
Correct.
Is there a huge backlog on DNA testing?
It takes approximately a year to get back DNA results.
Okay, and how many things can you test on a murder today?
5 items at a time.
Okay. In this case, did you have anything that you felt met the standards that they would even test it if you sent it?
I did not.
Would you love to have DNA if we could have had it?
Yes, sir.
Counsel asks about things we could have done. Was there, in today's gas stations, you often see video cameras, right?
Yes, sir.
Were there any video cameras in there?
No, sir.
Once again, if there was, would you have tried to get them?
Yes, sir.
Counsel suggests that you made up your decision on that you were going to arrest Mr. Dudley. Prior to going to see Veronica Gay Hills Knight, did you have any idea that you were going to discover new evidence through that conversation?
No, sir. No idea.
Okay. If she had said the same thing she said back in the day, would this case have gotten jacked on with the other 130?
I would have presented what I had, but no, sir, I probably wouldn't have.
Okay. Do you often run into dead ends, which is what makes them cold cases?
Yes, sir.
Prior to going to sitting her and her saying, here's what I really saw, did you have any reason, did you know him at all?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have any reason to, hey, I want to try to get Veronica Hills Knight to frame James Dudley?
No, sir.
Did you know Veronica Hills Knight before meeting her in this case?
I did not.
And in any way, did you threaten, encourage her, say, hey, there's money if you'll say something different?
No, sir.
When she met with you, what was her emotional state?
She was very emotional, and very free to talk to me. It took like a phone call or a text message, just to, say, hey, I need to talk to you about an old case. Are you free to meet up with me? She was more than willing. And, I asked a very simple open-ended question, and she kind of just started talking and told me what she wanted to tell me about the case.
In your conversation, did you lead her and say, isn't it James Dudley who did this, or do some type of leading question like what defense counsel did?
No, sir.
What did you ask her?
I asked her, basically, can you tell me what you remember about this case from the 70s and, the homicide that you potentially witnessed?
And did you immediately realize she was telling you things that she hadn't said back in the day?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further this time.
Detective, you may step down. You remain under subpoena. The parties will let you know if you are recalled.
Student call for Veronica Hills Knight. Thank you. Oh yeah, my computer.
Bill Knight, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can lower your hand. Please speak clearly into the microphone. You can adjust it if you need to.
Okay. Try to slide me up there closer again.
You tell me when you're out. That good? Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury? What's your name?
Veronica Knight.
Okay. And have you had other names over the years?
Yes.
What was your name when you were a little girl?
Veronica Hill.
Okay. And did you at some point get married?
Yes, I did. And it was Veronica Meeks.
Okay. All right. And did you get married again?
Yes, I did. And it was Veronica Harris.
Okay. All right. Were you ever Veronica Knight?
That's what I am now.
Okay. Was there a gay in there at some point?
That's my middle name, yes.
All right. Veronica Gay.
Mm-hmm.
Bill's Knight.
Yes.
All right. And so tonight, today you want to be called this night?
Yes.
How young are you?
I'm 63.
And where were you born?
Tallahassee, Florida.
Where did you grow up?
On Gibbs Drive.
Is that in Frenchtown?
It's close.
Okay. Where did you go to elementary school?
Rudica Elementary. Then half the year I went to Riley Elementary.
And where did you go to middle school?
Bellevue Middle School.
And where did you go to high school?
Godby High.
Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes, I do. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister is deceased.
Okay. Can you go through the names for me?
Russell Myrick. It's Willie James Sawyer. Leroy Hills. David Dewberry. And my sister is Hazel Hills.
All right. And where do you line up in the batting order as far as oldest to youngest?
The one before the youngest one, which would be David Dewberry. I'm 2 years older than he.
David.
Yes.
Okay. And who's the one older than you?
Reuben Hill.
Okay. Reuben Hills is older than you. How much older is he than you?
3 years.
Now you said when you were born you were living on Gibbs. At some point did you move to 1010 Basin?
Yes, I did. I was in the 3rd grade, half year of the 3rd grade.
Okay. And living on Basin Street, was that a housing development, like
Yeah.
apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Who all was living with you on Basin Street?
Leroy Hills, Reuben Hills, Hazel Hill, myself, and David Dewberry.
Okay. And Basin Street, was there a shop on Basin Street called Sasser's?
Yes, it was.
And did you like to go to Sasser's?
Yes, that was the closest store around that where I lived.
How far of a walk for you was it from your house to Sasser's?
I guess about 3 blocks.
And would you walk kind of towards Tennessee Street to get to Sasser's?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you a picture. Can I approach you on?
You may.
Can I get the paper?
It should be right there.
I don't know. Okay.
Are these items that were already admitted, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, sir. Put my hands on them. I may have moved them back over my table. I did it. I'm guilty. Apologize. Can you see that screen right there next to you?
Yeah, next to me, I see it.
Is that Sasser's?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
All right. How big a store was that?
It was a little small type store, like a one room in the area of the customers, and there was a freezer that was in there, but that was it as far as I know, because I've never been any further inside than where the customers come in at.
Okay. And the clerk at Sasser's, did you know him?
Yes, sir.
What was his name?
Mr. Moore.
And was he nice?
He was super nice. He was good to the neighborhood. He was like, people come there, little children and stuff, as well as myself. If you didn't have quite enough money, he would give you the money to pay for what you came to get. And he also would cook on like a grill, a hot plate for the children in the neighborhood that was hungry. And he would always do that, or even have taken some out to a restaurant.
All right. I'm going to show you, first to go ahead and show you a picture. What did you call him?
I called him Mr. Moore.
Okay. Did you ever hear people call him Mr. Dick?
Not me.
Okay. You were told to call him Mr. Moore.
Right.
Okay. We talked a little bit about the shop. This what it looked like in there?
Yes, sir. That looks like
candy. Did he have to actually turn around and grab it for you and hand it to you like Willie Wonka?
right.
Okay. Did you ever see his car out in front of there?
Well, he parked sort of on the side of the store.
Okay.
And yes, I've seen a truck.
Okay. And everybody knew what his vehicle was?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to December 29th, 1976. To 1976, you would have been 14, is that right?
Yes. Please.
And Mr. Campbell, please approach.
If any of if any of the testimony of this witness needs to be developed through leading questions, please lay the proper foundation for the code. Yes, sir.
You may continue.
All right. I know I asked you when you were born. How old were you in 1976?
14,
Okay. And what grade would that have put you in?
I think 9th grade, because I was at Garby High School.
Did your brothers ever play with a boy you now named James Dudley?
Well, it was basketball played in the neighborhood, or there was also some football games that the kids got is a big piece of the land that they had basketball court, and they would play at the little field and play football games.
Okay. Were there lots of kids that lived inside 10 Basin?
Yes.
And did the boys and girls play together?
Yeah, they played together.
Did you have a nickname back then?
Yes.
What was your nickname?
Cookie.
Cookie. Why were you called Cookie?
Well, my mom said she always used to have me on the front porch in my playpen, and people come by and put cookies in my playpen. And so my aunt asked, could she name me that? But it was really after a favorite friend that she had.
So, as a little girl growing up there, did you have a lot of girls and boys that you played with on the ball fields?
Yes, sir.
And did your big brothers play with boys there?
Yes.
Did that include Mr. Dudley?
Right.
Were you friends with Mr. Dudley?
No, I knew him because of my brothers and people in the neighborhood.
Now, going to December 29th, 1976, did you decide to go get some candy?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what time of day it was?
Probably around the lunchtime area, maybe anywhere from 12 to 1:30, or, basically that's the time it was.
Okay, so daylight.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did you walk down to Saks to get candy?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a job back then?
No.
Where would you get money to get candy?
My mom or my grandmother.
And do you remember what particular kind of candy you were getting that day?
Now and laters.
Now.
Yeah.
Is that your favorite?
Well, not favorite, but I ate that kind a lot, so
Okay.
that's what I had.
When you got to the store, can you tell the jury what you saw?
You said when I got to the store?
What you saw?
Okay. I walked in the front door of the store, and Mr. Moore was behind the counter. Behind Mr. Moore was Mr. Dudley. And we couldn't go behind the counter because you would have to go through this little entranceway, and you would then be behind there with Mr. Moore. So we reached over the counter to get what we wanted, and we tell him, and he would give it to us. And while he was standing there, Mr. Dudley was behind him at an angle, and Mr. Moore kept asking me, do you still want some other candy? Don't you want this? And I said, no, sir, I don't have enough money. I only have enough to buy this, which were now laters. And he was looking scary in his eyes. You can tell when somebody asks him for help, and he was mumbling. And most times I try to read lips because I do have a hearing issue. So I could see the gun in the butt of Mr. Sasser, which right on his side, that part of the view. And I could only see the butt part of the gun, but I saw him sticking him in his back, like, get rid of her, hurry up. And so he kept asking me, did I want some other candy? Don't you want this or don't you want that? I say, sir, I don't have enough money.
So, Ms. Hills Knight, please stop. When there's an objection, please stop talking, all right? Wait until the objection is ruled upon. The objection is sustained. You may lay a foundation, if there is one, Mr. Campbell, for this testimony.
Sure. You said Mr. Saxer, do you?
I mean Mr. Moore, because we call it Sasser Store.
Okay.
And we didn't always call it by name. We just said Mr. Sasser.
Now, you said when you saw Mr. Saxer, Mr. Moore, did he seem scared of you?
Yes.
And asking you, you said he's asking you about other stuff. Was he not really going into what he said?
Section leading.
Stay, Mr. Campbell, if need be, please lay the proper foundation.
Did Mr. Moore seem scared?
Yes, he seemed like he was, with a person's eyes, if you look at him enough, you could be trying to ask somebody to help you, you know. And so the appearance of his face that day in the eyes, I knew that he was saying help, because it's common when you see the butt of a gun, you know that's not a friendly gesture.
Did he normally try to sell you more than you had money for?
Yes, sir.
When he was asking you, do you want more, why do you think he was saying trying to keep you in the store?
Because
Speculation.
Sustained.
Did you want to buy him more candy?
No, I didn't.
Did he keep you in the store?
Yes.
How long were you in the store with him?
Maybe a good 20 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Was there anybody else in the store?
One other man.
Did you know who that was at the time?
No. I've seen him, but I didn't know him.
And where was he if Mr. Dudley and Mr. Moore were behind the counter? Where was this other man?
There's another entrance. Like if you were standing behind the counter, you could either, a little small area, you could have stood there, or if you would make like a left turn, there was a freezer. I don't know if he ever had bathrooms back there, because when I first just started talking, I said, I don't know what else was behind that space. So that's where the young man was standing.
Okay. I'm showing you, this is the candy in 2D, right? Once again, showing you 2C. All right, you see two men standing there talking about the register. Where were you? Can we see where you were in this picture?
I was right to the front part of the cabinet.
Okay, so like here? Or like here? Or can you not tell?
Is it, do you see I can't tell if that's the front door.
Do you have a pointer for her, Mr. Campbell?
Okay, I was right over the counter of the front entrance. If I was to walk in from the way to...
Hold on, ma'am. Mr. Campbell's going to give you a pointer in just a moment.
So this is a laser pointer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you can try to shoot it, I don't know if it's going to show up on that TV much.
See what it didn't work.
Your Honor, it's not. I can move my finger around where he wants, but the problem is I don't think that the laser is actually going to illuminate on the television screen, as you can see.
Right.
The jury can see the picture in front of her. Okay, can she indicate there, Your Honor? Okay.
Judges can reposition if they need to see.
All right. So this is the front. So when you walk through that door, can you kind of talk to us about what it looks like once you go through that door?
When I walk into inside the store, right beyond the door, there was a small little area where we would stand as customers. And you have to stay on that particular side of the counter as soon as you go through the door, it was more to your right where I was standing, the right of the counter.
Is this the counter with a register on it?
Yes.
Okay, so would you have been standing in front of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, if you're standing there, where are Dudley and Mr. Moore?
Mr. Dudley was behind the counter.
Okay.
And so you would have to go around the counter to be able to see anything other than where Mr. Moore was standing. You had to turn to the left after you get to the counter. You would have to, the cooler stood there directly in front of the register area.
Okay. All right. All right. And then, once again, this is that register. So when we were looking straight up, this is kind of looking to the side.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And then backing up. Is this the same register right here?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this would be kind of from the door. And to the left is where the cooler is?
Right.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank you. And once again, I'll show you one more. Kind of looking back, you turned around, the door, is that going back out of the store?
Yes.
So when you walk in to the left, it goes into the cooler, you go straight and you get that where the store was with the register.
Yes, sir.
All right, so Dudley's sitting there, you can see the butt of the gun. All right, what kind of gun? Was this a long gun, little gun?
It's a little one.
Did you know anything about guns?
No, sir.
How did it make you feel when you saw that gun?
Afraid because I watch movies on TV and seen guns. So I knew it was something that could hurt somebody because like I say, I don't watch pictures and see a gun in someone's hand, and I know that's not good. It shows that something is about to happen as far as if you think about it.
Now, you talked about the conversation between you and Mr. Moore. At some point, did you leave?
Yes, sir.
How did you leave?
I ran out of there, but the way I ran was right from the door of entrance when you walk in the store. And I turned around and walked out, but see, the whole time the setup was, I never went behind the counter, I'll put it that way. I never walked through there, but it was an angle that you could see from standing in the customer area, that you could see a freezer.
Okay. All right. And you said you were there, it seemed like 15 minutes?
Yeah, 15 or 20.
Okay. And did you just turn and walk, or how did it end where you were talking to him?
When I was talking to Mr. Moore,
Yes.
he was still trying to get me to get something else, but I didn't have any money. So in my mind, I can imagine something was not right because you wouldn't need a weapon. And that's when the guy that was standing there, whose name I didn't recognize at the time, he was right by the cooler, right in front of the door, leaning up against a wall. And he walked, and Mr. Dudley, Mr. Moore and Mr. Dudley went to the view to the left, which was the cooler. I saw nothing but like fear in Mr. Moore's eyes. So I turned around and I said, I better get out of here.
Hearsay.
Sustained as to the hearsay. Ma'am, please don't testify as to any out-of-court statements. Lay the proper foundation if need be, Mr. Campbell.
Okay. She said, I better get out of here. She's putting herself here.
Yeah, because
Sir, we don't need to go through this. Stop speaking. The ruling has been made.
Okay. What did you think when you saw them move towards the cooler?
they were feeling hurt him.
Okay. And what did you do because of that?
I first started walking toward the door of going out, the entrance. Then I heard a pop. a gunshot. It wasn't a pop. And when that happened, I started running out of the door. Wasn't very much space that I had to run because it was so compact. And I started running out, and I just ran fast as I could because I was trying to get home to my mom.
And did you pretty much run all the way home?
Yes, sir.
Later that day, did police come to your house?
Yes, they did.
And did you, you know how they came to find you? Do you know why they came to your house?
Because someone, I didn't see anybody when I came out and ran. But for some reason, they had to have seen, or somebody else had to see me running.
Did you call the police when you got home?
No, I didn't.
Did you tell your mama what you saw?
Yes.
Did you tell her all of it?
No, not at the time, because I was very shaky. And then before I got in there, like I said, it took me 10 to 20 minutes. And when I got inside my mom's house, the police was to our door so fast that I don't know who could have told them that they saw me.
Speculation.
Overruled. You may finish your answer to the question.
So you don't know how they came to find you?
No, sir.
Were you still scared when they got there?
Very much so.
Had you told your mama what you seen yet?
Yes.
Were any of your brothers or sisters there, or your sister there when you got home?
No. But I passed my brothers running to my house.
Did you stop and tell them what you had just seen?
No, sir.
You just ran by them?
Just ran, trying to get in so I didn't get caught, and something happened to me. That was a fear in my mind.
When you talked to the police that day, did you tell them everything you told us?
Yeah, I can't say everything, but I told them the questions they asked me, was I there when it happened?
Did you tell them about seeing the gun back then?
No.
Why not?
Because at the time, fear was in me so bad, and I hadn't quite focused to say it all. I was very scared, and I was young.
After that day, the next day, did you go to the police station? You remember going to the police station?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you ever remember some detectives showing you some books with pictures in them?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember picking out the people who were in the store?
I think I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, going to state 7. All right, get it back over here. John, you worked in pre-mark. Judge Defense Counsel of State 7. May I approach you? Your Honor.
May.
You told us that you knew Mr. Dudley from around the neighborhood from your brother, right?
Yes, sir.
And to show you the fact of it. Do you see these initials, VGAH?
Yes.
And who's that?
That's me.
That's you. That's where you signed it back in 1976.
Right.
Okay. And is that the picture that you picked out as the person you saw doing it?
Objection, Judge, if we could approach, please.
You may approach.
If any objections are being renewed, this is the proper time to do so. However, these have been ruled upon, and the state is in the process of trying to establish the foundation. What is it that we need to address?
Judge, it's exactly what you expressed. We just want to make sure that our objection was on the record and just wanted to review that. And that's it.
The objection is noted. It remains overruled. You may continue with the foundation.
You may continue.
Once again, we talked about your initials. Back then, when you were in 1976, VGH. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, once again, Veronica Gay Hills.
Yes, sir.
And is that the person, how he looked back then?
Yes.
Okay. You want to move public, I'm going to introduce lineup evidence this time?
Is there any objection that has not already been discussed?
Not that has not already been discussed.
State 7 is admitted at this time over objection. You may publish if you desire.
All right. So, are all these pictures, and actually, let me go ahead and look, it's not showing well on the projection. You put those projection. And look at. I'm not going to ask you to study them. I'm going to ask you some pretty quick questions. Are those all black men?
Yes.
Are they all young black men?
Yes.
When you picked out Mr. Dudley, was that because you recognized him both from the neighborhood?
Objection leading.
Please rephrase the question.
Why
Sustain.
did you pick out Mr. Dudley in that line?
Because he was I mean, I had seen him more than one time, like I said, in the neighborhood. And so this is the person that I saw.
Any question in your mind that he was the one holding the gun to
No.
Mr. Moore's side?
There's no question in my mind.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll take the pictures back now. Yeah, right.
You may.
Now, years went by and came to a couple of years ago, Detective Ray called you.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever told the police about the gun?
I don't know how much prior, but I do know once you all talked to me, I hadn't said it before. I told y'all that day when you came to my house, and you assured me that I would be okay. And then I said, let me go ahead and go and express that.
Are you scared?
Yeah,
Have you been scared your whole life?
pretty much. But I tried to let it go away, by trying to forget it.
Why did you decide to tell now what you didn't tell when you were a little girl?
because I knew by me telling it now, it would be evidence when you all say you need me for the trial. I wanted to make sure that I said everything that had happened that I saw.
We asked you a lot of questions, all the lawyers and the police officer, multiple times about what happened on that day.
Yes.
Does it get confusing?
About what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Not to the point of that I don't remember that day. But it was so much coming at me when y'all was questioning me. And it's what, over 50 years? And I'm sure it would be very hard to answer every question that I said that day, because that particular day, you got to remember my age. And that length of time, we all forget some things.
Regardless with things you've forgotten in the last 50 years, sitting here today, are you still sure that James Dudley was the one with that gun?
I'm positive.
What is the objection?
Holstering, Your Honor.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
I'm positive.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Objection, Judge, if we could approach, please.
Please approach.
This number of sidebars is really not needed. Are you making the same objection that has been made previously?
No, Your Honor, this is different. This is like a foundation. There hasn't been any questioning as to her knowledge by Mr. Dudley since 1976 or 1977. We've simply jumped, or the state has simply jumped from her discussion of him, seeing him playing around, and now the government is now jumping to, do you see him in the courtroom? There's nothing in between to lay the foundation that she could actually identify him. And
You certainly can attack on cross-examination on those grounds, but the witnesses testified to receiving Mr. Dudley on the day of the crime, that he was the person who committed the crime. She sees him today. What exactly are you arguing is lacking as the foundation?
so much time has passed, she hasn't seen him to know whether he looks the same or not.
All proper points for cross-examination.
Your Honor, the only thing I would note, if asked the question, you haven't seen him in 50 years, her truthful answer is going to be she saw him during the perpetuation. So that may bring up I'm warning you.
If the defense chooses to go down that path, that is up to them, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Lim, is there anything further you need to raise?
None at this time.
Very well.
Objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
Rock, do you see the man who was in there holding the gun?
Yes, sir.
Where's he seated?
Right over there with the white shirt and the suit.
Who saw the record reflect the witness identify the defendant?
Please clarify your remarks, ma'am. There are two men in white shirts and suits.
Who's the black man or the white man sitting at the table?
The black man.
Who saw the record reflect the witness identify the defendant?
The record will reflect.
All right. The other man that was in there, when you were a little girl, did you know his name?
Not positive to speak on.
All right. Since life has gone on, did you see him when you were at church one day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury where you saw the other man, how old you were, about that?
I saw him across the street from the church I attend, and I got a little afraid because I thought or knew as a child that time we all change our looks, but there's some things that don't change. You know, if it do, it's not far from the way you saw it. And so, yes, because a lot of guys stand across the street from the store, and you have to go through past them to go inside of the store. So I was born around the neighborhood, so I pretty much, played with kids that we would see people from time to time.
Okay. And how old were you when you were at church and saw him?
I was
Not exactly, but grown up?
59, 50, anywhere from 54 to about 59, 60.
Okay, that's when you were going. What church was it?
Yes,
What was the name of the church?
Anderson Chapel, AME.
Okay, and when you were going to Anderson Chapel, is that on Alabama Street?
Yes,
And was there a store where folks used to hang out in front of that?
yes, sir.
And Tonk Lamb, do you recognize that name?
Yes, I do.
All right. Was he the man that you saw in the store that day with Mr. Dudley?
Objection leading.
Sustain, please rephrase.
Sure. Was there another man in the store, Mr. Dudley, back in 1976?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you know his name back in 76?
No, not to be exact, but as time passed and I got older, knowing my brothers and them be around that store, and then when they saw him, I said, that's the guy that was in the store that day with Mr. Moore. And that's found out what his name was and everything.
Okay. So did somebody at church with you say that's Tonk Lamb?
Yeah, I mean, it was I at the store when somebody at church told me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were just looking across the street at the store and recognized it?
Yes, sir.
And now you've told me that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing further at this time, no?
Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, when we met previously, I addressed you as Miss Hills Knight, but today I'm hearing Miss Knight. Is that what you prefer?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I'll use that then today. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, so on direct examination, you testified that you were inside of the store when you saw the men that you claim were Mr. Dudley and Tonk Lamb.
Yes, I was inside.
Okay. You spoke to law enforcement officers the same day of the incident, right?
Yes,
Okay, so that's December 29th, 1976.
yes,
These officers came to your house and they interviewed you.
yes,
And during that interview, you expressed to them that you were about to enter the store when you observed an unknown black male talking on the telephone inside the store, right?
no. I didn't see anyone on the phone talking.
Okay, so your testimony today is also that you never saw anybody on the phone.
Not while I was in there.
Okay. All right. And so, again, you spoke to law enforcement officers when they came to you that same day, December 29th, 1976,
Yes,
at the house.
yes, at my mom's house.
Okay. And when you had this conversation with them, it was at that same time that you expressed to them that you saw an unknown black male speaking on the telephone.
I'm not sure. Because when they came to my mother's house, I was shook up bad. And my mother wouldn't let me answer a whole bunch of questions. Because she hadn't even had a moment to hear much from me when I ran back in the house. So I can't remember exact.
Now, your testimony today has been that you were alone when you were inside the store. Like you went by yourself from
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You wanted to get your candy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes? When you say mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Please answer all questions with a yes or no, ma'am.
Yes.
Just because we have Miss Lisa who needs to take everything down.
Okay.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you were by yourself when you went to Sasser's that day.
Yes.
Okay. You remember speaking to officers at the police station. The government was asking you about that.
At the police station,
Yes, ma'am.
the day it happened?
No, this is a different time now.
Oh, okay.
Talk to them.
Yes.
And that would have been January 7th, 1977.
I can't be exact of January, February, or what.
Okay. And when you spoke to them then, we're talking about Detectives Patchen and Ash, you expressed to them that you had been taking care of a baby that day.
No, I don't remember that because I was 12 or 14 and my mother would not allow me to be taking no babies. The care in my care.
Okay. So you're maintaining that you did not have a baby with you that day?
I did not have a baby.
Okay, even though this is what you were expressing to Detectives Patchen and Ash on January 7th, 1977.
I'm not aware of the date because I don't even remember a baby being with me.
But yet you told them that the baby that was with you was a year old.
The baby was a year old.
Yes.
There was no baby, first of all, that I had with me. And I truly don't remember a child or anything. Because you told me a child's name once before, and I never heard that kid's name in my life.
Oh, any name about the child was because we got it from you. You expressed before that the baby's mom was named Shantae. You remember that?
No, I told you when I was here last time. I don't know a Shantae.
All right, and so you're saying that you did not express to to Detectives Patchen and Ash that the baby's mom's name was Shantae?
I don't remember saying that, but I don't know a Shantae, so.
Okay, and this was during that same conversation on January 7th, 1977.
Yes, it's the same.
Okay, over at the police station.
Right, yes.
And at times, this baby, this 1-year-old whose mom is Shantae, she's playing by the freezer. That's what you told Detectives Patchen and Ash.
Sir, ma'am, no, I didn't.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you never said that?
I never said that. If I did back then I don't remember.
Okay. Well, that same conversation we've been talking about, January 7th, 1977, when you spoke to Detectives Patchen and Ash at the police station, you expressed to them that the baby was playing by the beer case.
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to improper impeachment.
Judge, if we could approach.
No need. Please lay the foundation as to the impeachment.
Judge, I have, if I could explain further.
Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take you to the jury room. Someone can assist Ms. Hill's Knight off the stand. Everyone can be seated. Ms. Hill's Knight, we're just going to take a brief break and then we'll continue with your examination.
You're not going to make, they're going to let you, you want your hat? Here.
Well, I didn't really hear you.
No, you can just carry it with you.
Yeah.
You all may argue your positions concerning this.
Your Honor, proper impeachment, witness, if they've made a prior inconsistent statement, they need to be confronted with that. On such and such a day, did you say this? And then if she acknowledges or refutes it, this witness has said, I don't remember. Repeatedly, if I said it, I don't remember it, I don't remember saying that. That does not allow her to just now read in and do the same thing over and over again. She has said that she doesn't remember it. She has to, if we're going to impeach her, you have to
to clarify what the statement, give her an opportunity to either adopt it or refute it, and then move to the next one. This witness, once she says, I don't remember, that's the end of the inquiry, Your Honor. Now, there's no reason for further to go through the entire statement line by line, which is what we're falling into.
Slim,
Yes, Judge, thank you. Judge, this was exactly one of the issues that we encountered during the perpetuation of testimony. The government has objected when she says, I don't remember, but because she doesn't remember making the impeaching statement doesn't prohibit us from then impeaching her with that inconsistent statement. I believe the government is
if all steps are followed, I agree with you.
yes, and I believe we did so. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I then confronted her with the date.
When did you orient the witness as to the date of the statement and give her an opportunity to review it, to either adopt it or refute it, or continue to say, I don't recall the statement?
Judge, I don't believe she has to actually review it. I'm happy to have her do that, but we did lay the foundation as to the dates that she had these two different conversations we talked about so far, and then also to who she spoke to, and then also the contents. And so we've laid that down, Judge, so that we can then introduce extrinsic evidence in our case in chief to impeach what she has said inconsistently on the stand. And I would cite for the court Florida Statute 90.614, along with Elmer v. State 114, Southern 3rd 198 is out of the 5th DCA from 2012, in which the defense was seeking to use a report from a law enforcement officer as extrinsic evidence to impeach the government witness who was saying that she or he didn't remember making the or the inconsistent statement.
Once the witness has refused to either adopt the prior statement or concede that it was made, it is available as extrinsic evidence. However, the Florida Supreme Court has laid out many times what the foundation is for doing so. The witness does need to be shown the statement again and given this opportunity. Beyond that, we do need to move forward as it relates to getting into these specific statements.
And Judge, if I may, because I want to make sure I'm clear, understanding you clearly. So if the court's ruling is that we need to show her these different statements, if she continues to say, I don't remember, our position maintains is that we should still be able to introduce that inconsistent statement. It doesn't matter that she doesn't remember making that inconsistent statement. Now, maybe when she sees it, she will remember. But if she continues to say, I don't remember, such as she did at the perpetuation, we should still be able to introduce that inconsistent statement from the past.
Concerning that, again, that is why the witness is given the opportunity to review the prior statement and either adopt it or, again, refuse to do so or recall or state that she does not remember. She has to be given the opportunity. Is everyone clear?
Yes, Joe.
Please bring in the witness. Check to see if the jurors are ready.
Your Honor, while we have a moment, the current statement, I think, was made to Ash and to Patchen. I'm going to object to something. I'm fine with this, but there's no other witness that can bring in this extrinsic evidence. And so otherwise it's going to be hearsay as when we come in. There's no one else can lay the foundation for the statement.
For admitting an item that relates to impeachment, Mr. Campbell, once the witness denies making the statement or cannot recall making the statement, at that point, it becomes admissible whether there is a witness to lay a foundation or not. This concerns Ms. Hills-Knight, her memory, and whether, again, she will admit to making these statements, deny the statements, or she may not recall the statements.
I don't know who would be able to lay the foundation for that statement being made, sir. Where this is coming from. If everybody says they don't remember it, how do we introduce that?
That is going to be the defense's issue to get through during any case and choose.
Thank you.
We'd like to renew a motion.
What is the motion?
What's the renew our motion to dismiss? I think we now have rise to the level of bad faith. It appears to me that the state is now trying to take advantage of what we cannot show. The state's trying to say we cannot bring in the extrinsic evidence because we don't have the necessary people here to lay the foundation. Our first argument that would be under the Chambers, Mississippi. We think we should be given some leeway, if you will, Your Honor, on some of these hearsay rules for that. I think getting in this transcript would probably, we'd argue, one, under Chambers, but two, if we can't lay the right foundation, we're not allowed to get into it. I think at that point, the state is starting to take advantage of what we can't get into because of the prejudice. And if they're going to take advantage of that prejudice, I think we've met the second prong of bad faith, Your Honor.
Court's ruling remains the same as previously on these matters. Please bring in the jurors, bring in the witness.
Judge, I have a notebook for Miss Knight. I could leave it up there, or we can wait till she's back and I get it to her. What's the court's preference?
You can show it to Mr. Campbell, but if this contains the statements that you are seeking to orient her to, so she can review them for purpose of impeachment, that would be best.
Well,
Mr. Campbell.
This is my copy.
No, that's going to be hers. I just wanted you to look at it to see if you have any questions about it. The court wanted you to.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me bring you all your stuff back now. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. We won't let that happen again.
Thank you.
Thanks. Stephen, does that very fast? I don't know if you have. I didn't introduce that all good. I mean, I'm very easy.
Okay.
They have two of you.
Two more in the bathroom.
Three.
Okay.
Three and four.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Ms. Knight, so I just want to make sure we are very clear, okay? So I'm going to start from the top. On your direct testimony, you testified that you had been inside of the store when you saw who you claim were Mr. Dudley and Mr. Tonk Lamb. That was your direct testimony
That I saw them?
when you were inside of the store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you spoke to law enforcement officers the same day as this incident when they came to your house, right?
Yes,
Okay. That we're talking about December 29th, 1976.
yes.
And these, one of those officers was Officer Thomas Coe, right?
I don't remember their names.
And when you spoke to them, you expressed to them that you had left the store, you were walking back to Sasser's, and you were about to enter the store when you observed an unknown black male talking on the telephone inside the store.
I didn't see anyone on the phone inside the store.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may. Please show Mr. Campbell what you're approaching with.
I did show him earlier, yes, Judge.
You may approach.
Thank you.
What did you say?
She'll ask you a question once she returns.
Ms. Knight, I've handed you a binder that contains 7 documents that include the 7 different times you've made statements about this case to either the government or at a deposition. Okay, so that's what's in front of you. And what we're talking about when you say that you were inside the store, we're talking about Officer Coe's January 4th, 1977 report, if you want to take a look at that. They are all tabbed and labeled for you. then once you're at that tab, page 2, lines 3 to 6.
Repeat the tab again.
It's the tab that's Officer Coe's January 4th, 1977 report. Should be the first one. And if you need me to come up there to help you, I'm glad to.
Okay.
You find it?
Yeah, you said January 4th.
That's the date of the report. Yes, ma'am. But as you review the report, you'll see that it discusses the date that he spoke to you, which was December 29th, 1976. And that's on page 2 of that report. Lines 3 to 6 is what we're talking about. Have you been able to review that, Miss Knight? Have you been able to review that?
Yes, I've seen some of it.
Okay. And do you see the part that I was calling your attention to, page 2, lines 3 to 6?
Line 2, yes.
Line 3.
3, yes.
Page 2 of that report?
I see.
Okay. And that's where it expresses that, or it states in that report that you expressed to them that you were about to enter the store when you observed an unknown black male talking on the telephone inside the store. End quote.
You can show me exactly where you're saying. I see page 2.
Okay. And then count down 3 lines.
And was the boy in the store? Is that what the one you're talking about?
You can clarify your question for the witness.
Okay. You could give me just a moment. Okay, so line 3, the beginning of that, the first full sentence there starts with Miss Hill. Do you see that there? Miss
No, I
Hill,
don't.
then left Sassers.
No, you gotta help me here. See,
Sure, Judge.
I'm not on the right
May?
page or something.
Please point out the lines that you're asking for her to read.
Okay, no, so that's why we talked about this first tab. See that's where the dates are. January 4th, 1977.
You said field.
What was it?
It's not January field.
No, January 4th.
Okay.
So these are the tabs that have the dates that we'll be talking about. So this is that January 4th report. And I'm sorry, my arms are in front of you, but if you turn that page, that will bring you to page 2 of the report. I'm glad to turn the pages for you. I just didn't want to continue to reach over here. Okay. Let me get back to them, okay?
All right.
Okay, Miss Knight, you are now on page 2 of the January 4th, 1977 report.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you could count down 3 lines, please. That's what we're talking about with this particular issue. The first full sentence begins with Miss Hill, then left Sassers.
You can read that to yourself, ma'am.
I see exactly what you're saying, but it says I walked,
You don't have to read it out loud. Just read it to yourself, and then she will ask you the next question.
okay.
And you can just look up when.
I don't remember doing that.
Okay. All right, so let's move on then. We'll speak to Officer Coe more about that later. Okay, so you've testified that you were alone that day when you went to the store.
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke to law enforcement officers other times in this case, so January 7th, 1977, you went and met with them at the Tallahassee Police Department station.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Well, earlier when we were first beginning, before the break, you were saying how you had gone there. But I can go ahead and direct your attention. So if you could turn to that second tab contains your conversation with Detectives Patchen and Ash on January 7th, 1977. And so my question to you is that your testimony on direct examination was that you were by yourself, but you spoke to these officers on January 7th, 1977. Isn't that right?
What's your question?
That you spoke to these officers on January 7th, 1977?
I don't remember speaking on it. My being able to determine the dates and to say this happened, I can't say that because I don't remember the date that this stuff happened and that I went to the police department and what time or what date. I don't know.
Okay. But you would agree with me that what you're looking at in front of you is a transcript that describes a conversation that took place on January 7th, 1977. Is that right?
I see this, but
Okay.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And your memory is your memory. So what I'm bringing up to you is on page 1, paragraphs 8 to 15 of the dialogue. Do not count that very first one. And I'm sorry I didn't have the paragraphs labeled for you. But in that, on that page, you expressed that you were taking care of a baby.
I truly don't remember that. And I'm not saying that what I'm saying is I don't remember taking care of baby, and I know I didn't carry a baby in that store.
Okay. But that is what you told them that day when you met with them. You told them you were taking care of a baby.
This is what it says, but I don't know anything about taking care of a baby.
Okay.
And I know my mother truly wasn't going to let me take someone else's kid walking anywhere at my young age, and this child is 1. I don't remember any of that.
Okay. Now, in the same conversation, so still looking at the same transcript, January 7th, 1977, in your conversation with Detectives Patchen and Ash, in that same section, you also told them that this baby was a year old.
No, sir. I mean, ma'am, the same thing you asked me before about the child and the age. I don't have a memory of any of that.
Okay. But that is what you have said, that is what you said to them that day when they interviewed you.
That is what they say I said.
Okay. And also in that same conversation of this January 7th, 1977 conversation with Detectives Patchen and Ash, you also expressed that the baby had been playing over by the beer case. So if you stay on that same page, count 3 paragraphs up from the bottom, and that's where you talk about that.
No, ma'am. I did not have a child with me.
Okay, that's your testimony today, right? And so that's
Yes.
that's why we're talking about your testimony from the past. Okay. And then you testified on direct that this was around like 1 o'clock, noon to 1 o'clock. Did I hear that correctly?
That I can remember.
Okay. And this baby, the baby's mother was Shantae.
I don't have a recollection of Shantae or a baby.
Okay. So still staying on that same page that you're looking at, the January 7th, 1977 transcript that captures the conversation between you and Detectives Patchen and Ash. There's a question where Detective Patchen asks you about whose baby it was, and you give a response. Do you see that?
Yeah. But that didn't happen.
Okay. You maintain your testimony today then, we're hearing you correctly, that you were alone when you went to the store that day. That's what you're saying today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as you looked into Sasser's, you saw somebody on the phone.
No.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you didn't see anybody on the telephone.
No, ma'am.
When you looked in. All right, so flipping to that first tab again, Detective Poe's January 4th, 1977 report. If you could turn to page 2, please. On lines 3 to 6. You stated to him that you were about to enter the store when you observed an unknown black male talking on the telephone inside of the store.
No.
No, as in you don't see that, or no, as in what?
That's not what happened.
Okay.
What happened is what I told earlier about when I walked in the store and I saw Mr. Moore standing there with Mr. Dudley behind him.
Okay.
That's it. I don't know anything about a phone call.
Okay. And your testimony today has been that the man you claim was Mr. Dudley was poking a gun into Mr. Moore's side?
Yes, side more to the back area.
Okay. And this is the first time, or let me rephrase that. You never mentioned anything about a gun until you met with Detective Ray in April of 2024. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. You never reported seeing any kind of gun when you looked into the store, correct?
No, I didn't, and I told you that.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Moore was on the opposite side of the counter from this man that you saw talking on the phone.
I didn't see a man talking on the phone.
Okay.
And I repeated it over and over to you, the same question. I'm not going to get confused as to what I saw that day.
Okay.
So you can repeat dates, but I'm going to keep on saying I don't remember.
Okay. Now, so your testimony is that you didn't see anybody on the phone. Mr. Moore was on the opposite side of the counter from the man on the phone.
Mr. Moore was on the opposite side of the court.
Of the counter.
Mr. Moore was standing back over the counter like a person stands at a little convenience store. Mr. Dudley was right in there with him, standing there. So they two was behind the counter together.
Okay. Going back to the gun just a bit, you testified on direct that you heard a pop as you were about to leave the store?
Yes.
Okay.
A gunshot.
Okay. And is it your testimony today that it was before you left the store or after?
For hearing the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
That's before I got out of the door.
Okay, so before you got out of the door, you hear a pop.
Yes, ma'am.
Saying? Okay. And the door didn't close all the way before you got out,
No,
before you heard the gunshot?
no, it did not.
You never told your older brothers that you heard this gunshot, right?
No, I didn't. I was running past them, and I didn't see them come home after that.
Okay. You ran past them, and they were on their way to the store?
Yes,
Okay. And you had just come from the store where you claim you saw a man holding a gun against Mr. Moore's side.
yes, I had just come out of the store from that, and I was running by.
And you didn't stop to warn your brothers that
No.
this was going on?
My brothers are way older than me at the time, and I figured they'll see. But I was trying to get back home out of fear.
These now and laters that you testified about on direct, you left them, you left that candy on the counter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were getting out of there so quickly?
Yeah, well, because I was just trying to get out of there so I don't get hurt.
All right, let's talk about this second man that the government brought up. So you testified earlier about like you knew him, but you just didn't know his name.
I did not know his name. I knew of him and saw them regularly because that's the area I always went.
Okay.
If I was going to the church or back at my house. And that's over in that particular area where everybody hangs that or out with their friends or what have you.
Okay.
And you're going to see them every time you pass there, if they're still there. So I don't have to know them personally as a friend, but I do have to know them in order to speak on what I saw.
Mm-hmm. Like know what they look like? Is that what you're saying?
From here, I can't remember what they looked like at that age when I was 14. It wasn't something, I mean, I see a lot of people, but you'll know some, and I'm going to always know what my brother and them, if they played with them or talked with them, you hear it. Just like I heard it, other people, that's how they meet them too.
And so you you've claimed now that the second man who was there he went by the name Tonk Lamb. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, because once, way after that, I heard it by being around the store or some of my neighbors or friends. Oh, if they speak because they know him.
Okay.
And I heard it throughout the time, so that's how I learned who he was.
Okay, you recognized who he was, is what you're saying today.
I recognized what now?
You recognized who he was?
Yeah, I mean, I put the name with the face at that time.
Okay.
Before I didn't remember his name, and what I can't say remember, I didn't know his name, but I saw him in that store that day.
Okay. So your testimony today is that you didn't know his name, but you recognized him from seeing him all around. Now, you spoke to Detectives Patchen and Ash on January 7th, 1977. Now we're going back to that second tab of that transcript if you want to turn there with me. If you'd like. Would you like to? To turn to that January 7th, 1977 transcript.
Okay, I'm on January 7th.
Okay. Thank you. So if you turn to page 3 and count down, it's about halfway, but the 10th and 11th lines, like paragraphs there in the dialogue. And so just this is during this conversation you had with Detective Patchen and Ash, lead Detective Patchen, on January 7th, 1977, and you told them
This is page 3.
Okay, page 3, and then if you want to count down to the 10th and 11th, it's about halfway down, maybe a little bit before halfway.
Okay, and I'm supposed to see which line.
Okay, so the question,
Please point it to her.
may I approach?
You may.
See, like where the middle binder ring is? The middle one? Are you okay if I reach over?
This middle.
Yes, okay, so where it says Patchen, right. On the binder, the binder ring,
Right here.
a little bit further down. Next one. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Okay,
Okay, who did you see in there?
Please read it to yourself, and then she'll ask you a question about it.
Inside of the store, I saw.
No. Read it to yourself,
Oh,
and then she'll ask you a question about it.
you can just look up this night when you have read it.
Page in line. I'm sorry. Page in line.
Yes, so we're on page 3, 10th and 11th paragraphs of the dialogue.
Okay.
okay, what's your question?
Okay, so we started out with this because you said that you recognized the second guy that you claimed was with Mr. Dudley. And so we are now looking at the transcript where you told Detectives Patchen and Ash that you didn't recognize the other man.
I didn't know the other man, but I realized later by hearing his name and people telling me that's who it is. And most times people will say, because of the kind of neighborhoods we lived in, they'll say, he's the one that was at the store that day. And say Tunk Lamb. That's how I know. I don't know him personally, didn't know him. I saw his face. And I saw his face many other times.
Okay. So after this happened, where you claim you saw Mr. Lamb was like out and about in church, and so that's how you knew who he was? It was at the store? Is that what?
No, we were just that area is a bad area. So it's not where you can go there and there's great conversations going on. You're going to hear all over when there's any kind of news, somebody going to say, you know, that's the dude that robbed Mr. Moore, or that dude named such and such. So it's always a bunch of talking and gossip.
Okay.
When I walked in the store that day, no, I didn't know him.
Okay.
I've seen him.
So you've seen him, you recognize him. But my question for you is that you stated that you did not recognize this man when you spoke to Detectives Patchen and Ash on January 7th, 1977 at the Tallahassee Police Department station.
I said I didn't know him because I didn't know him.
The exact word was that you didn't recognize him, right?
To put I can't say what I said that day word for word, but at the same time, I recognized him when I saw the name of the person. And we were standing there, people saying, oh, this was what happened down at the store. And that's Tunk Lamb. That's the way that I heard it. But knowing him and seeing him is two different things to me.
And you only claimed that the second man was Tunk Lamb in December of 2024, right?
I don't know when I said it. I just recognized who was in the store that day.
Okay.
And you could give me 10 dates. And I don't remember. As a child, I didn't keep that stuff on my mind because I was worrying about my safety. And I tried to take it out of my head. All those years, I just hoped that it was over. But I realized now when I talk to Mr. State Attorney here, when I talked to him and I told him what I knew, and that's it. But I didn't know anything about dates and stuff. I don't remember way back there.
And I hear you. You know, dates can be hard to remember. That's why we have these transcripts that capture the dates and what was spoken.
This transcript is the only thing with the transcript should be is what I said to them. They could have wrote it wrong.
Okay.
They could have been made a mistake, just like you trying to say I made one.
Well, so I want to direct your attention to, or ask you rather. So you had a deposition with the attorneys on this case in December of 2024.
I don't know, December the 24th or when, but yes, I had a conversation.
Okay. And it was at that deposition that you named this other man that you claim was Tom Lamb.
It's been many years since then, and I'm hearing, well, I hadn't paid any of that attention at the time. But when they came to my house, that was the first that I had heard of this again. And they asked me to testify. And that is what I talked to them about. What I said to them, I remembered the things that happened. I didn't go word for word or whatever, but my memory never goes away when it comes to me seeing a face. And if I don't know your name, but I've seen you over and over and over, by the time years pass by, somebody gonna be done told me the name by the end.
Okay. So your testimony today is that you did know who Mr. Dudley was when you saw the man that you claim was him in the store. You've also testified that you recognized the man that you learned was named Tom Lamb. So you recognize these two fellows that you claim are those men. But when you spoke to Detective Coe on December...
Objection, compound question. Sustained.
Let me ask it a little bit better. You spoke to Detective Coe on December 29th, 1976.
Ma'am, I don't remember.
Okay, and that's the first tab in the notebook that we've looked at before. And you spoke to him when he came to your house, and it's captured in the January 4th, 1977 report.
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's turn to it. If you could go to page 2 of that and look at that large paragraph there that's on the top of page 2.
If it's a significant amount of text, you might need to point it out to her directly.
Certainly, I can do that. Okay.
It started what point?
Let me approach.
You may approach.
Reach over a bit.
He said,
Are you okay if I reach over a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. So we need to go to this tab. And then, it'll be the second page. And then what I'm referring to is going to be this section here. But I direct your attention to this line. It begins with back to Sassers. And then the other line that says the black male. Can you mark it?
Please read that portion to yourself, ma'am.
Did you see this time? It's you do my count. This is the first line.
Can I get page in line?
Yeah.
And which document?
Page 2, January 4th, 1977.
Okay.
Lines 1 through 11. You want to narrower, it's line 5 and 8.
so it's actually asking me the same
Hold
thing.
on, ma'am. Read to yourself, please. Then she will ask you questions after you've read to yourself. You'll just look up when you finished reading them.
You ready? Okay. So, in your conversation with Detective Coe at your house, December 29th, 1976, you told them that there was an unknown black male that went into the store. And this was after you had observed an unknown black male speaking on the telephone.
I don't remember anyone on the telephone.
Okay. All right, so you testified today that you recognized both of these men, but in previous statements to law enforcement, as we looked at, you told them that both of these men were unknown to you. You also thought that these men were adults, they weren't your age, right?
I said they're not their age.
They were not your age.
Right.
And you testified that your age at the time was 14 years old?
Yes.
Okay. And what you stated before is that these two men were adults. They were older than you. They were not your age.
Well, ma'am, I might have get confused with them statements asked over and over about the age or when I thought they were older. People look older sometimes than they really are. And at that time, at the age I was, they looked much older than me at the time, because you can be confused. You can guess someone's age, or you can say they look old for their age, but if you don't know the exact age of that person, you really can't take that what you say is actually exact.
Okay. But you did think that they looked like adults to you.
Yes.
Okay. And they looked not to be your age.
Ma'am, however it was worded, the truth is the truth. I did not know their age, to be exact. And when you standing in a store with that type of action going on, you ain't gonna worry about age. You gonna try to get up out this store. So it don't matter if I look at them and say they was 50. I don't really know that they were 50. But to me, they looked of an age older than my age. Although I see me and Mr. Dudley is about around the same age. But back then, to me, he did not look as young as he was.
All right, so let's talk about the first man that you claimed was Mr. Dudley.
Mm-hmm.
You were looking inside the store. You never mentioned that this was Mr. Dudley to your older brother, Willie James Sawyer, did you?
No, I did not.
You never mentioned this to your older brother, Leroy Hill?
No, I did not.
Not to any of your brothers?
We don't discuss all those type things together.
Okay.
They knew that day something happened when they got back home.
And you never mentioned Mr. Dudley's name on December 30th, 1976.
To who?
To anybody.
Not necessarily did I mention the name, but I can't remember who it was. If my brother and me ever talked about it, I can't remember.
Okay.
But I do know we never discussed it since Mr. Jack came to my house. I have not discussed it with any of my family.
Now, the state was talking to you about these mug books that you looked through at the Tallahassee Police Department. So you looked through all these mug books and you didn't pick Mr. Dudley out, did you?
I don't remember looking at that at the police department.
Okay. So if you could please turn to the Detective Co's January 4th, 1977 report.
Please give the lines that you're referring to. If you need for her to read a particular part, please point it out to her.
And so the last page of that report tonight. We've already talked about how you met with them on, the date was December 30th of 1976. And you went to TPD, right? And were you able to find the page?
No, I don't see it. You said
It's that first tab. The very first.
the one that says code, 1477.
Almost 1/4/77.
Right.
Yes, so that's the
The
correct.
very first page.
The very last page. And that's where it's oh, I'm sorry, go there first, please.
It's hard for me turning these pages.
No, it's okay.
Okay, the last page.
Yes, and it's, there's not a lot of writing on this page, so if you look in the middle of the writing, where it begins with on 12-30-76.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay, it's reported that you looked at all these TPD mug books and you didn't pick anybody out.
I don't remember.
All right, and then on direct testimony, you were talking about the photo lineup that you looked through with the Tallahassee Police Department. On direct examination, when Mr. Campbell was questioning you, the different pictures.
Yes.
So that that pack of pictures was presented to you on January 6, 1977.
What about the pictures?
Well, I want to ask you that the date was January 6, 1977, when you met with them.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I know the dates can be tough, but it wasn't the same day as the incident, right? It wasn't in that conversation that you then were asked to pick someone out of a photo lineup.
I don't remember, ma'am.
Okay. So if you could turn to Detective Patchen's transcript, should be the third tab down. That's dated January 10th, 1977.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're on the first page, second paragraph.
1677.
Yes, ma'am, you see where it says that there on 1677?
Please read it to yourself and then look up. Please look up once you've finished reading.
Sir?
Said please look up at Miss Lim once you've finished reading.
I see this here and I read it, but trying to wonder what she want me to say about it.
She's going to ask you the next question.
Yes, ma'am. So this is really more like refreshing your memory as to the date. Because you've already testified that you did a photo lineup. So the date was January 6th, 1977. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll just look
The
at
dates.
that report, refresh your recollection.
I don't remember any of this, ma'am. Not for dates.
Okay. Then that's fine, but the photo lineup was not presented to you the same day that you first spoke to Detective Cole, right? It was later on.
I don't remember how late on, no, when it was. I know that I had to pick the picture out, but I don't know the extent of time that it took, whether it was 1 week after, 2 weeks after. I know this was talked about, and I knew I picked a picture out. I don't know when it was. Was it that day or 2 weeks later or what? I don't remember. So I can't answer you what you want me to answer you with. I can only say I don't remember because I don't.
And the when you do remember doing the photo lineup though, right? Because you were talking about that. Dates aside, you remember doing the photo lineup?
I did it somewhere from that time.
Okay. And this would have been with law enforcement officers.
Yes, it was by law enforcement.
And they were both men.
Do with law enforcement?
Yes.
I can't remember was a man or woman. I just know, cause see, after a while they left me alone with that.
Okay.
It just got out of my mind. It never left, but I didn't have people coming out different dates, all the, from then, now 50 years ago. I don't remember that stuff.
These officers that were men, they were adults, they would have been in their uniforms, is that right? They were wearing their Tallahassee Police Department uniforms?
Yes, ma'am.
And when they came to you on January 6th, they still hadn't solved the case.
They haven't solved it.
They had not solved the case.
No. I didn't hear no more about it till y'all came.
And so when they come to you on January 6th, they're turning to you for answers.
Mr. Jack Campbell?
No. Detectives Patchen and Ash.
I don't remember.
And it's on this day that you pick out Mr. Dudley from the photo lineup. It's this day that you name him.
I picked him out before, here.
Before January 6th?
This January 6th?
No, I'm talking about, I'm sorry, fair question. January 6th of 1977.
Oh, no, I don't remember. I do know that I didn't do much talking about it. It just pretty much just went quiet. If you're according to the law, for calling me for anything.
I want to ask you a question going back to the men that you saw in the store. One of them was actually in line buying something, right? That's been your testimony before?
I never said was the men buying anything or not.
Okay. You don't remember telling
I said I was in there to buy something.
Okay.
They couldn't have been in there to buy something because they was behind the counter. Standing there with the gun in Mr. Moore's back.
And we're talking about a really tight space, right? From what we've seen in the pictures.
Yes, it's no big place.
Okay. And then it's even smaller between the counter where the cash register is and the wall that's behind it. Fair to say?
Yeah. It wasn't large.
Okay. Now, talked about Mr. Honk Lamb, is the man that you claim was with Mr. Dudley, but you've actually had a different statement before where you have claimed that it was a Mr. Eddie Lee Davis who was actually with the man you claim was Mr. Dudley.
Because I didn't know his name at that time when it happened. And I heard about it years later.
And so you used the name Eddie Lee Davis then in your accusation.
I didn't say it to the police, I don't believe.
Okay, but you were saying that Eddie Lee Davis was the other man that was in there.
That's what I thought the name was.
Okay, at a different time.
Yes, a different time.
And talking about the brothers you saw on the street, remind us if you could which brothers it was that you ran by, that you say.
Willie James Sawyer and Leroy Hills.
Okay, so your testimony today is that it's Willie James Sawyer and Leroy Hills. But you testified at a deposition before on April 8th of 2025. And there's a tab for that as well in your notebooks.
Well, as far as the dates that I said those things, I can't tell you now because I don't remember.
Well, and that's fair. But so I'm using that to direct you to where to look that has captured that statement. So if you could look in your notebook, there's a tab for April 8th, 2025.
Okay, which number are we talking
Just wait
about?
1 minute, ma'am. She's about to ask you their next question.
You never saw David Dewberry, did you?
Did I see him out there?
Yeah, because you're telling us it was Willie James Sawyer and Leroy Hills.
Yeah, you said which of my brothers.
Yes, those are your brothers.
And David could have been passing at that time.
Okay.
I don't remember was he walking with them, but there was another guy like you have on here. He wasn't my brother.
Okay. So let me ask you about when you say that you were running down the street. Okay, so you were running down the street and you just ran straight home?
Yes.
And did you learn at some point that your older brother, Willie James, had called the police from the store?
Yes, he told me.
Before we continue with the cross-examination, members of the jury, we are going to take another break. We'll resume as quickly as possible. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. One moment. Everyone can be seated. I believe the witness was just expressing some discomfort while she was sitting here. If there is anything that can be done to assist her, Mr. Campbell, please do so.
Sure.
As to the length of time of the examination that remains, Ms. Lim, how much longer do you believe you will have?
I think at most just 2 sections, if anything, to have a few questions each.
That's not very responsive.
Less than 5 minutes. I think it depends on how long I may take to look at documents, but it's not many questions. Yeah.
Very well. Ma'am, they will take you out. You can move your legs if you need to.
You want to go there straight, like she said, it's going to be about 5 more minutes.
My legs, I don't have no walker.
You don't have a depth or everything.
I can't walk it out.
You want to stand up right there where you are, go to the bathroom, what can I do?
None of that.
It's almost over on second line. I'm sorry.
I'm just, this is getting too much. I told y'all last time, I'm asking the same thing. Drawing it out and all of my health problems, y'all don't know them and you don't realize. I mean, this just keep going on for nothing.
I'm sorry, thinking my house with you.
I might as well stay here, going somewhere it's not gonna help me.
Oh, yeah, that was your first. No,
All that as far as it can go here.
oh,
Okay.
I'm not.
What's that?
So I'm just not in my head.
Good evening, Foreman. Everyone can be seated. You may continue with your cross-examination.
Hello again, Mr. Hines. So earlier, you were talking about the brothers you saw on the street, and I want to make sure that we understand clearly because you testified that you could have seen David Dewberry, you could have not. Is that right?
I know I didn't.
You did not?
Did not.
Okay, you did not see.
Not at that particular time.
Okay, you did not see
Passing.
David Dewberry on the street that day. All right, and then another question for you about this baby. You spoke with Detective Ray in April of 2024, April 15th of 2024. It was when he came to visit you.
I don't remember the name of the person that came.
Okay, but there was a detective that came and visited you at the house.
Yes.
That was April 15th of 2024. And this baby that you've been testifying about today that you did not have with you, you and Detective Ray spoke about the baby when he met with you in April of 2024. And if you'd like, you can turn to a transcript of that conversation. That would be page 8 of the tab that's labeled 4/15/2024. And once you're there, I can help you out with where to look on the page if you'd like. Just let me know.
Excuse me.
Were you able to get to that page of the transcript, page 8 of the April 15th, 2024?
You said December?
No, April.
Oh, okay.
So it's one of those tabs on the side. Should be your formal tab down. And if you need me to help you, I'm glad to. Just let me know.
Yes, I need you.
Please approach. Campbell, do you need the line that is being referred to?
Yes, please. You've got witness two, interview 2024. Which paragraph, which sentence?
So it is 10th paragraph down. It begins with Detective Ray. For the next few paragraphs, are actually to the bottom of that page. And then Judge, if I could read approach.
You may.
So it's this one. Okay, so from channel to page 8. And start from right there down.
All right, may I approach? I'm just trying to find out where they're indicating.
That's fine.
I want to see what she's pointing at. I'm seeing something different.
Yeah, sure. You got time to read it?
Yes.
Oh, that.
Have that one can be.
No, I like it. Thank you.
And have you finished reviewing that portion?
Yeah.
You may ask your next question.
Judge. And so when you met with Detective Ray, he asked you, if you remember, telling the officers back in the 70s about babysitting a little girl that morning. And he asked you, do you remember that? Your question was,
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Well, continue on. He then goes on to ask you, where was she at this point? Was she in the store with you? And you respond, she was with my mama. And Detective Ray then follows up, oh, you had already dropped her off? And then you respond, I left her with my mom for me to go to the store. And then Detective Ray says, okay. And then you respond, and she was just a young little kid, so she didn't know anything, but my mom let me walk to the store. So that was April 15th, 2024. You respond to him about a baby. Your testimony today is that you knew nothing about a baby back then. Is that right?
Right, I did.
Okay. Now it was when we're talking about Eddie Lee Davis, it was recently that you told David Dewberry that the other man you saw was Eddie Lee Davis, right?
Yes, I did.
You told David Dewberry this
Yes.
recently?
You-
Okay.
On what date did you say I tell him? I told him.
You don't have, it was when you spoke to David Dewberry after this case reopened. And it's not in a transcript. This is conversations you've had with him.
Right, but I just don't. I don't know the exact date or when it supposed to be happened. And it was this one time, I think, because he told me that they called him up to court.
Okay. Okay. And then you were able to describe for law enforcement what the men you saw looked like when they first met with you that day of the incident, right? Going backwards a bit now to that that first day they spoke to you.
Right.
Okay.
But I don't know about a baby.
Well, so moving from the baby to when you were describing the men that you claimed that you saw, the first male was described as a black male. He was 5'9" to 5'10", 165 to 185 pounds, 17 to 20 years old, clean shaven, short hair, dark complexion, and wearing a dark jacket. This was the black male talking on the phone.
I don't remember no male talking on the phone in the store.
Okay.
I don't remember a phone call or anything that occurred when I was there.
Okay. And going back, you spoke to Detective Thomas Coe back on December 29th, 1976, when he came to your house. And this is going to be described in that January 4th, 1977 report. Looking at the second page, the bottom of it.
I don't remember.
Okay, well, you can turn to that if you'd like. The second page of that report.
Say that.
The second page of that report where you give that description.
The one, yes.
Okay. And so you see that there, how you describe the first man that you saw?
Still talking to Mr. Ray.
No, this is the first tab. So it's the January 4th, 1977 report. That contains the investigation done on December 29th, 1976.
You can point it out to her. That will probably assist her, Ms. Lynn.
I'm going to throw the
You may. Please provide the line that you're referring to if Mr. Campbell wishes to follow.
Council, this is page 2 of the January 4th, 1977 report, the second paragraph. There's only 2 paragraphs.
Of code?
For Coe's report, yes.
Yeah.
I don't remember saying or seeing no one with a phone call in there.
Okay. What about the description of what that first man looked like?
What it look like?
The first man? Can you describe? So if you look at that second paragraph, it's the smaller paragraph of the 2 on that page. That's where you described to Officer Coe what the first man looked like.
Yeah, I see it, what it says, but I don't remember.
Okay. Could you describe them today? Can you remember what they looked like back then?
That happened at the store?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I know that. But you saying a telephone, I don't remember the phone.
Okay.
But yes, I know it was Mr. Dudley. But any other men in that store, I didn't see any other ones except for Mr. Dudley and for the guy that was by the cooler.
Okay. And that description was, as we've gone over, short hair. The man had short hair.
Ma'am, I don't remember with his short, long feet or nothing. He had hair on his head, but I can't pick out the exact amount of hair. Because if I say a shortcut, the shortcut ain't gonna be what you call a shortcut.
Did you pick out, you picked out a man from the photo lineup, right?
Yes,
Okay. With short hair.
I can't remember. I know I picked someone out. As far as the time then and the time now, I can't think of what that was.
Okay.
I'm probably just tired.
Would you like to take a look at that picture?
Yes, you can bring the picture.
Okay. Okay, Judge, can I confirm?
You may.
Actually, we should go.
However you're going to show it to the witness, please do, Ms. Levin.
What about to the original way? If I could reapproach.
Please do.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Knight, does that person have short hair?
Yes, this is short hair.
Okay, and clean shaven? In other words, no facial hair?
No,
No, as in?
no facial hair.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're saying the same thing. Okay, and wearing a dark jacket?
Yes, a dark jacket.
Okay. All right, now, in your 40s, you're in your 60s now, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, in your 40s, you told your brother Leroy that you heard that it was Mr. Dudley that was at the store that day.
I don't know if I put it that word for word, saying I discussed it with him about he was at the store that day. I don't remember saying it. I know we discussed once about the incident, but as far as I know, I didn't say it like it says Mr. Dudley. They didn't say anything to me, nobody. I was in the store and saw Mr. Dudley, but I don't remember no one telling me, for me to speak it as they say it was Mr. Dudley. I know what I saw. But talking to somebody, I don't keep them dates and stuff on my mind. I keep on my mind what I see and know happen, but dates, I'm not going to agree because I don't know.
Okay, I want to ask you about something else, about seeing these men around. Seeing Mr. Dudley and Mr. Tonk Lamb around in the neighborhood. Would you see Mr. Dudley around the Basin Street apartments? 1010?
The area to me is not far from the Basin and Alabama Street. That's where the church was. So I know that he was in the area because I've seen him times before. And then I got the picture in my head, but I don't know whether that was 40 years old or what. I can't say it was then or I can't. I just know, like I said, about that store that day. Now, I blocked everything else out after that crime.
Okay.
I'm trying to feel like I would be afraid.
Okay, let me get through a few more questions because we're almost done, okay? You saw Mr. Dudley at the Basin Street apartments after the Sassers incident, correct?
After
You would
or
see him around
when I saw him around,
when you would see him around back in the 70s.
different times. I don't know if it was Basin or what.
Okay, but you saw him around after the Sassers incident.
Either between Alabama or Basin Street, one or the other.
Okay. And it has been your testimony. You testified at a deposition in December 18th, 2024.
Uh-huh.
And you were placed under oath.
Yes.
Okay. And to be under oath means you are to tell the truth and the whole truth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there is a question about seeing Mr. Dudley. and you stated, I can't tell you was it that particular apartment, but I know his sister and aunt was there at that apartment, and Dudley would come around because it's his family. Question, and was that before or after you saw this at Sasser's? And I'm sorry, for counsel, this is page 87, starting at line 17.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And continuing on, so line 21, and was that before or after you saw this at Sasser's? Answer, before or after what? Question, that he would come around Basin Street. Answer, it had to be after because I didn't, and then there's dash dash I, moving to page 88. Wasn't there that long, moving to line 1, but I would go to my mother's every day.
Question. This is if there is a particular portion that you need to direct your attention to, please do that. Beyond that, we're not reading transcripts out loud.
So we can judge. She was saying that she hadn't seen him around.
Direct her to the specific statement or portion. Beyond that, the reading is to cease.
Okay. So if you could turn to page 88 of your December 18th, 2024 transcript.
What was the question? Did I see him around?
See him at Basin Street after the Sasser's incident.
I guess it was. I don't know whether it was before or after. But I would see people, you could see people just come around for a moment.
Okay.
He didn't live there, but one of his family members used to be over there.
Okay. And so what I'm directing your attention to is that when you were under oath at a deposition in December of 2024, there was a question asked of you as to whether you had seen him around the Basin Street apartments after you saw him at Sasser's, and you responded that was after. It was after it.
Yeah, it would have to be after.
Okay, so you would see him around the apartment after Sasser's.
Yeah.
Okay.
When, I don't know whether it was
Judge, if I may have a moment.
a date or anything. I don't know.
Hold on, ma'am. You can stop speaking at this point.
Okay, when you, actually, Mr. Dudley. You had learned at some points that your one of your brothers had called the police, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have been in touch with the law enforcement as it pertains to this case.
Yes.
I have no other question. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
Are you tired?
Yeah, more than tired.
Do you regret telling Mark Ray what you saw?
No, I don't regret it. I just didn't expect I'll go through all of this, you know, and the challenges of dates and times. I don't remember a lot of things.
One moment, ma'am. Please stop talking. Please approach.
Okay.
Mr. Campbell, what is the relevance of this line of questioning?
It's relevant because there's no reason for this witness to lie. There's been an extensive amount where she constantly said, I don't know, I don't remember. The counsel is trying to suggest that she has some motive to fabricate and that she has perjured herself repeatedly when they identified the defendant. And my point is, this line of questioning shows there's absolutely no, to the contrary, she's gone through a rigorous repeated examinations for doing nothing more than telling her truth. And so the state's position is if they're going to suggest that she was fabricating, I should be able to ask questions on why there's absolutely no reason for this woman to come in here and tell anything but the truth.
As to that point, you may inquire of the witness as it relates to the cross-examination and specific matters that were inquired into. Beyond that, we do need to stay focused on what is relevant.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was Mr. Moore nice to you as a little girl?
Yes, he was, very.
Did you see someone put a gun to his side?
Yes, I did.
And is that man sitting in this courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Overruled. Ma'am, wait for the objection to be ruled upon before you speak.
Do you see the man who put the gun to his side in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you, once again, is he the same person you pointed out a few minutes ago?
yes.
When you were a little girl, were you scared to tell the truth about what you had seen?
No, I wasn't scared to tell the truth, but I was scared of thinking later some hurt pain could come to me.
Did you hold on and not tell the police about the gun for 48 years?
Yes, I did, because I was hoping it was over. I was going through changes from behind what I saw and what I knew happened after I left that store. So I didn't talk of it. It was a couple of men from Godby High School that watched me going back and forth to class for a while. And because of the fact that I was just so young and I tried to forget it, but the only reason I couldn't forget it is because that man didn't do anything to cause that. He was a great
Ma'am,
man.
again, when there's an objection, you have to stop talking.
Oh,
Please
okay.
listen carefully. Mr. Campbell, you may continue to examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said that you used to have boys who actually keep an eye on you when you were at Godby?
Yes,
Why did you feel that was necessary?
because I was afraid from that time.
Sustained. You, ma'am, do not answer the question. Members of the jury are to disregard the answer.
Has anybody promised you anything good to come and tell the truth today?
No one promised me anything, but they promised it wouldn't take so long.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
You may step down. Does either party wish to recall the witness at any point?
No, Your Honor, she is free to go. Have a business.
Have a good day, ma'am.
You too, sir.
Members of the jury, we are going to take our lunch break at this point. I will instruct you once again not to discuss the case with each other or any other person. There is a cafe on the second floor of the courthouse if you wish to eat your lunch there. There are also some other delis and businesses in close walking distance. Again, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else or use your devices in an inappropriate way. If you would like to eat lunch together, you can. The only subject that cannot be discussed is the trial. We will resume at 2:45. Enjoy your break. Please report downstairs. Same area. Go ahead.
You gonna take your trip down?
Report at 2:45. Yeah.
I've heard these for years. Yeah, I got it. You get it.
You're welcome to sit up. Please report back at 2:30. We'll await the jurors and get started at that point.
We can, yeah. Judge, I'm gonna go drop in, you know, lift it down again.
Okay.
How you feeling? How you feeling?
Better run away while you can.
Wasn't it just, oh, those were fine.
Alright, let's go. Here, you can go over. Let's get it. You want that in there? Yeah, like that. Go do one. I'll bring it up here. Or what's my idea? I can have you want to have you all do. Together for me and yes. I use two. It's okay. That's what I'm English picture. Anything that you think that you need. I'm bringing it serious. I want to take it down. Good.
We got Stephen Everett presenting. You can be seated.
I believe we have one juror that we're still waiting on, and then we'll get started at that point. Campbell, the number of witnesses you have left this afternoon, how many are those?
I planned on resting today. I'm going to go until they're all here. So I'm going to go until somebody stops them. I think you're most you're the most likely person to stop me.
Well,
Okay.
My first witness is going to be Dr. Coyne. I'm taking him out just because he needs to get back to the office. Do you want me to bring him in the room?
That's fun.
Yes.
You're not really gonna be able to do anything every week.
You can take a seat for right now. I'll swear you in when the jurors come into the room. Go ahead.
Everybody's.
You can bring them in.
And Your Honor, my understanding, I have everything introduced into evidence other than states 8. I may withdraw 8. It's a lineup that was never identified for any persons. So I may not ever, but my understanding, according to the clerk and I both have that when I get the second.
Right. They'll announce them in a moment. You can be seated. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may lower your hand. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Good afternoon. Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please, sir?
Sure, how are you? My name is Dr. Thomas Coyne. I'm the current Chief Medical Examiner for this area, District 2.
Can you give us a little bit of your professional and educational background that allows you to do that?
Sure. I completed my medical school training at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School, which is also Rutgers University. At that same time, I also completed a PhD in toxicology. I then went on to complete residency training in general pathology at the Hospital for the University of Pennsylvania. At that same institution, I completed fellowship training or subspecialty training in neuropathology. And then I went on to complete forensic pathology training at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. And so right now I'm board certified in general pathology or anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
Yes. And what does a forensic pathologist do?
Sure. So pathologist or pathology is the area of medicine we more or less work behind the scenes working with physicians, and we study not necessarily the patient per se, but tissues, and we use techniques like the autopsy to identify disease, working with physicians hopefully to try to identify the underlying cause of that particular disease so physicians can render treatment. Forensic pathologists use all of those skills. We use our autopsy technique to examine the body as well as the microscope to look deeper in tissues. But forensics have additional training in understanding mechanisms of injury, how injuries occur. That could be blunt trauma like car accidents or being hit with an object, or knife wounds or gun wounds. And we also learn about environmental injuries like fire, chemical injuries, a little bit of toxicology. And we take all of that together, and our role is really trying to identify the cause of death and manner of death in persons who die suddenly or unexpectedly or by violent means.
How does that relate to the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Sure. So in Florida, we are a medical examiner state. We're broken down into 25 districts. Our district is District 2. And our job is to identify, I said, the cause and manner of death in persons in that area who live within the area who die suddenly or unexpectedly. And so that includes persons who die of natural disease, but maybe hadn't seen a doctor or died very young unexpectedly. Those who die by violent means, for instance, homicides, even suicides, traffic accidents, as well as toxicology deaths.
And have you worked as an associate medical examiner and a medical examiner in the state of Florida?
Yes, I have. So I training 2014, I was an associate in Miami, and then I went on to Fort Myers, where I worked at District 21 as both an associate and deputy chief. And then I moved to Gainesville, District 8, where I was a chief from 2022 through 2024. And then finally moved over here in 2024, where I've been the chief since May of 2024.
And statutorily, what's your job as the medical examiner?
Sure. So as the chief medical examiner, I'm in charge of all other medical examiners and staff who work underneath me, which include my forensic death investigators as well as my morgue technicians. And we work together at our office in conjunction with law enforcement and other medical personnel at the hospital and other outside physicians to, again, try to figure out why my patients have died.
Okay. Do you commonly get called to give opinions concerning your findings as a both forensic pathologist and an associate medical examiner or medical examiner?
Yes, quite regularly.
Okay. And have you been allowed to give opinion testimony in courts in the past?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Well over 100 now, in my 12 years.
Okay. I would tender the witness at this time.
Does the defense wish to video the witness?
No, Judge, no question.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion?
Not to this, let me take that out.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the areas of medicine and forensic pathology. You may continue.
Okay, doctor. Are techniques used by forensic pathologists when you're doing an autopsy that will allow a subsequent qualified forensic pathologist to also render an opinion?
Yes, it's quite common actually in all areas of medicine. Whether you're a cardiologist or an orthopedic surgeon or a pathologist, we all practice according to a set of standards, both set forth by our states that we're licensed in, by the American Board of Medicine, as well as our individual specialties, and that determines how we go about examining a patient, how we generate our diagnoses and our treatment, and of course how we write our records. It allows other physicians to pick up and follow care of a patient if they move or if they change physicians. And the same thing with forensic pathology. We all follow or adhere to a set standard of how we go about our procedures.
Okay. And was one of your predecessors in the 1970s, Dr. Ketchum, who was the medical examiner here in Leon County?
Yes, he was.
Has he now passed on, and you have obviously
Yes.
the medical examiner?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you inherit his cases even though he passed on?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a file concerning a particular criminal case that you're here to testify today with Mr. Moore?
Yes, it was our case number 76P540.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked and showing defense counsel and Henry Devins states composite 6A through E. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, these are the photographs from that particular file, and these would have been photographs taken of the decedent at the time of the autopsy.
Yes, sir. And based on your review of both those photographs and the file for Dr. Ketchum's autopsy, have you come to an opinion concerning what happened to Mr. Moore in this case and what caused his demise?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury?
Sure. Based upon the autopsy findings, Mr. Moore died of a gunshot wound to the head. That gunshot wound, or the bullet in particular, entered the back of the left side of the head, just behind the left ear, and it traveled forward and to the right through the brain, and it was recovered from within the brain in the right frontal lobe.
From that approach,
You may.
maybe published at this time.
You may.
Is one of the shots that we start with, Doctor, will be commonly called an identification.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Can you tell the jury what an identification shot purpose is?
Sure. So during the procedure of the autopsy, a photograph will be taken of the face of the decedent, and that allows us to use that as an identification photograph as necessary, especially if a person comes in or arrives to the office without having prior been identified.
Okay. All right. So this would have been his face as began at the autopsy.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And do you see anything as far as his injuries concerning this that is revealing at all to you as a forensic pathologist?
Yes, so you can see that he has bruising around the eye, and that's not uncommon in gunshot wounds to the head or trauma to the head, because you have fracturing of the skull, especially the base of the skull, and that allows bleeding that occurs within the skull to track along the optic nerves into the tissues of our eye. And so it's not uncommon when you have head trauma, we call that raccoon eyes.
Now, next to 6B, is this just an overall shot of how he would appear at the beginning of the autopsy?
Yes.
And once again, were there any other significant injuries noted or any other disease or process that led to his death other than the gunshot?
No, there was not.
All right. Next, going to 6C. If I should put it position it this way, what are we looking at here, sir?
So that's a photograph of the back of the head.
Okay.
The injury would have been the left side of what's called the occipital scalp, or the back of our scalp behind our left ear. And to me, just if I would talk about pertinent negatives here, a gunshot wound that would have been, let's say, perhaps maybe a contact wound or something that, a person may have done themselves, you would see more significant tearing due to the pressing of the gun against the scalp. And I do not see that here.
Okay. So this is consistent with not, do we sometimes see gunshot wounds like in a suicide where somebody literally puts the muzzle to their head?
Yes. And in that case, what happens is a bullet exits the gun, with it comes gas and soot, and with the gun being pressed against the skin, that goes under the skin, spreading outward, tearing the skin, and it tends to create a much larger wound than you would if the bullet was, let's say, from a distance.
Okay. All right. So here, are you able to determine what kind of distance other than it not being contact?
Exactly, not being in contact, I can say. Yeah.
So it could have been from 1 inch to 1 mile. You can't say.
I don't have either from beyond 3 feet, because I don't also see powder or large amounts of powder on the back of the head either. So,
So 3 foot or more.
yeah, that's my
Okay.
opinion.
It's going 6D. What is happening here?
So this is now after, it's hard to really see the details in here, but just from looking at the actual photograph itself, it would have been, so here's the top of the photo, is the skull. And you can see on the left-hand side, the scalp has been reflected, and the scalpel is pointing to the area where the bullet, would have entered. And all of that dark red is just the hemorrhage on the scalp tissues and then the tissues of the skull.
And finally, 6E.
Now, this is after the skull has been removed and the dura, which is the fibrous covering around the brain, has been reflected, showing the basic pathway of the bullet as it goes through the brain. It's hard to really see there because of the detail, but
Holding the shot with your experience, this is consistent with the damages inside once the skull is removed.
correct.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what was the cause of the death of Richard Moore?
It was gunshot wound to the head,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross examination.
No questions, thank you.
Doctor, you may step down. You are released. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Please call the next witness.
Sure. Still call David Dewberry.
You have a seat right there, sir.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated.
Thank you.
You may examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please, sir?
Yes, my name is David Kelvin Dewberry,
All right, Mr. Dewberry. And where are you from?
Tallahassee, Florida.
Did you grow up here?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you have some brothers and sisters?
Yes, I do. I have 4 other brothers and 2 sisters.
Can you go through the names for me?
Yes, I'm David. I'm the youngest. Then there's Veronica Hill. Then there's Hazel Montgomery. She's passed. Then there's Larry Hills, Leroy Hills, Willie James Sawyer, and Russell Meyer.
All right, sir. And is there a pretty good spread in the years between you, the baby, and the oldest?
Yes.
How much older is your biggest brother from you?
I'm 61, and I think he's 77, something in that area.
So 15, 16 years between
Yes,
y'all.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. All right, sir. I won't tell them you don't remember their birthdays. It's okay.
Okay.
Did you grow up and go to school here in Leon County?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you, at some point, were you living at 1010 Basin?
Yes, I was.
And your sister, Veronica Hills, sometimes go by Cookie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember a day that she came running back to the house from Sasser's Beer Hall?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever been to Sasser's?
Countless times.
Okay. Why did you like going to this Sasser's?
One, it was convenient. And back in the day, I do believe I loved Chico sticks. So I would always go to the store and buy me some Chico sticks.
Okay. And was there a particular clerk, Mr. Dick, Mr. Moore, Richard Moore, who worked there?
Yes, very familiar with him.
Okay. Did you know his car?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did he always drive the same car? And
pretty consistent part of the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Now, was he a white man or a black man?
White man.
Okay. Was the neighborhood in Frenchtown primarily African American?
Primarily, yes.
Regardless, was he pretty well liked by you and the rest of the kids in the neighborhood?
He was loved by everybody.
What kind of nice stuff would he do?
You could always come up short. Mr. Moore will go in his pocket and give you a nickel or a dime or whatever it is that you needed in order to make that purchase successful. So
now, going to shortly after Christmas in 1976, were you living in 1010 at that point?
yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember walking with some of your brothers or walking towards a savage?
I remember me walking towards the store.
Okay.
Yes, I didn't see my brothers that day.
Okay. What's the first thing that you remember concerning your sister Veronica, seeing her walking on Basin?
Okay, I'm going towards the store, which is towards Tennessee Street on Basin, and she was coming back from the store, going up Basin towards Alabama Street.
Okay. Would that have her running towards your house?
Yes.
Okay. And was your mama back at your house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stop and ask her why she was running?
No, it didn't have time.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Something was wrong that day. I don't know what it was, but found out later what it was. But she was in a hurry, and she looked shook.
Okay. About that time, did you see Mr. Moore's car?
Shortly thereafter, yes. When I got closer to the store, yes.
Right. And where was his car going?
Back up Basin Street towards Alabama.
Okay. So once again, the same direction that Veronica had been around.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you see who was driving?
Yes.
Who was driving?
James Dudley.
Okay. And did you see if there was anybody else in the car?
Eddie Davis.
Okay. Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Do you remember which one was driving?
I do believe it was James Dudley.
Okay. And how did you know Mr. Dudley?
I know Mr. Dudley from over in the Holton Street area. I know him I've seen him in the Basin Street area before.
Was he about your age?
Yeah, I think he's older than I am.
Okay.
And
was he about your brother's ages?
Yes, I do believe he's around the age of a couple of my brothers.
Okay. In the area of, like you said, Holton and Basin, was it common for y'all to play sports, basketball, football, with other friends y'all's ages?
Yes.
Okay.
Very common.
Okay. And as such, do you kind of get to know the folks in the neighborhood?
Yes. The strange thing about a lot of people don't know this, but I have family in Holton Street too. My father's name is Tom Dewberry. As a matter of fact, he lived in Holton Street projects. So I had friends on both sides of the town.
Okay. So you had Basin Street, you had Holton Street, and you had Ken on both sides.
Yes.
And so you had seen and talked to Mr. Dudley before?
I had seen and I knew who he was. I'm pretty sure I've talked to him before.
Okay.
Not an extensive conversation, but I know who he was, and I think he knew who I was.
Okay. And you see him driving Mr. Moore's car?
Yes.
Okay. Was that unusual?
Yes.
Had you ever seen anybody but Mr. Moore driving Mr. Moore's car?
No, sir.
Okay. Where did you do next?
Shortly after I saw them, that area is not constructed the way it was now, the way it was back then.
Okay.
So you have the laundromat on the left. The store is next to the laundromat. Okay. Then across the street from that, you have a record shop back in the day. Just before you got to that record shop, there was a path that we would always take to take a shortcut down to, I think it was a Shell station at the time. Not Hess, but the one before you get to Hess. And you come out right there behind where I do believe Domino's is today. Oh, correct.
So there's just a path, and that would be on the west side of Basin Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that path would kind of spit you out on Thomasville by that gas station you're talking about?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, when you come out of that path, when that path ends, the property to the Domino's starts, you walk across the back of that parking lot, and the first thing you hit was El Rancho, and you cross El Rancho, and the gas station was right there.
Okay, so where were you? Were you still on Basin when you saw the car, or were you already on the path?
No, I saw it on Basin.
Okay, so where did you go after you saw him?
I veered off through that pass.
Okay, and did you go to the gas station?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever find out that something bad had happened at Sasser?
Eventually, yes.
But not, did you go there where the police were there?
No.
Okay. So you didn't know about what was happening back then?
No.
Do you remember the police coming to your house and talking to your sister?
I knew the police was at my house. However, I didn't go home when I saw the police cars. And I wasn't a good little boy back in the day. However, if you remember when I just spoke to you and I told you that when you cross Domino's property, the next step, when you step off the curve, you're on El Rancho. Okay, back during that time, if you're going down Tennessee Street and you make a right on El Rancho, you could actually drive all the way around the neighborhood, on El Rancho and come back out to the same streets. When I left the store that day, I took the El Rancho route. Okay. And yes, there was duplexes and houses all the way around that loop. And I would always take El Rancho and jump the fence, behind building E. That was a shortcut for me.
And just to be clear, I know you were talking about walking. You were walking that day, right?
Of course.
Yeah, just want to make sure you weren't on a bicycle or in a car.
No, sir, I was walking.
Okay. And so while you went up Basin and took the path, you took a different way home. You didn't turn around 180. You went and followed Rancho back.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, I understand you knew that the police were there, but you didn't really want to talk to the police. Is that fair to say?
No, I think during that time, Mom was doing everything she could to protect her baby. So when I came across that fence, this building D where we lived, and this is going towards Tennessee Street on Basin. We lived in building D upstairs in apartment 215. There was building E,
yes,
okay, and behind building E, there was a fence. So when you coming around El Rancho, you got to jump the fence. And that's what I did. And I jumped the fence.
Right. And when did you realize there was police at your house?
When I walked in between building E and building F. And I saw police cars and I veered off to the left.
Did you know why they were there?
No, sir.
Were you worried that they might be there to talk about one of your transgressions?
No, sir.
Okay. Did your sister ever tell you what had happened at Sasser?
Yes. And she gave it like bears drop it in the woods, live it at a time. And keep in mind, I'm the youngest of 6 kids. And my mother was very protective of me. So I started hearing pieces of this and pieces of this and then pieces of that. And eventually, I do believe it was my older brother Sawyer who told me exactly what happened that day.
Okay. And did you ever go to the police and say, hey, I heard what happened. My sister was a witness?
No. No.
Fast forward till now, 2024, 2025. Did you find out there was even more to the story?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Prior to 2024, had she ever told you about the gun?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first hear about that?
I heard about that throughout the years, all the way up until 2024.
Okay.
And she would, you know, she told it, and she's a very honest person, and she told her story.
Okay. At some point, did she tell you that she had finally told the police about it?
Yes. Yes.
And at that point, did you contact and talk to the?
Yes.
Tell your part of it.
Yes.
All right. Prior to your sister telling you that she had talked to the police, that brings us here, did you ever go to authorities and say, I saw Mr. Dudley driving Mr. Moore's car?
No. And she didn't say too much through the years because of fear. Even today, she's scared.
Objection, speculating, Your Honor.
Overruled, the witness may testify as to his personal knowledge.
All right.
Thank you.
And do you see, even though it's been 50 years, do you see the man in the courtroom who was driving Mr. Moore's car that day?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out and indicate what color?
He's sitting right there in the suit.
Okay. And is he the man in the middle or on the one on the right?
The man in the middle.
Is allow the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just moving up here a little bit.
Please do.
So at some point, your sister reached out to you after she was contacted by law enforcement in April 2024, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Reached out to me
Yes.
prior to April 2024. Yes.
This would be around the time that law enforcement got involved in this case. She reached out to you around that time. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say you're talking about here recently.
It's been about a year ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you and her talked to each other about what you saw that particular day. Is that fair to say?
To a certain degree, yes.
So to some degree, you two kind of filled each other's memory gaps in. That'd be fair to say?
No. No.
At some point, she told you that James Dudley and Eddie Lee Davis shot Mr. Morris Sassers. Is that correct?
I had already knew that through the years.
At some point, she told you that as well, did she not?
Yes, she did.
Okay. She never mentioned anything to you about Tom Clan, did she?
No.
And the first time you ever spoke to law enforcement about this case was when you got involved in this case this time, correct? That would
Yes. Yes.
be, I'm sorry, that'd be 2024, correct?
Yes, and was happy to do so.
And outside of Veronica, you have not talked to anybody about this case.
No, not necessarily, no.
Now, you had indicated you're one of 7 children, right? Or 6, 7?
5 boys and 2 girls, and she lost one, so officially 8.
Okay. And you and Veronica would be the babies of the family?
Yes.
You two are what, 2 years apart, right?
Yes.
I think when this happened, you would have been 12?
Yeah, 12, 13.
Should have been around 14?
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yeah.
Okay. Give or take a year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and your sister were very close, right?
As children, yes. There are pictures of me following her and her following me.
And it's pretty fair to say that you're very protective over Miss Veronica Olsen to some degree.
Not more so now.
Okay.
I was too young to be protective of anybody back in the day. As a matter of fact, I need to be protected myself.
And maybe I wasn't clear. I was talking about today. You're protective of your sister now. Is that fair to say?
Yes, of course.
And like you just said, you believe your sister to be an honest person.
Very honest.
She says, I saw somebody do a particular thing. You're going to believe that she saw somebody do a particular thing, right?
Not necessarily.
She says she saw
A particular thing could be a lot of things.
She says she saw James Dudley commit this crime. She's an honest person. You think James Dudley committed this crime?
No. I'll ask you to rephrase that. No, she did. She was there. It was beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no questioning that what happened that day. And she's lived with it since then.
And that's because she told you that. me rephrase that. You weren't in the store with her, were you? Okay. You yourself did not see this incident happen, right?
No.
Okay. So really, the reason you're here today is really to back your sister up, right?
No, I'm here to tell the truth.
You don't actually remember seeing James Dudley drive a vehicle on that particular day, do you?
Yes, I did.
And you're testifying that you saw her running down the street at some point on Basin Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And where would you have been on Basin Street?
I'll rephrase that for you. She was walking at a real fast pace.
Walking. My point is, you saw her on Basin Street.
Yes, sir.
And how far away from Sasser's would you have been?
The path starts at where I do believe it was a tax store. The next landmark from there is San Marco, in between San Marco and Nilex Street.
So you say maybe a block or two from Sasser's?
No, no, it's not a block. The next block off of Tennessee is Nilex Street. So it's Krispy Kreme Donut Shop. Behind Krispy Kreme Donut Shop sat the laundromat. Mr. Moore ran the store right beside the laundromat. On the other side of the laundromat, I think it was a tax business during that time. On the other side of that is San Marco. Okay. So in between San Marco and Nilex Street.
And how far are we talking about here? I'm trying to get in because we're not all familiar with landmarks. So you can give us maybe 50 yards, 100 yards.
I would say more closer to 100.
100 yards away.
Yes, sir.
At the point you saw her, and that's the distance from Sasser's, correct?
Yes, sir. Because it's only about 50 feet from the back of the laundromat to the path that you veer off to the right to go. That I veered off to the right to go to the store. That's correct.
Did you say anything to her at all?
No, she at the pace she was walking and the way she was looking, I knew she had just witnessed something. I just didn't know what it was at the time.
And Mr. Moore, this was in 1976, 1977, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Moore's murder, generally speaking, is pretty well known, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never told anybody about what you saw on that day until we saw it, wasn't that correct?
That would be correct because I was asked about it. It doesn't mean because I didn't know about it. And no, I didn't tell anybody about it because I left Tallahassee in 87 and moved to North Carolina. And I didn't come back to Tallahassee until I was retired Navy.
And you never yourself reached out and talked to anybody. You reached out to law enforcement about this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
But everybody knew this murder had happened, including yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said you knew what kind of car Mr. Moore drove.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you saw James Dudley driving Mr. Moore's car in 1976 is what your testimony is here today.
Yes, sir.
You never decided to go reach out to law enforcement and tell them you saw this guy driving Mr. Moore's car on the day he was murdered.
There was no use for me to reach out to law enforcement. I hadn't done anything.
The reason you did not talk to law enforcement about this case back in 1976 is because you didn't know anything at that particular time, isn't that correct?
In 1976, I don't believe I did. I don't believe they, my best recollection of that is coming across that fence, peeping through those buildings and seeing those police cars parked there. And I went straight left to the basketball court or to the playground, one of the two places.
So you didn't know anything back in 1976 at that particular time. Is that what your testimony is here today?
I knew something had happened.
So the whole James Dudley thing, you found that out later. Is that a yes?
Of course I found out about it later.
Right, because somebody told you, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
I think at this point I'm going to ask to strike this individual's testimony. He doesn't have personal knowledge of actually seeing James Dudley. He just that's because he heard about it and he didn't actually know anything.
Response. I believe the witness is confused. confused. I think I see where the confusion came from. Counsel's been asking him, did you know what happened concerning the murder? Did he know about it in 1976? And I don't think he did. I think if we ask a clarifying question, do you know that you saw James Dudley driving that on December 29th? He's unequivocal that he saw that, which is firsthand. His testimony it has been consistent throughout that he saw it, but he didn't know what was happening back in Sassers because by the time he got back to his house, he saw the police there and ran away. So he didn't find out about the murder until sometime afterwards and his sister's involvement. So I think the witness is confused. And that's led to this sidebar. I can ask him or somebody ask him, I don't think he's changed at all about the fact that he saw them driving the car.
You can finish your examination, and as relates any motion to strike the testimony it's entirely. I'm going to reserve on that for now.
Continue with your examination.
At that point in time, you saw Mr. Moore's car driving down the road. You didn't say to yourself, that's James Dudley.
I knew who he was. I knew who it was.
Right. But you didn't actually figure out until later when somebody told you that was James Dudley driving, that in fact that was James Dudley driving.
No, you're incorrect about that. When I looked at that car that day, I saw James Dudley and Eddie Davis in that car going up Basin Street.
Eddie Davis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you friends with Mr. Dudley?
No, we've never been friends. I've known him or been around Holton Street, seen him at Day Street. I've even seen him at Basin Street before.
Did you hang out with him at all?
No.
Did you play basketball with him at all?
No.
You keep saying you see him around. How do you see somebody around?
Just like you notice somebody when you're out in public, you see them.
Okay. You wouldn't even say you were an acquaintance with James Dudley in 1976, would you?
No, not at 12, 13 years old, no.
And just it's like you're testifying that, well, we'll come back to that. At some point in the last 50 years, have you ever had any conversations with Mr. James Dudley?
I've probably talked to him before. Last time I saw James Dudley was at Dunn's on Holton Street. As a matter of fact, he was coming in the store and I was going out and I said, "What's up?" And that was it.
Okay. So you saw Mr. Dudley at Dunn's?
Yes.
And you said, "Hey, what's up?"
I spoke.
Okay. There's the individual that you know who murdered Mr. Sasser, and you decided you'd go out and preemptively reach out to him and say hello?
I didn't. What do you mean reach out? It was in passing. I wasn't seeking him out that day. I was at the store because my cousin, his house is 3 houses from the store. That's the reason why I went to the store that day. I couldn't help it if he was there. He came through the door.
But you said hello to him.
I say hello to a lot of people. I'm a very friendly person.
And again, the reason you said hello to him is because at that point in time, that person that you saw in that car, you didn't realize was James Dudley that day.
No, I didn't say that. I sat here and I said that the person I saw in the car that day was James Dudley and Eddie Davis. And I'm standing on that.
And when you were walking on Basin Street, you said, again, you were 100 yards from.
It's approximately 100 yards.
And I'm not holding you to plus or minus 40 or 50. That's fine.
Not 100 yards from him.
Right.
100 yards from the location, back up Basin Street.
Yeah, I'm talking about Sasser's, not from the car.
Yes, sir.
And at one point in this case, you're saying you saw a car today. Is that correct?
I saw what?
Car. You saw Mr. Sasser's or Mr. Moore's car. Is that correct?
Yes, that car is parked. It was a staple at that store every day. It was there just about every time I went to the store.
There was a moment in time where you had a conversation with law enforcement in this case about what you saw, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you had told the law enforcement officer, I think it was Ray, that you saw a truck driving down the road. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I recall that. I was mistaken.
And Well, Officer Ray told you were mistaken, and then you changed your answer to car, right?
If that's the way if that's how you want to put it, yes.
Okay. Just one moment, sir.
Go ahead.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may redirect.
Yes, sir. Mr. February, did you know? Oh, that is the way. You got me? Okay. All right, sorry about that.
No problem.
Was Mr. Moore pretty popular in the neighborhood to the kids?
Mr. Moore was a staple, like I said previously, in the community. You didn't always have to go to the store. If you came up a little short, as a matter of fact, a couple of times I think he didn't gave me a dime, a nickel, a quarter to help purchase what I wanted to purchase when I came up short. But he was well known in that community.
And as such, his car, two-tone car sitting out, car, truck, whatever you call it, the vehicle that he drove, did everybody know that's Mr. Moore's vehicle?
Of course.
And was it unusual for somebody to be driving that car
Of
other
course.
than Mr. Moore?
Very unusual.
Let's be clear, cross-examination, he asked, you didn't see anything. I'm going to be real clear.
Mm-hmm.
On December 29th, 1976, did you see someone other than Mr. Moore driving that car down Basin Street?
Without a doubt.
Okay. And was that person James Dudley?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make that story up to cover for your sister?
No. I got too much integrity at stake to be covering things up or covering her up.
Right.
I wouldn't do that. That's not something.
Has anybody asked you to lie or to make up a story to try to cover for your sister?
No. Nobody knows me that's going to approach me with anything associated with the highest of integrity. It's not going to work.
Now, to be clear, counsel was asking you when you found out.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find out that day about what happened inside? When you got home, when you saw the police, you took off for the basketball courts.
Right.
So that day, did you know what had happened inside Sasser?
No.
Did you find out over the coming years what happened?
Yes. It started, like I said earlier, previously, information started to come out little bit by little bit by little bit. And, it got to the point where I guess she was comfortable enough to pretty much tell me, well, I can't talk about what she said, but she was comfortable enough to tell me what she experienced, what happened that day, how it went down, what she heard, what she saw, what she witnessed while she was in the store. It's all true.
Did she ever ask you to lie?
If she did, I wouldn't do it anyway. And the answer to that question is no.
Did anyone ever offer you or try to get you to come in here and make up a story for this jury?
No. That's totally impossible.
Thank you for this time.
Okay, no problem.
You may step down, sir.
Okay.
Please call your next witness.
Tom Coe. Chief Tom Coe.
And you're going to make my job just as the next individual walks in so you can save time for you first.
You may.
Oh, we want to start? I missed that. Oh, we want sidebar?
Yes.
Yes.
You're just going to renew the voice, yes, sir. We're just going to renew the motions, right, based off the same grounds. That we clarified. I think there was way too much time when we went over there. I think the damage was done at that point. I made that answer.
The motion to strike is denied, but you may remain for the record. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated. You may examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Thomas R. Coe Jr.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm retired now. I have a good life.
All right. Prior to getting to the good life, what did you do for a living?
I served as a police officer with the Tallahassee Police Department for 25 years. I was hired in July of 1972. Spent the next 25 years working my way up through the ranks and finally retired as police chief in 97. And then after that, I was moved to the city manager's office and worked there for another 18 years.
Chief Coe, going back to 1976, you said that you had worked your way up. How far up the ladder had you gotten by 76?
In 1976, I was assigned to what is known as a Crime Against Persons Unit. We investigated serious crimes against people, rape, robberies, murders, aggravated assaults, crimes of that nature.
In 1976, how many detectives did TPD have?
Probably about 20.
All right. And were there specialists for handling homicides?
Yes.
Okay. How many of those were there?
4 of us.
Okay. And who were the other 3?
Charlie Brooks, Sam Boyk, and Investigator Patchen.
Okay. And how did y'all divvy up the cases? How did you decide whether it was your case versus somebody else?
We had a sergeant by the name of Ben Rozar, and he would get the cases in every day, and he would decide which investigator was assigned each one of the cases.
During your decades in law enforcement, did the technology improve?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And we're going to be talking a good bit today about what was happening in the 70s, but were y'all still working the same crimes in 1970 as you were working today? Were there murders in 1970?
Absolutely.
Were there robberies in 1970?
Yes.
And throughout that time, did you and the others at TPD use the best that you could get as it came online?
We did. TPD has always prided itself on being one of the premier agencies in law enforcement, and they try to stay on what you call the cutting edge. So if there's a new technology out there, we normally try it out.
Okay. And during your career, did DNA come online?
It did.
Did you, when you started, did you have any idea that touching that I could leave some type of genetic material and that could come back to solve a crime?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. Did you used to try to just find the blood type, whether it was A positive or O negative, that kind of thing?
We did. We just usually tried to find if there's any blood there at all.
Okay. Now, going back to 1976, do you remember a place called Sasser's Beer Hall?
I do.
All right. And can you kind of get us oriented where that was in the community?
The Sasser's Beer City was a very small building. Some of you, I don't know how long you lived in Tallahassee, but it was located right behind the old Krispy Kreme donut shop on West Tennessee Street, which was in the 1400 block of Tennessee. It's on the northeast corner of Basin and Tennessee Street. But it's the building was probably about the size of a 1/3 of today's convenience stores.
And was it like a gas station without the gas? Or just like a convenience store? What all they sell in there?
They sold chips and cookies and beer. Beer was the main thing they sold there.
Yes. And everything we're going to talk about today, did it happen in Leon County, Florida?
It did.
Okay. Now, when did you first hear about a crime occurring on December 29th, 1976? When did you first hear about that?
And I was dispatched to that location approximately 11:30 to assist Investigator Patchen with the investigation.
All right. And 11:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, by that you said that Sergeant Rosar, had he already made a decision this would be Patchen's case?
He'd already signed to Don Patchen.
As a homicide detective, did y'all work as a team?
We did.
Okay. Can you kind of tell the jury how that would work?
If you've got a case assigned to you by the sergeant, usually he would assign another investigator to try and assist you because there were too many things going on at one time for one person to be able to handle everything that needed to be done on the scene, interviewing witnesses, trying to find physical evidence. So usually we tried to work as a team.
And when you first got to Sassers, who all was there, as best you can recall?
Investigator Patchen and Officer Gwen Carroll.
And was Officer Gwen Carroll a uniformed patrol officer?
He was.
Okay, sure. Was he the first one to respond to the scene?
He was.
Okay. What would you wear as a detective? Were you in a uniform or were you wearing plain clothes like today?
Plain clothes, just like I am today.
Okay. And by the time you got there, did you get briefed on what had happened?
I did.
Was Mr. Moore still there or had he been transported?
No, Mr. Moore had already been transported to Tallahassee Memorial for medical treatment.
Okay. And the crime scene back in 1976, did y'all have crime scene tech?
We did.
Yeah, who was that?
Sergeant Howard Winkler and Doyle Woods.
Okay. And have they both passed on now?
They have.
Did we have fingerprints in 1976?
Absolutely.
Okay. And how did we used to develop fingerprints at that time?
At that time, when you get unseen, you look for items that may have been touched, or the crime scene technicians would process the entire area to try and find what they call latent prints, any prints that may be there. For example, if I picked up this water bottle and held it, there's going to be a latent fingerprint right here. They would take fingerprint dust and dust that bottle, and it would raise that print up. They would take a piece of fingerprint tape, put it across the bottle, and it would pull your fingerprint off that bottle. They'd lay it on a piece of clear plastic that was white, and they could lay it down. Then they could count or see your fingerprint and look at the whorls, arches, and loops in the fingerprint for identification.
Okay. So the fingerprints were still running strong. At that point, did y'all have any idea what DNA was?
We did not. That didn't come into play until the mid-'80s for us.
Today, most gas stations or stores have surveillance. Was there surveillance a common thing in the 70s?
Not at all.
Okay. Cellular technology and cell phones, any of that running in the 70s?
No, sir.
Okay. In some ways, back in the 70s, were y'all better in the people business than we are today?
Absolutely. Back then, we spent more time probably interviewing people and witnesses than today. Plus, a thing almost of the past in law enforcement, we had confidential informants. And we often relied on them to bring us information. And these were people that lived in the neighborhood, but they realized they wanted to try to make their neighborhood safe. They would bring information to the police, and as long as you kept their names confidential, they would give you that information. And then we could go out and make an arrest on the case.
Now, once you got on scene, what job did Investigator Patchen ask you to do?
Mr. Moore's vehicle had been stolen apparently by the suspect. He asked me to try and locate the vehicle.
Okay. Was there also some cash missing?
Yes.
Okay. Based on what we had at the scene, did it appear that he had been shot?
It did. It appeared that he'd been shot in the head.
Okay. So, as a detective, were you looking for a car, some money, and a gun, as well as the people involved?
Correct.
How did you go about finding that?
Investigator Patchen said he would process the actual crime scene, and I was going to try and find the vehicle. We issued a BOLO, which in law enforcement just means be on the lookout for. And a short time later, I got a call from Officer Brennan and said he had located Mr. Moore's car at Alabama and Birmingham Street.
Okay. Oscar Brannon, is that Officer Brannon?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What was he doing for TPD at the time?
He was a uniformed police officer.
Okay. And was he a long-time employee and was actually standing in the hallway, sitting in the hallway waiting to come in next?
That's him.
Okay. Are the two of y'all pretty much the last two officers rolling who worked on this case originally?
To my knowledge, that's true. I think most of them had passed away.
So Brandon calls over on the radio, hey, I found the car. Where did he find the car?
At Alabama and Birmingham Street.
How far is that from Sassers?
In a straight line, it's probably 1/2 or 3/4 of a mile.
Okay, sure. If you were going to drive there, can you kind of talk the jury through how they get there?
Sure. If you're going to drive the location, the easiest way to do it would be come out of Sassers Beer City onto Basin Street, take a right or go north, go all the way to where it dead ends in Alabama Street, and turn right or east on Alabama Street, and then go down to Birmingham, which is about 7 or 8 blocks down Alabama.
If you were to drive that pathway, would that take you towards 1010 Basin Street?
It would take you past it.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
What is 1010 Basin Street an address that you were very familiar with?
absolutely.
Can you tell the jury why?
Back then it was known pretty much as the project area. It was an area that a lot of low-income housing was in, and we have a lot of calls in the area. And as a uniform officer, I'd responded to many calls in that complex.
So if the car, Mr. Sassers or anybody else's, do you need a minute to get your eyes straight?
No, I've just got really dry eyes. I have that problem all the time. Thanks.
So if you were driving it or more importantly, Mr. Moore's car, they would head right down back Basin Street towards Alabama. Is that right?
Correct.
And then take a right, and that's where we eventually find the car.
That's correct.
All right. Did you go to that scene?
I did.
And what'd you start doing there?
When I arrived, I noticed that there was a white over maroon 65 Ford there. That was the car that Officer Brandon had called in. The tag registration came back to Mr. Moore. We secured that vehicle to make sure it could be processed for prints or other evidence. I called for Sergeant Winkler and Bill Woods to come to that location. And we also called for Officer Pickle to bring a canine there to see if by chance we could track the individual with a canine.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish some exhibits at this time?
You may.
Chief, that screen next to you is going to allow you to see some things. I want to go through some of the exhibits we've already brought in. Starting with 3A. I don't know how clearly that's going to come out. Do you see that very well?
I can see it, yes.
Does that look consistent with the cars you saw that day?
It does. It has the square headlights.
All right. And then once again, now from the other side, on the back side.
It appears to be the same vehicle, white over maroon or dark.
And then each side, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is that, as you found this scan, you said you called Mr. Winkler, who was the crime scene person, to take these photographs and try to get some latent fingerprints off of it?
Yes, sir.
Now going back to the scene, going to 2A, or stage 2 composites. You recognize who that is?
That's Officer Carroll.
Okay, so once again, he's passed, so that's the uniform TPD officers had back in 76.
Correct.
And this would have been Sanson's.
Yes.
And once again, we have some photographs of the inside. This how you call it?
Yes. Yes, sir, that's it.
And particularly, did you ever, going into the cooler, is that consistent with blood even though he's been taken out?
Yes,
And same here.
yes.
Even today, Chief, is the attempt to preserve lives more important than protecting the crime scene. We're going to go in and try to take them to the hospital, even if it messes up our crime scene.
Absolutely. Safety is always the first thing. And he was transported as quickly as possible for medical assistance.
All right, so we found the car. Did you find any of the money in the car?
No,
Did you find the gun in the car?
no.
What did you do to try to find who had gotten out of the car?
Well, the car had been parked, headed actually east on Alabama Street and was parked on the south side of Alabama Street. And the keys were still in the ignition, which is something a lot of people do employ to try to get somebody else to take the car and drive it so they'd be arrested instead of the suspect. So we concluded we got there pretty fast, probably after the person left. That's the reason we asked for a canine. So we did a canvass of the entire area and tried to see talk to anybody on the street we could find that may have just by chance seen who was driving that vehicle. And then we also went around to the houses in that area and talked to the neighbors, but we did not find anybody.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about Dwayne Pickle. Was he a lieutenant when he retired?
I think he was a sergeant.
Okay. Was he a long time K-9 officer with TPD?
Yes.
Okay. You said that we were hoping that on TV, Lassie can solve the crime. Is that real?
Well, sometime it is. Okay. We have had successful tracks with our canine dogs.
Okay. What is the dog really doing when we put him on a track? I mean, in other words, in the urban situation like this, do we know the dog's is it going to follow a person, necessarily the guilty person?
It's going to follow a person.
Okay. And could that just as easily be somebody who walked by the car and it would follow them down the road?
It could.
So Stan.
Okay, I'll ask. I'll change the question. Chief, can the dog tell the guilt or innocence of the person it's tracking?
No.
What did you ask Sergeant Pickle to do with the dog?
We asked Sergeant Pickle to see if he...
Overruled. Chief, do not discuss anything that was spoken out of court, but you may discuss the investigation, what you recall about it.
Okay. What did you ask the dog to do? Or what was the dog tasked with doing?
He was tasked with trying to pick up the track from the vehicle to see if we could track the perpetrator or whoever left that vehicle.
Okay. And did it ever get to anyone that we believe was involved?
No.
Okay. So K-9 did more, tried to do figure. Now you said you started walking around canvassing. What is canvassing?
The canvassing is where we would take a group of officers and we usually break them into teams, and you would send them literally door to door in a large geographical area to try and find if there were any witnesses to anybody that knew any information about the crime.
And did you actually start walking door to door yourself?
We did.
Okay. Who all did you call in to work on that?
We had all the investigators out of the Criminal Investigation Division, or the majority of them, and we also had a number of uniformed patrol officers that were assigned that afternoon.
All right. And when you come up to somebody, if you could just kind of do it typical with me, you just walk up and ask me what?
Well, we normally obviously introduce ourselves. Many of them wanted to see our credentials, and we could show our credentials to them. We tell them we were investigating a homicide case that occurred in the area, and then ask them had they by chance seen anything that might help us with the investigation.
Okay. At this point, did we have a description at all on what we were looking? Man, woman, young, old, anything?
We had a general description.
Okay. And what was that?
Let me refer to my report to make sure I have it correct. We had a general description of, from a person that had been at Sasser's earlier, of a black male, 5'9" to 5'10" inches tall, 165 to 185 pounds, 17 to 20 years old, clean shaven, short hair, dark complexion, wearing a dark jacket.
Okay. And approximately how many different folks did y'all walk up to in the days that followed?
Probably hundreds, because we went to apartment complexes. Back in '76, this was a major crime for Tallahassee. And we went to apartment complexes. We expanded the search to a larger area. Almost every street over there that I know of, we checked the houses and asked people about this crime.
You talked a little bit about 1010 Basin Street. Did you go and interview people inside Basin Street?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did that present unique challenges?
The challenges there is that the minority community in that area sometimes has not trusted police. And so sometimes people didn't want to get involved. And even if they had information about the crime, many times they had to live close to where the perpetrator may be, or they may even know the perpetrator, and they would be afraid to tell us anything because they were afraid of retaliation. And they wanted to keep their family safe.
Do you remember talking to a woman you now know to be Veronica Gay Hills Knight?
I do.
Okay. Was she a young girl at that time?
When she was 14.
Okay. And where did you first make contact with her?
At 1010 Basin Street. She lived there with her mother, and we made contact with that same afternoon that the murder occurred. And she basically told us that she had been at Sasser's earlier that morning at approximately 10:45. She said she went in to buy a bag of chips.
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
All right. I'll move on.
Okay.
Did she give you an account of what she had witnessed?
She did.
Okay. And did you believe that she was potentially an important witness?
Absolutely.
Was her mother, did you let her mother be present while you were talking, or did you isolate her from her family?
I don't think her mother was home when I talked to her, but her mother was with her the next day when she came to the police department.
Okay. And in talking to her, did you in any way either threaten her or promise her anything concerning her testimony?
No, sir.
Did you arrange for her to come with her mother the next day to TPD to talk to Detective Patchett?
She actually came to see me the next day to go through some logbooks in the police department.
Okay. All right. So was she the only one that you called back to the department? Or were there other people that you met during your canvassing that you asked to come see you later?
We asked some other people to come in.
Okay. All right. You've used the term logbook. Can you explain what those are to the jury?
Yes, they're like a very large photo album. They're probably 16 to 14 inches in size. And back then we used Polaroid cameras, which are the pictures are about 3.5 inches by 3. And we could get usually about 9 pictures or photos on each of the mug books. They were the type of photo albums. You had a plastic page you pull back, put the pictures in, covered it back up so they wouldn't move. And each of the books was probably 4 or 5 inches thick, and we would have at least probably 100 pictures in it.
And was it a normal practice to have possible witnesses flip through the books to see if they recognize anybody?
Yes.
How did you get your picture in the book?
Normally, it would be a picture of where you had been arrested and a photo had been taken of you. Some of the pictures were jail photographs where you'd been booked to the jail. Other ones back then, if it was a person of interest, and you could actually ask them, do you mind if I take a picture of you? And if they said fine, we'd take a picture. And if they said no, we wouldn't take a picture. But some of their pictures may be in there.
Good. So you'd have some people who had been in trouble and some people who hadn't been in trouble all through this book.
Correct.
Because of that, did you have people of all different races, age, sex, white, black, everything?
We did.
Okay. And was there a section for all of the 20-year-old white kids and 40-year-old with beards, or was it just random throughout the mug books?
No, most of it was random.
Okay. Lineups. Can you explain to the jury what is a lineup?
A lineup, we would go back and if we had someone, a good witness that we thought could identify the perpetrator, we would go back and try to find at least 6 pictures that look similar to the suspect, and we put them in what's called a photographic lineup, and we would actually lay the pictures out for the individual to look at them, and then they would look at them and see if they could pick out a suspect.
Okay, so the mug book was random, and you might have various races and ages, even people that are inconsistent, because they're just going to get the vote. There isn't one for each possible biometric group. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yeah, the mug book was used when we didn't really have any suspects at all. We didn't have a lead. We didn't know who it was. A photographic lineup would be more condensed. That hey, we think we have a suspect here. Is it the right person?
Okay. Now, with the lineup, was the standard practice to take aim to make sure that the lineup was not suggestive in any way?
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean to have a suggestive lineup, and how would the Tallahassee Police Department in 1976 work to make sure that you don't end up with a bad lineup?
Like I said, you didn't have to have pictures that were identical to the suspect, but you would have to have pictures that were similar. For example, you couldn't have 5 pictures of someone in civilian clothes with a picture of someone in an orange jumpsuit that had just been booked in jail, and that would be your suspect. Obviously, the person may say, look at the person in the orange jumpsuit and say, that's the person I saw. So you couldn't do things, or you couldn't have a lineup with 5 people in regular clothes with the 6th person wearing a hat that happened to be your suspect.
All right, and was that the general teaching and practice at the Tallahassee Police Department in 1976 on how you do a lineup?
It was.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Showing you what's been pre-marked and entered in state 7. So photo, a group of photos. And I've gone, this has already been opened. Looking at, if you wanted to flip through here, still for you. Okay. All right. Once again, I'm not asking if those are exact pictures or who they are pictures of, but those pictures seem consistent with the kind of photos that would have been in the mug book and or used in a lineup.
Yes.
Okay. And so can you kind of explain to the jury and I how you, in 1976, would have used those to create a photographic lineup?
Well, you would first of all start out with the mug book and go through the book and try to find pictures that, like I said earlier, were similar. For example, if you knew your suspect was a black male in his late teens, early 20s, you would try to find pictures of black males in their late teens, early 20s. If they had short hair, you would try to find photos of people that had shorter hair. So, and then you would take at least 6 of these and actually put them in another folder, and then the person, your witness, could sit there and look at those all 6 photos and then tell you whether or not you had the right person or whoever it was they saw at the scene.
Okay. Now, on the back side of those, there's some information written down. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Would you allow the witness to know who the people were or any of that information while doing the lineup?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Why not?
Because it would prejudice your lineup.
So we're only going to let them see the front, and we would lay those out evenly in a six, like
Correct.
3x2, something like that?
Well, we normally had a folder and we would attach each of the photographs on back the folder.
Okay.
So they would just see the fronts of the pictures.
Okay. And then they would indicate which one they're picking.
Correct. They would point out if there was anybody in there that did match, they would point to whichever number it was, and that would be recorded.
Okay. Picture.
You may.
And once again, each of these has some names, but this particular one, what's the name on the back of that?
This one is James Dudley Jr.
Okay. And in addition to that, we should have some dates and some initials on it. What would you ask the witness to do once they did an identification of that photo?
They would be asked to initial the back of the photo and put a date on it.
Okay. And is that what we're seeing here with Andrea Riley?
Objection of your approach.
You may.
Andrea Riley hasn't picked anybody out of the lineup yet. It's premature to talk about her signing the lineup. It's not been introduced.
Are you referring to State Exhibit 7?
This is State 7.
Oh, right. State 7 has been admitted. What exactly
Was
is
there the
your
understanding that Andrea Z's signature is defendant and her talking about the lineup? I had assumed that you said you had two separate lineups. I thought that, I mean, she hasn't come in here and talked about the lineup yet.
Now, as far as any testimony about her making identification, is that what you're asking the state to lay the foundation for?
He's talking about how she signed this lineup. You said you see how you track clearly. So
This is also admitted into evidence as well.
yeah, probably shouldn't have been admitted with her. So that was my understanding. That was just going to be one, and we were going to come back in. The other one was going to do it. That's what was my understanding.
Mr. Campbell.
I made a mistake. There's only one lineup with Dudley. The same photo is signed. The same photo is signed by Miss Veronica Elsmighty and by Miss. So they asked both signatures. Defense counsel with an earlier witness went to great aims about the proper way, the 2285 way to do lineups. I'm merely explaining exactly how we did it in 1976, which was not in any way suggestive or improper. So I agree I will eventually, but I haven't called that witness yet, but she'll come and say that that's my signature, and then we'll go from there. But as the court's
The
noticed,
line of questioning is proper. You may get into issues of lineups now they've constructed, specifically as to Ms. Stokes. You'll need to lay the proper foundation with her. State 7 is in evidence at this time.
We don't mind if you say just signatures. That's fine too. Just very.
Let's continue with your examination.
Thank you. Now, going to Mr. Dudley's picture, are there initials and dates on that?
Yes, sir, there are.
Okay. And that was the way that we did it in 1976?
Correct.
After this case, did you continue to kind of move through the ranks at TPD?
I did.
Did Patchen stay as a homicide detective for quite a while there?
He did.
Each one during your career, are there multiple cold cases that still kind of hang out there that you would like to solve?
Yes.
Have we tried to bring more technology and resources throughout your career to freshen them up? For instance, when DNA came on board, did we try to see if we could solve that?
Yes.
During your time of working crimes, throughout your career, did talking to people often lead to solving crimes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there anything better than, as a 40-year law enforcement officer than
Objection, counsel testifying.
Sustained. Please rephrase.
Sure. Have you used witnesses to solve crimes?
Yes,
Do we have some of our officers who rely higher on technology than the old ways?
absolutely.
Do eyewitnesses, in this case, does re-interviewing and checking with eyewitnesses in any way been found to have lost value during the years you practiced law enforcement?
Eyewitness testimony is extremely important. As a matter of fact, many times we go back and re-interview witnesses several times because they'll remember more about a crime later than they remembered sometime right after it occurred. If it's a very traumatic event, they maybe remember something that you could think
Objection.
was insignificant.
Well, hold on. Sustained. Mr. Campbell, please ask a question that's based on Chief Coe's knowledge.
Sure. During your conversations with Veronica Hill's night, did you just meet with her the 2 times?
Yes,
Was it unusual for y'all to have to talk to children at TPD?
no.
What kind of steps would you take to make sure that it was not coercive and in no way led them?
We would make sure their parents were with them so they would feel comfortable. We'd have a room that was a large room, like a reception area or something that we could have privacy, but it was very open. And we would try to make sure, we'd try to make them comfortable by giving something to drink, something to eat if they wanted it, things of that nature.
Regardless of all those attempts, do you often find witnesses reluctant to cooperate?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, he may answer based on his knowledge of this investigation.
Yes,
Just because someone takes some time to tell what happened, does that necessarily mean it's not true?
Objection, leading again.
Sustained as to leading.
I'll ask this way too. Chief Coe, based on your training and experience, somebody being hesitant, does that mean they're lying?
no.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Chief Coe.
Good afternoon.
Staffers was located at 721 Basin Street, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you arrived there at 11:30 a.m.?
correct.
The initial call out for this incident was at 11:20 a.m., is that right?
That's correct.
And when you reported to investigate for this case, at some point you made contact with Alfred Robinson.
Yes,
And you learned that there are 3 other guys who were at Sasser's.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled, the chief may answer the question if he has memory and knowledge of this matter.
Mr. Robinson told me that he and 3 of his friends were walking to Sasser's that morning.
And that would be Willie James Sawyer was one of them.
Yes,
And Leroy Hill,
yes,
Tony Popio.
yes.
And I'd like to go over some photos of you that are going to enter into evidence. Do you have any up there, Chica? One to the store.
I have.
No, I don't have it.
I have them all. There's out. Let's see.
They might be here, actually. Okay, Chief Code. I'd like to show some of these photographs to you again, and then enter into evidence. We're gonna look at 2E first. Could you describe for us what you see in this photo?
Yeah, it looks like the cash register on the counter, obviously a tab drink and a telephone. The receiver's not on the phone.
Okay. And what about behind the counter?
Looks like pamphlets and maybe some bottles of liquid, maybe some candy.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's been marked now as 2G. What are we looking at here in this photo?
It appears again to be candy and some items, maybe some soap on the bottom shelves.
Okay, all of, looks like we have all sorts of candy here behind the counter, is that right?
Yes.
And so we get a bit of our bearings better here. I'm showing you 2A, State Exhibit 2A. What is to the left of the door as you're looking at the photo?
Some Christmas decorations on the windows.
Okay, and then what about to the next, well, let me ask it this way. The laundromat that we've been talking about, where, do you see it in this picture?
Oh, I don't see it in the picture.
Okay, is it not, where we see the word year on that window? Or what is that then?
I can't tell if that's, I think that's part of Sasser's.
Okay. And I'm going to like to revisit 2F, states 2F. Did it appear that Mr. Moore was shot in the cooler?
Yes.
Correct. And when we're saying the cooler, we mean this room that we're looking at that contained all of the beer and perhaps other beverages.
Correct.
And there was a door that led to the cooler.
That's correct.
And looking at states 2G, is that a different angle of the same space?
Yes, just a close up.
Okay, thank you. And fair to say that whoever was taking the photographs back then would have taken photos of anything that was important of the scene.
Sergeant Winkler probably would have photographed anything important and also probably would photograph the entire premises.
So there has been testimony about the canvassing, and then that's when we came across Miss Veronica. We know her now as Miss Knight, but back in '76, Miss Veronica Gayhill.
Right.
And that was on December 29th, 1976, that same day, right?
Correct.
And you spoke with her as part of your investigation and canvassing of this case?
Yes.
And what did she share with you as it pertained to from where she was when she observed what she was observing inside of the store?
She was outside the store.
Outside the store, as she's describing everything. And did she describe for you that there was a man on the telephone?
She did.
And the man was speaking on the telephone?
Appeared to be speaking on the phone.
And there wasn't any talk from her about a gun or anything like that?
No.
She also didn't appear to, she didn't know either of the men that she was on the tour, is that right?
Correct.
And they, I'm sorry. And they hadn't been talking to each other or anything like that.
Correct.
All right, so you've discussed photo lineups and the procedure. Actually, let me go back a bit and let's talk about the mug books that you were testifying about earlier. So these mug books, they weren't, it sounds like there were many, many people, right? I think you testified that it was 100 pictures in each binder.
Yes.
Okay, 4 to 5 inches thick. Each.
Yes.
All right. And Miss Veronica, she looked at all of the mug books that you had when she came in on December 30th.
She did. We had several notebooks, and she took the time to go through all of those.
And she didn't pick anybody out from those mug books as anybody that she saw at the store that day.
Correct.
Cool. And her mother was with her, right, when she came and looked at the mug books?
Yes.
The mug books weren't limited to adults, right?
That's correct.
There were also juveniles in the mug books.
Yes.
And now asking about the photo lineups. The photo lineups were made up of photos from the mug books.
Yes.
And we talked about the photo lineup that was administered to Miss Veronica. That photo lineup was administered not on December 29th, 1976. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Nor was it administered on December 30th of 1976.
That's correct.
It was not administered until over a week later on January 6th, 1977. Is that right?
Yes, about a week later.
You were talking earlier on direct about how suspects were, you made up your suspects from the photos in the mug books. Did I hear that correctly?
Repeat that, please.
Let me see if I can phrase it better. So you would use photos from the mug books for your lineups, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you typically do not want anyone to know who the suspect is when you're putting together the lineup.
That's correct.
In fact, nowadays, right, there's a double blind procedure. Is that what you call it?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, it's who you have one person who's putting together a photo composite, like a photo lineup, and that person doesn't know anything about, or that person puts it together. So you have person one, right, that puts the photos together. That photo lineup is then given to a second person, and that second person doesn't know who the suspect is in the lineup. Is that
They may do that today. We did not do that in 76.
And it was Detectives Patchen and Ash and Sergeant Brand who caught wind of a jail informant on January 6, 1977, right?
I just know that from reading, I think, some of the motions, yes.
And the jail informant
Objection.
James Dudley.
Hearsay, can we get a sidebar?
Sustained as to hearsay.
Okay, then no sidebar.
You may continue with your examination.
Thank you. when you were discussing lineups earlier, you also were talking about how you want to make sure that people aren't, that everyone's looking similar, right? You don't want to have distinguishing characteristics that stand out.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier as to the description that was initially given of the suspect, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that person was described as clean shaven
Yes.
and wearing a dark jacket.
Yes.
And of the photo lineup that you've reviewed here, how many people of the 6 are wearing a dark jacket?
Two have dark jackets on and one has a dark shirt on.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
All right, Chico, I want to make sure we are talking about the same photos. Are these the 2 photos that have people with a dark jacket on?
Yes.
Okay, and I know the lighting is a bit bright here, but looking at that, only one of them has facial hair, right?
Yeah, it looks like the guy on the right, it's with a Polaroid, it's hard to tell if that's a or goatee. It could be a goatee.
Okay. So you'd agree that those 2 photos, they stand out of the 6?
Say that again, please.
Those 2 photos stand out from the 6 in terms of the description of the dark jacket.
From that perspective, but like I said, we try to find photos that are similar. They don't have to be exact, but with the notebook, there's only so many photos you have to choose from to find similar photographs.
Joe, can I have a moment?
Go ahead.
Chief, so if you could, just a couple more questions. If you could take a look at the photo there of Mr. Dudley and share with us his date of birth.
It says he's age 15.
And Patchen and Ash, who administered the photo lineup, they knew that Mr. Dudley was a suspect, correct?
Yes.
I have no other questions. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
They knew Dudley was a suspect because Veronica Hill's Knight told them the name Dudley, right?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Please approach.
He's misstating the facts, and then he's trying to use weakening and again to his advantage, almost borderline in bad faith. He knows good and well that they became a suspect because of a Jones rumor, and that's what it says in the report. I think we should be still allowed to ask that now that he's opened the store.
As it relates to this, Mr. Campbell, basis for asking this question is what's been admitted already or something else?
Pardon me?
The basis for asking this question is what's already been admitted as a part of the already been admitted.
No, it's already been admitted that Monica Knight identified Dudley. What she changed after all the years was that the fact they had a gun is what's changed. That's, she knew who Veronica, she's
Specifically on this basis. Well, I'm not going to control how Mr. Campbell examines the witness. However, hold on, Mr. Campbell. You need to clarify with the chief exactly why there was knowledge of Mr. Dudley as a suspect. If this is going to any knowledge from reports, from there, we're back to the issue of the informants. You need to stay away from any topics that deal with admissible evidence.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Keith, when a witness gives you the name, I'll take it out of this case. If somebody said Jack Campbell did a crime, would you get a picture of me to put into the lineup?
Oh, sure.
Whether I was 50, even if they said I was 25, but it was Jack Campbell, sadly, I don't look 25, but if they said it was Jack Campbell, my face has got to be in the lineup, right?
Absolutely.
Now, the other five, they're random. You don't pick, hey, I hope I can get this guy as a flyer. They're only chosen because they may look similar to me once you've decided that we're doing a lineup for Jack Campbell.
That's correct.
Okay. So counsel is asking about the facial hair, jackets, things to that effect, and how closely. By this time, we were doing a lineup for the name James Dudley, right?
Yes.
Okay. In selecting the people, did it matter their age, anything else other than the fact that in this particular image, these other five people look consistent with the way James Dudley looked in that particular photo?
We find that, again, going back to the mug book, you would limited on the number of photographs. You would find the closest photographs you could find that would match the suspect description.
Today, you can get online and AI can make me add and subtract facial hair, change things. In 1976, did you have any of those abilities to tweak photos?
We did not.
When you took a picture of somebody, were you confined to what they were wearing when you took their picture?
Yes.
You wouldn't ask me to, okay, well, now let's try to do it in a blue suit. Now let's try to do it in a Guy Harvey shirt. You would have this would be the picture of Jack Campbell if you were going to use it anytime I might be a suspect, right?
That's correct. We focus more on the characteristics of the face and the height more than anything because you can change clothes at any time.
I could shave my beard and look slightly
different. Look totally different.
I could certainly change clothes every day of the week.
Yes.
In this case, the reason that we had to have a picture of James Dudley is because that was the night the person this night had indicated, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Judge, I have one recross based on,
Recross is not going to be permitted. You may call the witness during your case in chief if you desire to do so.
okay, we'll do so.
You may step down.
We could, we might need to proffer a few things from him outside of the presence of the jury before he leaves.
Very well. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room.
Yes.
Go ahead. Everyone to be seated. You may take your proffer.
Thank you, Judge. Chief Code, there have been a few documents that we've looked at together in deposition. We were together in August of 2025 concerning different documents that Detective Patchen was involved with. And I'd like to hand you this transcript. Judge, am I clear?
You may.
What does that transcript appear to be?
It appears to be a transcript of a conversation between Ms. Hill and Investigator Patchen.
And was that transcript, was it the common practice of the transcript to capture what was spoken between officers and their witnesses?
Yes.
And was the practice for the transcript to accurately capture what was spoken during an interview between law enforcement and witnesses?
The way it worked in 76 is that usually this was done on a cassette recorder, and the conversation would be recorded, and then it would be turned over to an administrative assistant, and they would type it up into a transcript.
And so this transcript will be a true and accurate reflection of what was spoken on the recording.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Chief Co. I'll also hand you another document.
You may. Does this proffer have anything to do with the examination that just took place? Otherwise, we are not really making the best use of time right now.
Judge, it has to do with the impeachment. It's the extrinsic evidence impeaching some of Miss Knight's testimony earlier today.
That is a matter that deals with your case in chief. When you are ready to present any evidence or witness, you may do so. This is the state's case in chief. Unless this proffer has something specifically to do with the examination that just happened, we do need to move on.
If I may,
Go ahead.
I think we were just trying to save time. I know we're not going to use Co again. The only thing we would use him for during this entire trial was to authenticate this document. We were just thinking it would be the best use of all of our times for the trial if we just had him authenticate that now outside the presence of the jury, because I know Mr. Campbell's going to probably have objections anyways.
During your case in chief, that is the time to do those. Chief, you may step down. Please communicate with the defense witnesses concerning whether they will recall you.
We already will recall him. So.
Go ahead. You may.
Thank you.
State will call Oscar Brandon.
First check to see if the jurors are still using the restroom.
Judge, can I check my evidence witness stand? Let me stand.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Be careful.
There's a few in the bathroom. Mr. Dudley needs, hold on, Mr. Campbell. If Mr. Dudley needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take him at this time. If you need to use the restroom, Mr. Dudley, the bailiffs will take you at this time.
She just wanted to. How long did you say, Judge?
The jurors are in the restroom. When they finish, we'll resume again. What's that? 6A through E.
She's taking us to.
For right now in the gallery.
You go on up there. Save yourself right already up. Okay. They got a sauce.
I'm trying to keep up to date.
That's great.
No. But yeah, a lot of the used to clubs up there, normal, you know, things on the lawns. They get, you know, we get up there at 6 a.m., you know, people sits there and get big breakfast.
All the things he's involved in, I was wondering if it's so good to clear something like that.
No, he is, CNDR, you know, Mary Brown. No, they're great. They actually end up with my kids if I have. They're by their Uncle David into this. Yeah. But no, he's actually doing, it'll be terrible for it. It was Betty Hood, Etheridge, Mike Wood, and Steve Bell. Yeah. I mean, I saw their folks. You saw the picture, yeah. There was blood in the water. You want to come with us sometime? No. There's throwing some trash. You would fit in well with that. Yeah. Anyway. We'll get you out there. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell, this is
Sorry?
the witness, this is
This is Oscar Rainer.
Rainer, okay, thank you.
Do you want to talk statistically while we're in formal goods without the records?
It's fine. What do we need to discuss?
So I have, after Oscar Rainer,
Hold on one moment. Mr. Harper, Ms. Lynn, I believe Mr. Campbell is going through his remaining witnesses.
Sure. So this is Oscar Brandon. Then I have the two, the mother and the daughter, the Rileys are the other two. I had initially thought that I'd get through all of them today. Clearly I have run long.
I'm sorry, I also have Karen Knutson. So I have 3 witnesses left. I just don't know Knutson's a fingerprint. It's not going to be it's mainly negative evidence. Riley, and then you have the Riley mother and daughter. So I don't know. I'm happy to stop after this one. I'm happy to try to put Ms. Knutson on. I'll do whatever the board asks me to do. I would rather tell them to leave now if I know that we're not going to get to them, so that they can just tell them to come back at 8:30. So it's just logistics. What do you want to do?
No need. We're definitely going to finish with these witnesses tonight, so that way tomorrow we will have ample time to get through what we need to do.
Okay. Then I'm ready to roll.
Please check on jurors.
Ready to go?
Everyone can be seated. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You may examine the witness when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Oscar Brandon, or what's left of him, as I like to tell people.
What do you used to do?
I used to be a police officer in the city of Tallahassee. I retired after 28 plus years, and then stayed on the reserves for another 14. and given me a total of 42 years in law enforcement.
All right, so what's your second career going to be? I'm joking. All right, 42 years at TPD.
Yes.
What all did you do at TPD?
Just about everything except vice and narcotics.
Okay.
Mostly patrol, training.
Going back to 1976, do you remember a place called Sasser's Beer Hall?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember a homicide happening on Basin Street back on December 29th, 1976?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember hearing a bolo go out about a particular car? I think it's a 1965 vehicle that was the victim's car.
Correct.
What is a bolo?
It's a be on the lookout message.
Okay. And were you one of the uniformed patrol officers back then?
I was a rookie.
Okay. And did you find the car?
I did.
Okay, sir. Where did you find it?
Corner of Alabama Street and Birmingham.
Okay, sir. When you found it, was there anybody in it?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you found it?
I notified dispatch, and they notified the criminal investigation division to send persons crimes out.
Okay. And did Tom Coe come? Chief Coe?
I don't remember him being there at that particular time.
All right, sure. At some point, did some people come from crime scene and from investigation and take over the car from you?
They did. They processed it for fingerprints, and K9 ran a track from it.
Okay, sure. And once you found the car, did you move on and give it over to crime scene? Did you move on to other calls?
I did.
Okay. So that's all you did in this case?
That's correct.
Nothing further this time. Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
You questions, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing this evening, I guess?
Oh, I've had better days.
Your involvement in this case is very limited. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you talked about a canine search that occurred. Was that correct?
Well, they did a track.
And as far as you understand, that track went to a particular door?
I didn't see where it went. I stayed there with the car while the canine officer went with the dog.
You don't have any idea where the track went?
I was told that it went somewhere off of Woodward Avenue, which was one block over.
Okay. But you can't say because you weren't there where.
No.
No further questions, Ron.
Redirect.
Nothing. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming, Mr. Brown.
You may step down.
Okay.
Have a good day, sir.
State call Karen Knutson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Karen Knudson, Knudson.
All right. And what do you do for a living?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the Friction Ridge section of the crime lab at FDLE, or Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. Can you give us a little rundown of your training and experience that allows you to do that?
So I've been at FDLE for over 27 years. Over 25 of those have been in the crime lab. I started as a crime lab technician. I did that for almost 3 years. And then I was a forensic technologist in the Friction Ridge section for over 13 years. And then the remaining 10 or so as a crime laboratory analyst. And I have completed the
forensic technologist training program in both latent and photography, and in the crime laboratory training program as well.
Friction ridge. What is that more commonly known as?
Latent prints. That's
Okay.
what leaves behind a latent print.
Okay. And I mean, fingerprints?
Fingerprints, palm prints, footprints.
What does FDLE do with these things?
Well, when we get evidence in, we can process it for fingerprints or latent prints. We can also receive latent lift cards where an agency has already taken prints, and we will photograph them, determine if they are of value, and if they are able to be compared out to known prints.
What is a friction ridge or a fingerprint?
So your friction ridge skin is raised ridges. Kind of looks like a Ruffles potato chip. Along those ridges are hundreds of pores that constantly exude sweat. They can pick up oils and makeup from the rest of your body, so that when an object is touched, it will leave a print behind. But usually it takes a chemical or physical process to bring it out.
And why are they useful in criminalistic work?
Because we can identify people.
Okay. Have any two people ever been found to have identical fingerprints?
No, they have not.
So the friction ridges on my finger are unique to me compared to anywhere else in the world.
Yes, they are.
And how long has we been using fingerprint in crime types of investigation?
The first case was in 1911, so over 100 years.
And have you been qualified to, let me ask it this way, what is a latent fingerprint?
A latent print is a print that's hidden or unseen, and it's left behind by the friction ridge skin, and it's unintentionally left.
Okay. And have you been qualified to both collect fingerprints and compare such latent fingerprints to known standards?
So I don't go to crime scenes, so I don't collect, but I am trained to lift them off of evidence that comes into the lab, but I also will process evidence for those latent prints.
Okay. So if I had my computer and I sent it to your lab, would you know how to see if there are fingerprints worthy of comparison on that?
Yes, I will process that.
Okay. And then if I were to send standards of my fingerprints, would you then be able to compare any of the ridge detail on the computer and decide whether it was me who touched it?
If they were of value, yes, I would.
All right. Well, then let's define that. What does it mean to be of value?
So a latent print of value has sufficient information along with the quality and quantity of characteristics in order to make a comparison. And this sufficient information is going to be the fingerprint pattern, the ridge flow, creases, pores, edges, incipient ridges, scars, and then the well-known ending ridges, dots, and bifurcations, which are called minutia.
Okay. And do you have to have a certain number of, I'll use the word information, to be able to compare a latent print to a standard and make a comparison?
There is no set number because each print is different and stands alone on its own.
Okay. Is it something that it depends on the information you have on whether or not you're able to have enough to give an opinion on whether that is a value or not?
Yes, it's our analysis process.
Okay. And have you been testing both lifted prints from crime scene and pieces of evidence at FDLE for the last 20-something years?
Almost 20. Yeah, so for 13, during the time I was a forensic technologist, I did not do any comparisons, but I did process evidence at that time. But the last 10 as a crime laboratory analyst, yes, I've been processing, photographing, and comparing.
Okay. How many times have you done it? How many times have you worked on cases?
Hundreds of cases, thousands of prints.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to testify in courts in the past concerning your opinions?
Yes, 7 times.
I would tender the witness at this time.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness.
No, Judge.
Is there any challenge to her ability to provide an opinion in the area of fingerprint comparison or analysis?
No, Judge.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of opinion in the fields of fingerprint comparison and analysis. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. First,
right?
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked and entered into evidence the state's 4 and 5. You want to look at those for a second? Do you recognize those?
I do.
Okay, how do you recognize them?
So Exhibit 1 was the initial piece of evidence that I received.
There are actually two.
I'm sorry.
I think it's a 4.
I'm sorry.
Exhibit
I'm looking.
1 is your number.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about the yellow one. That's ours. So, yes. So, I do recognize it by our individual label and my initials and the case number.
Okay. So the yellow sticker, is that FDLE stuff?
Yes, sir.
Right. Pink stuff is what we talk about.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem. I just want to make sure it's clear for the clerk. So in court, we call it states 4 and 5.
Okay.
You call what's in, I think 4, my 4, your 1.
Yes, your 4 is my 1.
Okay. What's in there?
Those are the latent lift cards that came from the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay. What does that mean? What are latent lift cards from Tallahassee Police Department?
So these cards are from the crime scene. They lifted prints from the scene and placed them on a backing card in order to send in for analysis and comparison.
Okay. Can you talk? What is a lift card and how it's collected from a piece of evidence?
So when they they develop a print at a scene, say they're looking at a piece of glass and they're using black powder like you see on TV sometimes, it'll develop friction ridge area. And it could be a fingerprint, could be a palm, could be a piece. We always get partials. You never see a full print. They will take a piece of lifting tape and put it down on the glass and slowly pull it up and then put it down on a contrasting background. So if they use black powder, it's going to be on a white card.
Okay. So if we were to tear open that package, we'd see some pieces of white cardboard or paper with some clear sticky tape?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once a print is lifted in that situation, what's its shelf life? Will it last for a long time?
As long as you don't shred it, it will last.
So, well,
it's to preserve the lift is the purpose or the latent. Yes, sir.
So based on your expertise, there's no concern. The prints wouldn't have changed since 1976, absent somebody flushing it down the toilet or shredding it.
Correct.
Okay. So if you can compare prints listed from 1976 today, just like you could in 1977.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And about how many cards were in there? Do you have a report with you?
I do.
Okay.
There were 15.
Pardon?
15.
15. All right. Now, were the 15 different things they conducted, can you go through with the jury the quality and scope of what you got?
Okay, so there are 15 latent lift cards, but they actually had 18 lifts on them, which means maybe a card had 2 pieces of tape. There were at least a couple of those. So of those 15 latent lift cards, I had 16 latent lifts or latent prints of value.
Okay, and what does it mean to be a latent print of value?
That's when the print has sufficient information in order for me to compare it out.
Okay, so we had a total of 18 and you got 15 that you of value?
I had originally 17, and then later, before I did this first report, I changed my mind on one of them because I didn't like it. It was not reliable, so I changed that one to no value. So there are 16 latent prints total that were of value.
Okay, so we got 16 that perhaps have enough information to compare it to a standard print.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now going to states 5, the big brown piece of paper. What's in there?
These are the major case prints that were sent in, I believe, around August 12th.
Okay. And what is a set of major case prints?
So usually in cases, we will get a fingerprint card, which has just the fingers and some of the joint areas, and then we'll get palm prints. Major case prints will include the sides of the fingers, which is not normally recorded. It will also include the tips. And I know y'all seen them on your screens, on your radio, in your car. There's tip prints everywhere. So we'll roll those tips. We get the extreme sides. We get what's called a writer's palm, which is when you're writing, that part that sits down on the surface. And we'll also get the side over here and the wrist bracelet.
Okay.
So
does that give you more chance to find comparable material when comparing an unknown sample?
yes, there's more information in those.
Okay. And did you compare the case prints for James Dudley to the 16 prints of value you found that were recovered by Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And what was your result?
I had 13 exclusions. I believe it was 13. Let me get to my report. I'm sorry. There were 4 reports in this case. Yes, 13 exclusions. I had 1 incomplete and 2 inconclusives.
I'd like to go through each of those.
Okay.
All right, what is an exclusion?
So an exclusion means that there's not significant information. Well, there is significant information. I made the comparison, but there's enough differences for me to say that the print did not come from the same source as the prints that were sent in.
Okay, so 13 of them were not made by Mr. Dudley.
Correct.
Is your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. And then we had the second column was what?
So there's 1 incomplete,
Okay.
and that is the 1 tip that I had. And tips are very, very hard to compare out because if you have, like we have the major case prints and they did do tips, but unless I see actual skin on the card, I'm not going to know if I have all the ridges of the tip. They're very difficult, and it's very difficult to exclude based on that. So that's when I came to an incomplete decision.
Okay. And what does an incomplete mean?
It means I don't have enough of my standards in order to make that comparison.
So you can't say it's him, you can't say it's not him.
Correct.
Okay. And then the third, what's the third column?
The inconclusives, those are to the actual, instead of like an incomplete is talking about the standards, the inconclusives are talking about the latent print where there's not enough information in that print in order for me to determine if it's an ID or an exclusion. So like in mine, those 2 prints they're literally a half a centimeter wide and they're tall. There's 2 of them. And I have a decent amount of minutia, but there's no other indicators. So when I was talking about a print of value that needs sufficient information, and I'm talking about the ridge flow and the pattern and the creases, I have none of that, just the points. So that's what an inconclusive is. It's basically saying I can't ID or exclude based on this latent print.
Okay.
Now it's probably confusing.
All right. Okay. So despite the amount of ballpark, how many weeks did it take you to do all that?
Well, when it originally came in, it was a rush case. But when these prints were sent in August, I did my report in October.
Okay. So a couple months.
Yes.
So it's a lot of work to get to that result.
Yes.
Okay. Bottom line question, can you say fingerprint wise whether or not Mr. Dudley was or was not in that particular location?
I cannot.
Okay. We don't have enough information to say he was there, but the fact that we don't have fingerprints doesn't mean he wasn't there. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Objection meeting.
Overruled.
Okay. In dealing with fingerprints, you've been sitting at the bench for a while. Is it possible that you left fingerprints on that piece of wood next to you?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Does that in any way guarantee that if we process that I'm going to get sufficient information to be able to forensically prove that you sat at that table?
No, it does not.
So the absence of evidence does not equal the evidence of absence.
I suppose so.
Well, let me put it a little bit simpler. Just because there's not a fingerprint doesn't mean you weren't sitting there, right?
Correct.
Is that unusual in your line of work?
No, it's not.
Do you often get items, guns, computers, various things that you know were handled by man, and you don't get sufficient ridge detail to be able to say who was handling it?
Yes.
Since this time, in the extreme recent, did we throw yet another name at you and ask you to do kind of a rush job again?
Yes.
Okay. Was that somebody named Tom Lamb?
Well, it came to me as Andre Brown.
Okay. Andre Brown, that's fine. Okay. And did you actually email me last week and say, hey, somebody put in a rush for Andre Brown?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you hurry and give me a report yesterday, I think?
I did.
Okay. what was your, not getting into the specifics, were you able to include or exclude Mr. Andre Brown as being in the store?
I excluded the fingerprints only.
Okay. So some of them were definitely not him. Is that right?
Yes, the 6.
Okay.
I believe it was 4 latent fingerprints were not his.
Okay. And were there other ridge details that you weren't able to say whether he was there or not?
Yes, there were palm prints at the scene.
Similarly, just like with Mr. Dudley sitting here today, can you definitively say whether Mr. Brown was or was not in that store?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Knudsen. When you're talking about these incompletes and inconclusives, those have a lot of the things to do with the latent prints, correct?
The inconclusives do, yes. The incomplete has to do with the standard.
Okay. But what we're hearing here is that there were no inclusions made that identified the latent prints to either Mr. Dudley or to Mr. Andre Brown.
Correct. I made no identifications.
And I want to make sure we understand the location of where these latent prints were coming from. So there were some that were from the top cooler west wall.
Yes.
The vent window post driver door, and then it's I/S.
Correct.
And we don't know what I/S stands for, do we?
I do not know. I didn't write that.
There's also the cooler handle east wall, the north handle was one of the labels.
I would have to find that east wall. Oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. And then also cooler top west wall.
Yes.
The tab drink that was on the counter.
Yes.
Store cooler door north, also known as the back of the store.
Yes.
And the front one was, or there was a card labeled front door I/S.
Correct.
But we don't know what it was the front door of.
No.
Okay, just a minute. And could you go over the timing of your work on this again? It was all in the second half, really the latter half of 2025. That's right. For, well, at least for the first.
The initial, when it
Right.
first came in. Yes, it came in on August 1st, 2025.
And then the request for the comparison to Mr. Brown didn't come in until December 8th, 2025.
That was the last one. I had it coming in the lab on December 9th.
No, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
And if I may have a moment, Judge?
Go ahead.
And if you could, Ms. Knudsen, could you share with us the locations of the prints that came back as inconclusive and incomplete, please?
Yes. Sorry, it'll just take me a minute.
All right, take your time. And if, you need to refresh with your deposition, I can assist with that as well.
No, ma'am, I've got it. There were two inconclusives. They were on my exhibit 1-8, which was cooler top west wall. Hitting that thing. Okay, and the incomplete was on 1-13, which is the front door I/S.
The one where we don't know what I/S stands for, and we also don't know front door what.
Correct.
Okay. And then, so I want to go over the ones where Mr. Dudley was excluded. FDLE Exhibit 1-1, was that for the top cooler west wall?
Yes, it is.
And that was an exclusion?
We've got two different pieces of paper, so. Yes, 1-1 is an exclusion.
And 1-2 also identified as the top cooler west wall. That was also an exclusion?
Yes.
1-3 was the left front driver's door, the door on the glass inside.
1-3, yes.
And there were no latent prints of value from there, correct?
Correct.
1-4 was also from the top cooler west wall.
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
1-5, also from the top cooler west wall.
Yes.
And those particular ones, the latent prints were, you found that they were not of value.
Correct.
So there couldn't be a comparison made.
Correct.
1-6 was from the vent window post driver's door I/S. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
1-7 was the cooler handle east wall, north handle.
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
And then we have 1-8 that had two latents on it, 9 and 10, from the cooler top west wall.
Correct.
And those particular ones were inconclusive.
Yes.
And that's because there was insufficient information in the latent print. That's
Yes.
how that is. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
1-9 is the tag can on the counter beside the cash register, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
1-10 was the cooler door north or rear of the store.
Yes.
And the latent prints on there you found were of no value, so they couldn't be compared.
So I can see it in writing. Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. 1-11, top cooler west wall.
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
And 1-12, store, it's specified as store, cooler, door north or rear of store, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
Then you testified earlier about the incomplete, and that's from the front door that we don't know is to what?
Yes.
So it could be front door to a car, right?
I have no
Could be to
idea.
anything, right? Okay. 1-14, FDLE Exhibit 1-14. And this one had multiple prints on it, correct?
There were two lifts on 1-14, but there was only one print of value on it.
Was that 114 or 115?
115 always also has two lifts.
Okay. And Mr. Dudley was, let's start with 114. Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
And then in 1-15, the one you were just referring to that had two Laytons on there, one was not of value, correct?
Correct.
And then the other one that was on there, Mr. Dudley was excluded.
Yes.
Okay. And this, to go back a bit, was for the front door I/S.
Yes.
Another one labeled like that where we don't know any more information beyond what was presented to you.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I don't have any other question.
Right. Thank you.
For direct examination.
Do you know who Rachel Knuckleberg is?
I do not.
Based on your review of the evidence, did it see any signs that it had been previously worked by a TPD officer, Ms. Mecklenburg?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't know why we ended up having to get you to rush it?
No.
Okay. No problem. No further questions, Sharon.
You may step down. Please call the next witness.
Sir. State and call Lady Mae Riley.
Yeah, she can go. Bye-bye. Don't ever come back. She's free. Thanks. My approach, Your Honor, hang up the big French.
You may.
Thank you. Right up there, Fran. We're going to go right there where the deputy is, but again. Not at all. Thanks, sir.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may sit down. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, I'm sorry I kept you. Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please, ma'am?
I am Lady Mae Riley.
Could you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Lettie Maerily.
And Miss Riley, did you used to live here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you live kind of in the area of Basin Street?
Yes.
Going back to December the 29th of 1976, were you living here in Basin Street, Frenchtown area?
Yes, I was living on Gilbert Street.
And do you have a daughter?
Yes.
One named Andrea Riley, now Stokes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what year she was born in?
1966.
1966. Okay. So she would have been 10 in 76. Does that sound right?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you used to do your wash at a wash house next to Sasser's Beer?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember doing your wash on one particular day when something bad happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about what time you went out to do wash?
It was in the morning before 12.
Okay. Did you used to walk up there or did you drive?
I drove.
Okay. And do you have more than one child?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember, did you have Andrea with you that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, did you have any other kids with you that day?
Her brother.
Okay. Is it big brother, little brother?
Little brother.
Okay. How
He
much
was about
younger is
4 or
he?
5.
He was 4 or 5? Okay. About how long did it used to take you to do the wash?
Well, it all depends on getting a machine. How how many people be in there.
Right. All right. And where you could, would you run multiple washers at the same time and multiple dryers to make it go fast?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury how the wash house was positioned compared to the beer hall, the Sassers?
It's the one big building, and he's on the one side and the wash house on the other.
Okay. Do they share the same wall?
They share the same building.
Right. Okay. So it's all under one roof, with half of it being a wash house and half being a store.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I was sitting there looking at the both of them, is the wash house on the left or on the right?
The wash house is next to the road, and the store is on the other side.
Okay. Now, what did the children do? Do you remember this specific day?
I don't remember the specific day.
Okay. Do you remember your daughter on roller skates?
Yes, they had the real roller skates on.
Okay. And would you let the children go and buy candy and pop next door sometimes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember your daughter going and getting some?
Yes, they was in and out.
Okay. And so they're just bored kids waiting for mama to be done with the wash.
Yes, they were skating around playing.
At some point, do you remember a man coming into the store?
Leading.
Yes.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
All right. All right. Tell us about that. When did you first see him?
I went over there to get some powders for the wash, the clothes, because I was running. I ran out, and he told me not to let him come back in on the skates. Okay. And I told him not to go back in the skate, in and out the wash house and on the front porch.
Okay. So did you know the clerk that worked there at Sassers?
I seen him, but I didn't really know him. But I would go over there when I was washing.
And did they sell washing powder there?
Yes.
Okay. So did you go to buy some washing powder?
Small box.
Okay. And at that point, did he kind of get on to you, don't let your kids in here with skates?
Yes.
All right. Was there anybody else in there with I think his name's Mr. Moore. Did you know him by Mr. Moore or with the clerk?
No, I didn't know his name.
Okay. Was there anybody else in the store when you went over there?
No.
Okay. At some point, did a young man come up in through the washout?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
He came in through the back, up from the back. Okay. I was washing at the front of the dryers, the washers. And he came through with his hat pulled down over his face, walking fast. Okay. And went out the door and went that way.
Okay. Did you recognize him?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Was he a white man, black man?
He was a black man.
Okay. Young or old?
Well, I couldn't really see his face, so I don't know. He wasn't that old.
Okay. Could you tell anything? You said he had a hat down. Was he
pulled down over his face.
Okay. Could you tell anything about what he looked like?
No. His hat was pulled down over his face. I couldn't.
At some
See his whole face.
At some point, did you hear a gunshot?
No, I didn't.
When did you first realize there was a problem?
When I went over to get me a soda
Okay.
and get some change for the driver.
All right. So you went back over, and what happened there?
He wasn't in there.
He no longer
Oh, he was
standing behind the.
outside. I walked over and got me a soda out the machine, out the cooler, out the box. And sit it on the counter. And he didn't come. And I walked back out the door.
Was that a tab that you were getting?
I can't remember the name of the soda.
Okay. Do you know what a tab is? TAB? You ever had that kind before?
I believe so.
Okay. But you just left your drink on the counter.
I left it sitting right there.
Okay. And then what'd you do after that?
I walked back out the door and stood up in front of the door to see was he coming. I thought he might have stepped out or something.
Okay.
And Mr. Gray rolled up and he spoke to me and he was heading in the store. And I told him, I said, he's not in there. I said, he's outside. And he said, no, he wouldn't be outside. He's in there. And he pulled the door open and walked on in, calling, Dick, hey, Dick. And rushed back out in a few seconds and said, oh, no, don't go in there because I was going to turn. He said, no, don't go back in there. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. We got to call the police.
Okay. Now you said it was Mr. Gray?
Mr. Gray.
Who's Mr. Gray?
He's a man I know from working. He had a station right down there where I used to work at the Southern there. And my son would work for him sometimes.
Did he run one of the gas stations right there?
He ran a gas station right there.
And do you remember his first name?
All I know was Gray.
Okay.
Gray.
But he was clearly friends and came over looking for Mr.
He must have been a friend of his or something. Because he went on in calling him that name.
Called him Dick.
Dick.
And then he said he wouldn't let you go in there and see it.
No, he told me don't go in, don't go in.
Okay. And did y'all sit there and wait for the police to arrive?
No, we stood there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Outside the door.
Right. Did y'all stand outside waiting for the police to come?
Yes.
And did the ambulance come and take?
Ambulance and the police came.
Did you talk to the police about what you had seen?
Well, he came to my house, but I don't remember talking to him.
Okay.
But he came to my house, took down my name and everything.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. They may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Riley.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Okay, so when you were doing laundry the morning of December 29th, 1976, nobody else was doing laundry there that day, right?
No, just me and my two children. Yeah.
All right. And when you went back to Saffers to get your soda, you went by yourself, right?
Yes.
Because the kids had their skates on, so they weren't
Yes,
going to go
and
back in. They were
they don't let them come back in, so
busy
I
skating
told them
out.
not to go back in.
Okay, they were busy skating out in the parking lot.
No, on the in and out to wash house, the door was open,
Oh, okay.
and they were skating in and out the wash house on the front porch, the back, in and out the wash house.
I see. Okay. And the front doors to the laundromat and to Sasser's, did those front doors, they faced Tennessee Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then to the outside of the laundromat was Basin Street beside it.
Basin Street was beside it.
The laundromat.
Yeah.
Okay. You never got to have your soda that day, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any yelling while you were over there?
I sure didn't.
And you didn't see any blood in the store?
No, I didn't.
So nowhere on the counters or anything like that?
No, not that I noticed.
And you weren't able to pick anybody out of a photo lineup, right? Judge, if I could have a moment?
Go ahead.
Miss Riley, at some point that morning, did you see Mr. Moore's car drive away?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and was it driving fast or driving slow?
No, I was to the wash and getting the clothes out. And the guy that came through the wash house was sitting on the stern wheel with a brown bag between him and the stern wheel. And when he went to start it up, it made a funny noise. So I looked up and he was sitting there, and he started it, tried again, and it caught up. And he backed up and pulled off and came across the watch house and went up Basin Street.
Okay. And he was not going fast.
No, he wasn't going fast.
And you didn't see anybody else in the car with him.
I sure didn't.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Sure. So the man who had come through with the hat down, you saw him come out with a brown bag?
Yeah.
And then he got into Mr. Dick.
I didn't see him get in when he started to trying to start the car. It made a noise, and I looked up. It was him trying to back it out. He backed it out and came across the way down up the road.
Do you know James Dudley at all before
No,
today?
I don't know him.
Have you ever met him since then?
No, no.
Do you know someone named Veronica Gay Hills Knight at all?
I sure don't.
Okay, did you ever know her or any of her family?
Not any of them.
Okay. You're just telling us what you saw that day.
Yeah.
But the same guy that came cruising through with the hat down, you saw get into his car?
Same guy left in the car.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Nothing further this time.
You may step down.
So to call Andrea Riley Stokes.
You may.
Yeah. Here you go. Okay, thanks very much. Yeah.
Judge, this is the witness that we described earlier in the week about how we would need to proffer her testimony and see if she remembers conducting a photo lineup or participating in a photo lineup and remembers picking out or making a selection.
Right. Are there any matters that can be inquired to that are not going to require this proper?
I don't think the proffer is necessary. I don't know why we're proffering. I think she's going to date her initials and roll right on.
What is the basis of taking the proffer?
Judge, there has been, through discovery, so she met with investigator Ray when he was doing his investigation, and he starts to talk to her about the lineup that she had participated in back in the 70s. And he described to her like what she had said and asked if any of that rang a bell. And she's saying, it could have, it could have been. And then Detective Ray insists that she knew him from the area that they were in. And then he goes and gets the file. And then she said that she doesn't remember when he checks back in with her.
So the point of the proffer is you believe the witness is going to be untruthful, or what are you getting at?
That she doesn't remember picking out Mr. Dudley, and so she shouldn't be able to do that in court now.
So this goes to the motions we filed. I think in your order you stated it was too premature.
Right, so that's what, and I think we talked earlier this week about just, the time to do that would be the problem before she testified, so that's,
Well,
that,
only on this issue was this to be proffered. Beyond that, any of the matters would be the subject of examination.
Yes.
All of the matters would just be a part of the normal examination.
Oh.
we're not asking anything in the proffer outside of it.
Members of the jury, before we hear from the last witness today, there will be a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room, and then we will take the testimony of the witness. Go ahead. Folks, if you can raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated. All other parties may be seated as well. Any proffer that the state wishes to give or get into concerning the identification, you may do so.
Please state your name for the record.
Andrea Michelle Riley Stones.
All right. And I'm sorry to ask, what year were you born?
1966.
Okay. And who's your mother?
11 Riley.
She was just on the stand.
Yes.
Okay. Were you present at the wash house next to Sasser's back on December 29th, 1969, since that happened?
19
I'm sorry, 1976. I said 69. I apologize. Were you there?
Yes.
Okay. And in the days that followed, did you talk to law enforcement about what you had seen?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they show you a photographic lineup?
Yes.
Back pressure on it?
You may.
Showing you, it's been pre-marked and introducing Deb as stage 7. You see your initials and date on this photograph?
Yes.
Is that your initials and date and time on there?
Yes.
Okay. It says, can you read it?
Andrea Riley.
Okay, what's the date and the whole?
The date is 1/10/77 at 12:15 p.m.
Okay, and you signed that as being the person you identified? That's your signature?
Yes.
Okay. But again, do you know whether you'd be able to identify him today, 50 years later?
I don't know.
Okay. But you signed this as being able to identify it back then?
Yes.
Okay. That's the whole problem with the state.
Any examination as it relates to the proffer for the folks?
Sure, I'm going to do the proffer real quick.
Do you want it?
Good evening. Do you have an independent recollection of doing that lineup when you were 10 years old?
Yeah.
You remember going through with police officers and picking out a photo?
Yeah.
Other questions there?
As it pertains to the out-of-court lineup identification, the court will permit this to be testified to. As it relates to any in-court identification, the witness must have sufficient knowledge to be able to do so. Mr. Campbell, are you still intending for this witness to do this?
An in-court identification?
Yes.
Well, here, I'll ask.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize anybody in the courtroom today from back then?
Someone looks a little familiar.
Okay. Can you tell me where they look familiar from or how they look familiar to you?
They look familiar from back then in '76.
Okay. From being the person who went into the store? Okay. And can you indicate where that person's seated and what they're wearing?
You see it right there to the right. Second one at the first table.
At the first table, the man in the middle?
Man in the middle.
Okay. Please allow the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
As to any in-court identification, does the defense have an examination to conduct?
Mr. Campbell asked you the first time if you'd be able to identify the person from back then, and you said no. And then you went back and said yes. What changed?
What changed was that he asked me, did I think I will be able to recognize the person today? And I said, I don't think so. And so therefore, then he said, do you recognize anyone in the courtroom? So I looked around, anyone looks familiar. The only person I see that looks somewhat familiar, like features, is the gentleman right there.
Okay.
Well, as to what has been proffered, court will permit the in-court identification. However, Ms. Stokes, you must be precise with your words. If you are not.
You Mr. Lester? Are you Mr. Lester? I just need to talk to you about a case from way back in the day.
Your brother told us where you were. That's all.
What case?
Some trouble.
You're not in trouble. I want to see what you can tell me about James Dudley.
I know James Dudley, but what was going on?
I just need to talk to you about him. You have a minute?
I know it, but I ain't got no do with him.
Okay. You might not now. Go to break the car.
I never had anything to do with him.
Okay.
Well, okay. You gotta be here when they come in. Well, I'll be here. You don't have to be here, Chris. Okay, I'll talk to him. Okay, my sister.
Your brother's with Mr. Madison, right?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
Mr. Madison.
You're Mr. Madison, but Lori?
What's going
Is it
on?
Laurie, that's your brother?
Yeah, what's going
So,
on?
you mind if I sit down?
Sure, what's going on? I want to know.
You're fine. So,
You in trouble?
no. Oh.
I just want to know what's going on.
So, there was a homicide way back in 1976
What's that?
on Basin Street. You remember where the beer store was?
Saucers.
Sasser's Beer City?
Yeah.
You remember in 76, how old were you?
Look, I went to school with Mackie, the son, Mackie Sasser, was that the daddy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Mr. Sasser wasn't murdered.
Oh, yeah, but I remember that place. I went to school with Kelly Sasser,
The daughter?
his daughter, and
Okay.
Mackie.
Where was that at? Was that at Godby?
Yeah, I went to school with Mackie Sasser, was a pro baseball player. He played for Godby in high school, he played for Troy State, and he played for the New York Mets.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He was a catcher for the Mets. Dwight Gooden was pitching.
Oh, okay. So I talked to your brother today because in the case file he was mentioned, and there was a guy named James Dudley that was mentioned. And when I talked to your brother, he said that he knew James, but that you were probably a little bit more familiar with James because you guys were closer in age, and that you might have been friends back then.
I knew him, but we weren't no close friends. I knew James.
Tell me, so you knew
I know
James from
James
school?
Dudley. I know him from school. He's younger than I know.
How old are you?
I'm 64, and I'll be 65 in like a month or two. But I know James.
So
James Dudley should be maybe 2 or 3 years younger than me.
Okay. Did you know him from Godby or from other school?
Evidential neighborhood. He grew
Where was he living?
Joe Lewis.
Joe Lewis. Okay.
Street apartment.
What was he into back then?
I don't know.
Or what was the word on the street?
I don't know. All I know is him from just around the city here, but I don't know what he did or
Did you ever know him to be doing robberies or anything like that?
I ain't never knew that bad.
Okay.
I know we used to play basketball together at Day Street.
Mm-hmm.
We used to play basketball at Riley School up there, that goes up there. But I ain't never know him to do robbery stuff. I didn't know he would do something.
Do you know why he would tell your brother that he did?
I don't know. He told my brother. Who told my brother that?
James.
That he did what?
That he was doing robberies. Is it Laurie? That's what.
Laurie, my brother. Yeah.
He's your older brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
About how much?
He got me by. Laurie's I'm 64. I'll be 65 in a month. June, I'll be 65. My brother Laurie is 67.
Okay.
He got me by 3 years. I'm born in 59. He born in 56.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So back then he would have been about 6 or 7 years older than James.
I don't know how old James Dudley is. I think James Dudley was born in 61 or maybe 61 or he got to be born in 61 or around 62. I know for sure. I had him about 2 or 3 years. But I know he went to jail. And he stayed in trouble. He used to steal.
What kind of stuff was he stealing?
I don't know, just petty stuff. And he, let me see, he went to jail. I know he got hit in the head with somebody beat him in the head with a dumbbell. You hear about that part?
They did what?
Some guy beat him in the head with a dumbbell at the Leon County Jail when they used to have weights back in the 80s.
Okay.
Early 80s.
Like free weights?
Yeah, they used to have free weights, and after he got beat, since the guy beat him in the head with a dumbbell, tried to kill him, they stopped having free weights in the jail. I know that about him, but I never knew.
But he was living in Joe Lewis back then.
Yeah. But I never knew anything.
Did you ever know of him to be stealing any guns or anything like that?
No.
Or you ever seen him with a gun?
I've never seen him with a gun. I ain't know he stole guns. Only thing I know, he did petty theft, little stuff, steal little petty stuff out of the store like candy, cookies.
You ever know him to steal a car?
No. Back then, they weren't stealing cars back then. When I was in high school, they weren't stealing cars back then. He was stealing petty stuff out of stores like, cookies, candy, stuff like that. This little
Beer.
Did he? Let me ask you this. Did you know him to smoke cigarettes?
Yeah, he smoked cigarettes.
You did?
And weed.
And weed? Even like when he was in high school?
Yeah.
Okay. It was probably common back then to be smoking cigarettes that early, unlike now. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to the car and get my business card because I don't have any in my binder, but I'm gonna give it to you if you remember anything about James that you think I need to know.
I know that was unsolved murder, right? I remember when it happened, and I was surprised because I knew the guy at the record store, the cashier, and I know the people that owned the assassin. And I heard that he was shot and they put him in a cooler and they never found out. But I thought maybe they found out, but they never found it. Still unsolved.
You ever, was there any kind of word on the street about, talk about whoever did it, or?
I was in high school when that happened, I think. I was probably about 11th or 12th grade when it happened. I ain't heard no talk on the street or who did it or what. I was wondering who would do something like that.
That's kind of what we wondered because everyone seemed to like Mr. Moore, the guy that got murdered.
Very nice guy.
Very nice guy.
I was surprised to hear that, and I'm surprised that. And James Dudley telling y'all, wasn't it?
Well, his name came up.
His name came up through who?
Well, supposedly he told your brother some information.
He told my brother some information.
Yeah.
Y'all went to my brother. Why he coming to me? I don't know.
He just said that you might know some more information about James because you were a little bit closer in age to him.
That's all I know about.
Okay.
I never knew him to have guns or would he rob. He never. I didn't know him robbing people. Nothing like that.
Okay.
I never knew him like that.
Was he an angry type of person or was he pretty relaxed?
He was a gangster.
A
Gangster type, wannabe gangster. Yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't never know he would. You never know what a person do behind your back and you don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know who he was like rolling around with back then?
Mm.
Any names that you know? I know it's been a minute, so.
I don't know who he hung with, Only time I used to see him when we played basketball together, stuff like that. And otherwise, I don't know what he did at night.
When's the last time you ran into James?
I haven't seen James Dudley in about 30 years.
Okay.
Oh, it's been a minute.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna give you. Let me go get a card for you, and then we'll get out of here. I appreciate the time. It was perfect timing.
Sorry, we didn't mean to scare you.
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you talking to us if you think of anything.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.